electronic 2024 Integrated Resource Plan of Duke Energy, Kentucky. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me today is Commissioner Mary Pat Regan and Commissioner John Will Stacy will silent mode. I'll turn them off. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. At this time, we'll have entry of appearance of counsel. And I'd request that each party's counsel also identify their witnesses. For the applicant?
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Duke Energy, Kentucky, I am Rocco DeCenzo, Deputy General Counsel. Appearing with me this morning is Larissa Blaisman, Associate General Counsel. Our business address is 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio. The witnesses that we are presenting this morning are Matthew Kalemba, Vice President of Integrated Resource Planning, John Swez, Managing Director of Trading and Dispatch, Michael Gears, Manager of Environmental Services, Daniel Simpson, Generation and Regulatory Strategy Director, Chad Donner, Principal Engineer, Ryan Trogstad, Senior Data Science Consultant, Jim McClay, Managing Director of Natural Gas Trading, Ibra Kiera, Lead Load Forecasting Analyst, Timothy Duff, General Manager, Consumer Solutions, Regulatory Enablement, Matt Ruzio, Director of Renewables Development, Kimberly Hughes, Director of Coal Origination, and Sarah Lawler, Vice President of Rates and Regulatory Strategy for Duke Energy, Kentucky.
Thank you. And is that the order you think you'll call them?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And for the Attorney General?
Mike West for the Attorney General's Office. Larry Cook will be handling this matter, and he'll be here momentarily. And if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, when he gets here, I will slip out if I can presumptively ask to be excused.
That's presuming a lot. Yes, that's absolutely fine. And actually, if I'd realized Mr. Cook was running late,
Mendoza and Nathaniel Show.
good morning. For Kentuckians for the Commonwealth and Kentucky Resources Council and Kentucky Solar Energy Society, the joint interveners.
Good morning, Your Honor. Byron Gary on behalf of the joint interveners. With me this morning is Cassandra McCrae.
Good morning. And for Commission staff.
Thank you, Chair. Jason Collier, Kayla Means, and Wright Williams for Commission staff.
Good morning. Okay, I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there any outstanding motions? Confidential treatment motion?
That is all.
Looks like a few confidential treatment motions. We'll get a ruling on those quickly.
Your Honor, Sierra Club does have one outstanding motion for incorporation by reference of specific documents in the Duke CPCN docket.
That has not been ruled on?
Correct.
Okay. Staff, can you check on that? Of course,
I'm sorry. Did you say
Looks like-
CPCN?
Yes, it's docket, I think it's 00152.
2024.
The FRR RPM case?
The Limestone.
The Limestone conversion CPCN docket.
right. Do you know something about that?
Okay. The order's not issued yet,
Okay.
but it's being addressed.
Okay. Do we need, can we move forward without addressing it and just incorporate it?
Yes.
Okay. If it presents an issue, please bring that to my attention.
Thank you.
So I will go ahead and start the public comment invitation. And I know we're still waiting for Commissioner Stacy and Mr. Cook, but hopefully they'll get here before we actually start taking evidence. Okay, anyone who is wishing to provide public comments may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov. Written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. Let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on our website for the past day. Staff, have we received any requests for public comment?
No.
It should be noted that comments may always be submitted on the PSC's website at psc.ky.gov. Is there anyone from the public here today who would like to provide the commission with public comment? Okay. Seeing none, Mr. West, do you want to get started, or do you want to wait on Mr.
Yeah,
Cook?
please don't delay on our behalf. If, if we're gonna call the first witness, maybe if Mr. Cook's question could be taken last.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. And if we do need to break, I totally understand. We can take a break for a minute. I'm gonna say that we have a lot of witnesses to get through today. We have cramped quarters. Some of us were at a public hearing in Breckinridge County, got home at 11:15 last night. I don't plan on being cranky, but I will ask that when lawyers just cannot resist the urge to ask questions that have already been answered, that you try to refrain. I'll try not to, again, call people down, but let's try to get through these witnesses. If it's already in the record, it's already in the record. And if it can be, if it's a question that you can post in a post-hearing data request easily, let's do it that way, because, you know, we don't have that many Matlock moments anyway in a trial these days. Most of us know the answer to these things. Let's be cooperative and try to get through today. Probably should have thought to schedule it for more than one day, and if we have to, we'll go into more than one day, but my plan is to get through it today, even if we go late. So, that being said, counsel, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. For our first witness, Duke Energy Kentucky calls Matthew Columba.
Mr. Columba, would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay. And please be seated, and then state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure, it's Matthew Kalemba, 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Okay. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Columba, would you please, for the record, state your position with the company, please?
Sure. I'm Vice President of Integrated Resource Planning for Duke Energy.
And could you please briefly describe your responsibilities as Vice President of Integrated Resource Planning and how that relates to the Integrated Resource Plan that was filed in this docket?
Sure. So in my role, I'm responsible for overseeing the teams that develop integrated resource plans for each of our regulated jurisdictions at Duke Energy. As it relates to this IRP here, I was directly responsible for the development of the DEK IRP that was filed and that we're here to discuss today.
Thank you, Mr. Columba. Did you cause to file responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
And are you adopting responses submitted by other company witnesses that are not present today?
I am.
And do you have the list of who those are?
I do.
Could you please identify for the record whose responses you are adopting?
Sure. Matthew Peterson, Jennifer Poplar, Tyler Cook, Paige Swafford, Philip Beard, and Karen Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Columba. Do you have any changes or corrections to any of the data request responses that you submitted or that were submitted by others?
I do have one. In response to Sierra Club's first set of data requests, question number 12, there was a reference to Duke Energy, Indiana. That was a typo, and that should have stated Duke Energy, Kentucky.
And is that the only correction that you have?
Yes.
And if you were asked those questions again today, then would your answers be the same?
They would.
And do you hereby adopt those responses as testimony for purposes of this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Columba. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. So the order I had for today was Attorney General's Office, which will allow for this witness to go last, then Sierra Club, then Joint Intervenors, then Commission staff and Commissioners. Is that okay with everyone? All right. Sierra Club?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm Nathaniel Shope here on behalf of Sierra Club. Mr. Kalemba, oh, thanks, Cass. Sorry, is this microphone working? Think it's working?
They're red.
Ours are red too.
I don't
If
think
it
they're
says we're-
working.
Okay. I'm gonna assume that it's working.
Let's have just a second to check, but,
Thanks.
yeah. We're okay, they're just gonna be red.
Okay, red it is. Uh, It's the season.
Thank you.
Mr. Kalemba, thank you for joining us this morning. Duke's plan, as I understand it, set out in the IRP, is to convert the East Bend plant to dual fuel operation by 2030, and then retire and replace the plant with a natural gas combined cycle plant in 2039. Is that more or less accurate?
That's correct.
And the primary driver for this change is the EPA's 111D rules, is that correct?
That's the primary driver, that's correct.
And as far as I understand it, there are 4 potential pathways for power plants like East Bend to comply with the 111D rules. Can you walk us through very briefly what those 4 options are?
Sure. There are 4 options, as you mentioned. There's the DFO conversion, where the unit would have to burn at least 40% natural gas by 2030. Another alternative is to convert coal plant East Bend to 100% natural gas by 2030. The third option is to retire the unit by 2032. And then the fourth option is to maintain operation but add carbon capture sequestration by 2032. In each of those scenarios, there's different retirement dates associated with them. So if you do add carbon capture sequestration, the unit can run essentially into perpetuity. There's no requirements under the law. Under the DFO pathway, the unit has to be retired by 2039. Under the natural gas conversion pathway, there is no retirement date in the law.
Thank you, Mr. Kalemba. And before I go on, am I pronouncing your last name right? I don't want to mispronounce it the entire time. Kalemba's accurate. Okay. As I understand it, the Duke's preferred pathway set out in the IRP is to co-fire this dual fuel operation.
That's correct.
And for the analysis of co-firing at East Bend, Duke modeled this option under a couple of different future scenarios involving high fuel costs, low fuel costs, and high load scenarios. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. We also looked at different options for the replacement generation in 2039 as part of the analysis.
And did you test full conversion, so a scenario where the plant converts to 100% gas by 2030? Did you test those scenarios under those high fuel, low fuel, and high load scenarios?
We did not, and I think it's a really important point to talk a little bit about the natural gas conversion case and why we wouldn't have looked at those cases. First, we don't believe that natural gas conversion is the best interest of our customers for a few reasons. Primarily, if we think about the Duke Energy Kentucky system, there's the Woodsdale CTs and there's East Bend. So we have 2 generators. The Woodsdale CTs are peaking units, are really high, are fairly inefficient, but they're very flexible, which makes them very valuable in the market. East Bend is a base load unit, meaning it can run at max output for days on end, using very inexpensive fuel, being coal. If we were to convert East Bend to natural gas, you end up burning somewhat slightly more expensive fuel, natural gas, on a relatively inefficient unit. In that case, that unit becomes very uneconomic in the PJM marketplace, and it just won't dispatch. And that leaves our customers very exposed to the market. And when I'm going to talk about, I'm sure it's going to come up again, what I mean by the exposure to the market and the risks around that. Now, if I can briefly give an example of what that means. So if I think that hypothetically East Bend's dispatch cost is $10 per megawatt hour, and the PJM marketplace marginal energy price is $15 per megawatt hour, we would run East Bend and save the customers $5 per megawatt hour versus going out into the market and buying that energy. If we were to do something at East Bend to cause that operating cost to increase, whether that's add a more expensive fuel to it or convert it to be more expensive fuel burning, or to do other things that cause the dispatch costs of East Bend to increase, and let's say it goes from $10 to $20, when I do that, now I'm costing my customers $5 a megawatt hour, because instead of operating at 10, I'm now operating at 20. Instead of operating the unit, I'm actually gonna go out to the market and I'm gonna buy power at $15 per megawatt hour. So instead of generating my own power at 10, I gotta go out and purchase it at 15. So now I've cost the customers $5 a megawatt hour. And it doesn't stop there. So now, if the market prices continue to increase and East Bend stay the same, and this can happen, let's say in the winter, natural gas prices start to go up, market prices go up, but East Bend, let's say they were still burning coal at $20 a megawatt hour, their price isn't gonna change. So as power prices go up, the cost to my customers go up. So $15, $16, $17, I'm now costing my customers $6, $7, $8 per megawatt hour, when I could have been at $10 a megawatt hour to begin with. So in that case, East Bend doesn't run, it's sitting there. It's put into reserve shutdown, and witness Wes can talk a little bit more about what reserve shutdown means and what the risks are there. But one thing that we don't capture in the IRP is if the unit's not running, and we're highly dependent on the market and the unit's not running, when it gets called on to run on a cold winter morning and it can't start up because we haven't been running it, there's a significant risk that it might not start up. And there are capacity penalties that we have to pay. And we didn't see that, but other utilities saw that during Winter Storm Elliott, where those units were called on to meet capacity and they couldn't. Now, Duke Energy would make sure that we're doing our best to make sure that unit is available if it's called upon, but that requires us to be spending money that we're not capturing in the IRP to make sure that the unit will actually kick on when it's called upon. So the natural gas conversion, while in some instances in the IRP shows a lower overall cost, it's a very risky way to run the unit, and it's a very risky pathway to take. And that's why we didn't recommend natural gas conversion, why we didn't even test it in the other scenarios that we did under the, versus the DFO case.
Thanks, Mr. Kalimba. I think I understood most of that. I just want to be clear about this point, though.
Yes.
You did not model 100% conversion to gas under low gas prices, correct?
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Kalimba, I would like to talk for a couple of moments about the Limestone conversion project
Yes,
at
sir.
East Bend's
Yep.
flue gas desulfurization, or FGD scrubber. In plain English, can you just tell us what this is from going from a lime reagent process to a limestone reagent process?
I'm gonna try, I think I only know plain English on this, and Witness Simpson and others can talk more about the actual project. But right now, we use a product called Quicklime in our scrubbers to reduce SO2 emissions on the back end of the unit. That Quicklime product, there's a single supplier for it, to my knowledge, and there are others here that, other witnesses that can talk about the supplier issue. And that supplier has increased costs for that product, so we've looked at an opportunity to do a limestone conversion project where we can use limestone, purchase limestone on the market, and use a crusher and some other equipment on the site to come up with a product that does the same thing as far as reducing SO2 emissions on the unit. So it's really, you either can buy this Quicklime product, or you can invest in a project to take limestone, which is readily available on the marketplace, and do the same thing at the end of the day.
So it's an input into a scrubber system. It's a
Essentially, that's
swapping out
right.
one reagent for another reagent.
That's right, that's
Okay.
right.
What is Duke's current estimate of the cost of going through this limestone conversion process?
Not 100% sure if that's confidential or not.
The total cost is not.
The total cost is not. I have to find it in my data request responses, but I believe it's just over $100 million or so. At least in what we modeled in the IRP and the CPCN proceeding, they used a higher cost that includes full contingencies to be more conservative around that, and I think it was on the order of $120 million roughly.
I believe Duke's reply comments in this matter pegged the number at 125.8 million, but does that sound right?
That's what was used in the CPCN proceeding, and again, that's the high contingency high-end costs, where we used essentially a midpoint cost in the IRP.
All right, so we've got roughly $125 million cost estimated. What was the cost that was modeled in the IRP?
It was about 100 and, weighted and escalated, it was about 105 million or so.
So you'd agree then that Duke's current estimate of the cost is higher than what was modeled in the IRP?
Again, we're using a full contingency, fully high-end costs in the CPCN to be conservative, but in the IRP, we used what we think the midpoint cost is.
But under taking into account all of these factors, you would agree that 125 is bigger than 105?
Projection asked and answered.
Mr. Kalimba, this project is expected to be completed and operational at the beginning of 2027, correct?
That's correct.
And the cost of the quicklime, so the current process that you use, those numbers that were modeled in the IRP for that quicklime supply, those are higher than Duke's current estimate of what it would cost.
That's right. So let me talk a little bit about inputs and level set everyone on. When we develop the IRP, we have to snap a chalk line at some point in time and use the inputs that we have and run the model with those inputs. There's a lot of gyrations to go through with the modeling to make sure that the end product makes sense. So we have to fix inputs at some point. At the time that we fixed those inputs in early April, we used the best information we had at the time that was available to us. But yes, you are correct. The current estimates for the limestone or the quicklime product are lower cost than what was used in the IRP, because in the IRP we used the best information we had at the time.
And do you know what those prices are, what the costs were that were, both what were modeled and what Duke's current estimate is?
Yes. So I believe, let me flip to find the right data request. I should bookmark this a little bit better, but currently I believe it's around $200 per ton, and Witness Donner and Trogstad could confirm the cost there. We use something on the order of a little over $300 per ton, I believe, in the modeling. I'm trying to find that data request,
But to your.
but generally, I would say that the cost for the quicklime product is less expensive today than what we modeled in the IRP.
So the cost for the quicklime, the current input, are actually less than what was modeled, and the cost for the conversion project is actually more than what was modeled.
That's correct.
All right, I want to talk a little bit about the modeling scenarios that you helped oversee for the development of the IRP. On page 10 of the IRP, that walks through what looks to me like 17 different modeling scenarios, both with and without 111D being in place. Is
That's
that
right.
accurate?
That's correct.
And the cost of the limestone conversion project, that was included as a base assumption, meaning it's included in
All of
modeling
them.
for all of those processes.
Yeah, I didn't mean to overspeak, but yes, it was included as input to all of those 17 portfolios.
No problem. So just to be clear, of the 17 modeled scenarios, all 17 included the cost of the limestone
They did.
conversion project. Mr. Columbus, Sierra Club, in our comments, proposed that it would be less expensive for the company to, one, not spend the $125 million on a limestone conversion project, and two, convert the plant to natural gas by 2030. There's no modeling in this case, or as far as you know in the CPCN docket, where the unit continues to use quicklime, the current process, doesn't spend the $125 million on the conversion project, and then converts to gas in 2030. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the reason for that is I've already explained why the natural gas conversion project doesn't make sense for our customers given the significant risk of that project. Additionally, again, at the time that we developed the inputs for the IRP, let me step back one step. Back in August of 23, or the summer of 23, we did an evaluation with the quicklime project, or the limestone conversion project, but the costs we had at the time, they were lower costs, but we had the quicklime costs that we knew at the time as well. And through that analysis, we saw the same issue as we would see in a natural gas conversion, where if you had quicklime, the unit wouldn't run at the cost that we had at the time. So again, had this very significant exposure to the marketplace when you don't do the limestone conversion project. Additionally, we also realized that the market for quicklime is thin. There's a single source provider, and that provider could have cut off our supply at any time, in which case we would not have been able to run the unit at all. So we would have been exposed to that state of affairs for 2 to 3 years until that natural gas conversion were to take place. So rather than assess a natural gas conversion that didn't make sense and put further risk on our customers by not doing the project in that case, we decided that it made sense that we were going to do the best that we could to protect our customers by including the natural gas conversion, the limestone conversion in all of our cases to protect the customers for those 3 years.
Mr. Cook, good morning. Do you need a minute?
Oh, yes, if you don't mind, thank you, Chair.
Yes, I'll give you
I
just.
do have a couple questions.
Yeah, we decided to let you go last for this witness, if that's okay.
Thank you.
But
I
we'll,
apologize.
that's fine, we'll give you a minute to get set up. Okay. Are we good? Ready to go?
Not quite.
We can let Mr. Schoaf go ahead and get back into his cross whenever you're,
Okay.
Thank you.
okay?
Mr. Kalimba, you just told us that gas was risky, but you do intend to replace East Bend with gas eventually, correct?
That's right, and there's a very significant difference between burning 100% gas on an 11,000 heat rate unit. By 11,000 heat rate, it just means that to generate the same amount of energy, you have to burn more fuel to generate equal amounts of energy. So at 11,000, you're having to burn more fuel to generate the same amount of energy versus a natural gas combined cycle that's just around 6,000 heat rate. So it's a much more efficient unit that is much more likely to operate in the PJM marketplace. So there's less market exposure risk. Additionally, you do have dual fuel on a combined cycle. You have ultra low sulfur diesel fuel oil backup for that unit as well. So there is a difference between burning gas on a converted coal unit and on an efficient new combined cycle.
So, Mr. Kalimba, this project would be in place starting in 2027 as limestone conversion project. It would cost upwards of 125 million. I know that's a high-end estimate. Would it make economic sense to go forward with the limestone conversion project if East Bend were to convert to 100% gas in 2030?
I think that it's possible that it still makes sense, given that there's high risk. And again, that presumes that the natural gas conversion case makes sense. The other things I didn't mention about the natural gas conversion case is that you'd be continuing to operate East Bend, which is an aging facility. Now, the operation on 100% natural gas versus running coal is less hard on the unit, if you will, but it's nonetheless, it's an aging unit that's going to have to be retired eventually. We assume that it ran into past 2041 on natural gas conversion, so we don't have this additional cost of replacement generation in the IRP. And that's why, in a lot of cases, that natural gas conversion case looks less expensive, because we're not replacing the unit in the IRP, we just let it run, so you don't have that incremental cost in there. So, again, the other issue is that if you go down the natural gas conversion path and EPA 111 goes away, then all of a sudden you've converted your natural gas, your coal unit to 100% natural gas in a marketplace that is now all of a sudden shifted to living in a world where there is no 111. And so now you've got a unit that most certainly won't run because all the coal units are still online in the PJM marketplace. You're just sitting there with an inefficient unit that won't run. So, coming back to your question, investing in the limestone conversion project and then switching to natural gas just carries significant risk because today we don't know what's going to happen with 111, right? So, going down this path, going down a natural gas conversion path doesn't make sense. And so whether or not we included the limestone conversion project in that case or not, in my mind, almost doesn't matter because it's a path that I just cannot suggest that we would recommend for our customers.
Let's talk about the cost of this project. So it costs $125 million and it's up and running at the start of 2027.
Mm-hmm.
In a scenario where this plant converts to gas in 2030,
Mm-hmm.
could you make your money back on that $125 million investment in just 3 years?
So possibly, we don't know. The other issue is that you still have to make an investment to meet MATS compliance in this time frame, and that is not something that we fully evaluated within the IRP because the final MATS rule came out later. But there will still need to be investment, and I think when the skiers can talk more about what that investment might entail. But you still have to do something. So the $125 million is not the full comparative to doing nothing. You're still gonna have to make some investment of that $125 million.
We will have some questions for Mr. Gears about MATS. How do you said possibly, that was where you started with that answer, which was, could you make your money back? You said possibly. How does that work? Are the fuel cost differences or the reagent differences in price between your current quicklime process and the conversion to a limestone process, could that save you upwards of, I don't know, like $40 million a year?
So let's say in 27, 28, and 29, we have cold winter months, right? And we don't do the project. So in those cases, because we didn't do the project and the quicklime product is expensive, again, you're not running the unit. If that unit's not running, and then it gets called upon from PJM to actually operate on cold winter mornings in 1, 2, or 3 of those winter months, or winter months of those 3 years, and it doesn't start up, my understanding, the economic penalty is significant. And I think there's a possibility that the project could easily pay off in a single year because of the risk around the capacity not showing up when called upon for PJM.
What if there's a major equipment failure, say 2032? What does that do to the economics of the project?
I'm not sure I can answer that hypothetical.
Let's talk about MATS compliance, which you mentioned.
Mhm.
You said there's a project that's needed for MATS compliance.
Mhm.
Is that on the FGD scrubber?
I'm not 100% sure what the project is. Again, I defer to witness skiers on the requirements for the MATS project.
Fair. I asked only because you brought up MATS, but all of our MATS questions should go to Mr. Gears.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Understood?
He's the first person that can answer, and then there may be other witnesses after him that can follow up as well.
So, leaving MATS aside, is there another environmental obligation that would prompt the limestone conversion project?
Other than just for meeting SOX requirements and the purpose of doing it. So if the quicklime went away, then yes, you would certainly need to do it to meet environmental compliance requirements.
Shouldn't the analysis that you all went through, the modeling scenarios, should at least one of those tested converting East Bend to gas by 2030 without the cost of the Limestone conversion project?
No, again, I would never recommend, or I would struggle to find a scenario where I would recommend doing the natural gas conversion project. So we made the decision that it made sense to evaluate the limestone conversion project under what our preferred portfolio is, which is the DFO case.
But just so I'm clear, the limestone conversion project is not required under a scenario where the plant converts to gas by 2030.
It's not required until the plant, it is required until the plant converts to natural gas. After it converts to natural gas, yes, you're correct, that it would no longer be required.
What would it be required for if it's not MATS and it's not some other environmental compliance obligation?
Your alternative is quicklime. So, right, so you can continue down the quicklime path, and yes, you could try and rely on that path and rely on that supplier and rely that it's gonna be there when you need it, and that the cost is gonna be, sufficient enough or low enough that the East Bend will actually be economic to operate in the marketplace.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colombo. Let's leave MATS aside for the moment. Leave that for Mr. Gears. I want to talk about the cost of the limestone conversion project and cost for the plan. Do you have Duke's reply comments with you at the table? I see you have a big binder of information.
I do.
If you pull up page 23 of those comments,
I'm sorry, which document was that?
these are Duke's reply comments in this matter. They were filed, let's see if there's there is no date on the front of this, I don't think.
Chair, I can put them up on the screen if that's helpful.
Yeah, yeah.
Jim, can you put my screen on there?
I would tell you the date, but there is no date either on the top of the signature block, so I think it was the 27th. But certainly page 23, Mr. Colombo.
Yep, I'm there.
Okay. Can you see the table that's on page 23?
I do.
These are revenues and fuel costs for East Bend Unit 2, correct?
They are. I did not pull this table together. This is part of Witness Wes's area of expertise, who's on after me.
Okay.
But I see the table.
Okay. Let's look at that second column is the revenue from the PJM market. If you go down in the rows, you get to 2023 and then year-to-date 2024 just through July. So the first 7 months of 2024.
I see that.
So as I read this table, it shows the PJM revenue in 2023 is about 70.9 million, correct?
That's what the table says, but my understanding is that Witness Wes has some more information around what's in this table and how to properly read it.
Okay. And if we take, let's stay in year 2023 and we move one column to the right, it shows fuel costs for East Bend 2. Is that accurate?
That's what it says in the table.
And what are the fuel costs for 2023?
Approximately 85.37 million.
So roughly 15 million more than the revenue from selling electricity?
Looks like it's 14.4 million.
Your math is better than mine.
Well, it's in the table.
Let's look at one row down, so the first half roughly of 2024. What are the revenues for the East Bend plant, at least as they're reported in this table?
49.87 million roughly.
And the fuel costs?
53.56.
All right. So, reading this table that's in Duke's reply comments, it looks to me like in 2023 and so far in 2024, or at least let's say through July, the fuel costs of the plant have exceeded the revenue from the sale of electricity from the plant. Is that accurate?
According to this table, it is. However, on the rest of page 23, page 24, and through most of 25, Witness Wes explains why the table doesn't tell the full story around those economics, and I can't adequately provide that color that he can provide right after I get off.
We can ask questions,
Great.
Mr. Swez, but just so I'm clear, that description 23, 24, 25, that's not Mr. Suez's testimony though, correct? That's,
I'm sorry, that's
the reply comments.
Duke's general reply comments back.
Just wanted to make sure we're on the same page about that. What's driving the cost to be so high for the plant?
On the fuel costs or it varies with whatever the fuel price is, coal prices, that we're purchasing. Again, there's issue that around whether we should be using market price of coal in here or the accounting price of coal, and again, Witness Suez is more fluent in what the proper fuel cost should be for this analysis.
Let's talk about the cost for the inputs to the limestone scrubber, to the limestone conversion project, both before the conversion and after. What's the company's best estimate of the annual costs in 2027, 2028, and 2029 if you operate the scrubber with the current quicklime process?
I don't have that. I have to.
If you look at the Duke's discovery response, DR 02006 to Sierra Club, pages 2 and 3, if you have those in front of you.
Give me a second to get there.
Your Honor, if we're getting into specific numbers, I believe that response was confidential.
We need to go into confidential. It's quick to go into confidential record if you wanna ask specific questions about those members.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And I'll ask, remaining counsel that if you have specific questions about this document to try and go ahead and I'll give you an opportunity to ask before we go back on to public record. But Candace, if we could switch to confidential, let me know when we're ready. we're back on topic.
Thank you. Mr. Kalemba, the Duke's reply comments here on page 11. States that at the time the forecasts and assumptions were developed for the IRP in late 2023, the economics of the conversion project were favorable in comparison to the cost of the reagents that would be required without the conversion, even if the unit were to stop burning coal by 2023. Do you see those words? That's the final paragraph on page 11.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object that council misstated what is written in the document.
Response, council.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I think I said 2023. I should have said 2030 in the last word of what I spoke. All right, so, Mr. Kalemba, you see where we're looking. It's that bottom, that
Yes, I
bottom
see it.
paragraph.
Yes. The
The point being that even under a scenario where the plant stops burning coal by 2030, the limestone conversion project makes economic sense.
Based on the numbers that we had at the time that we did the IRP, yes.
Is that your opinion today?
Again, if you believed that natural gas conversion made sense, which I don't, then the economics would be much closer. Again, I haven't done the full evaluation of additional costs that would be required, that are already included in the 125 million. So I can't answer that with complete confidence today.
Right. And you've acknowledged here that today, as we spoke, that the costs that were modeled in the IRP, both for the cost of the current quick lime reagent and the cost of conversion of the project, this limestone conversion project, that those are different today than what they were modeled in the IRP.
What was filed in CPCN is higher than what was used in the IRP, and the reason they're higher is because the CPCN uses the full contingency, whereas the IRP used something closer to the midpoint. But yes, I would agree that the CPCN filing is different than the IRP.
Fair. And despite these cost estimates, these forecasts being out of date, is it your position that Duke shouldn't need to reanalyze these costs before the commission acts on the IRP?
I think that the CPCN docket is the place where we're making our case for the CPCN or the limestone conversion project. And there's analysis included in that filing where we're providing information on that, the economics of that project.
So how incorrect or out of date would cost forecasts in the IRP modeling have to be before you would recommend new analysis before the commission rules on the IRP?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I'll allow it.
I'm not quite sure I can answer, at what point it doesn't make sense to do it. The reason, I believe the only reason that we wouldn't do the project is if you potential reason would be if you went down the natural gas conversion pathway. And if you went down the natural gas conversion pathway, you have to retire all of your coal handling equipment, which is at significant expense. I think there's still a question around whether or not that could actually happen under current regulations in Kentucky. It would have to go, we believe it would have to go to the EPIC for their analysis of that project. Additionally, there are all the, again, I won't restate all the risk factors, but happy to go into that again if we need to. But the only potential pathway I see where we wouldn't want to move forward on that is if we went towards natural gas conversion. Now, of course, there would be some costs that I could not estimate what it would be for us to not do that project at all and just say, we're gonna run with the risk. And there is some cost out there that I wouldn't be able to estimate.
Mr. Clement, I want to draw your attention to page 12 of the reply comments.
Okay.
Would you read that first full sentence on page 12 that begins with the word nonetheless?
Nonetheless, it remains true that failing to pursue the conversion project would expose customers to future cost and supply risk associated with reagent procurement and a future in which the unit continues to burn coal into the 2030s, including the event that US EPA 111D is reversed.
Those cost, those future cost and supply risks, those don't exist if East Bend converts to 100% gas in 2030, correct?
They exist from 27 through whenever the unit converts to natural gas, and then you take on additional costs and supply risk.
All right, Mr. Kalimba, I have a couple of questions about the gas price forecasts that are included in the IRP. Do you know the date of the gas price forecast that the IRP relied on?
Flip to that page. I believe those would have been in late 2023, but I don't know the exact date. I believe it's late 2023. It may have been updated in very early 24.
And to your knowledge, gas prices in 2023 and particularly in 2022, those were high, were they not?
That's my recollection.
And do you know what the primary cause of those high prices was?
I think there were several causes. I think we have a fuel witness here that could potentially help, but supply was one risk, one cause, and for some reason it's slipping me what other risks or causes were for the high gas prices at the time.
One of those causes was the Russia and Ukraine war, was it not?
That is correct, yes.
And gas prices in 2024 have been lower than those prices, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So if Duke were to update the gas forecast, and the price projections would be lower than what was found in the IRP, correct?
Yes, I mean, the gas prices that we're showing here are fairly low, but yes, they would be lower today than in the IRP.
And those lower gas prices, those would tend to make a full conversion scenario where the plant's converting to 100% gas more attractive than running on coal, correct?
It would make that case more attractive. It would also make power prices generally lower in the marketplace. And so, yes, there would be a lower cost, but it's tough to say how much more, if at all, East Bend would operate on natural gas if it was converted.
And in a scenario where you have lower gas prices than what was modeled in the IRP, it would also make the dual fuel operation more attractive, correct?
It would make the dual fuel option more attractive. Yes, that's correct.
All right, Mr. Kalimba, I have just a couple of questions left, and they deal with PVRR. Can you
Okay.
tell us what that acronym stands for?
It's present value revenue requirements.
And can you tell us what that acronym means?
So it takes all the costs that are included in the IRP, whether those are capital costs or operating costs, and brings them to present value dollars, so you can compare the costs of portfolios on an apples-to-apples basis in today's dollars.
And it's Duke's view that the dual fuel operations, co-firing, is cheaper than full conversion under 111D. Is that right?
In some cases, and in some cases, the full natural gas conversion is cheaper than the DFO case.
And as part of your work, did you look at Sierra Club's comments in this matter?
I did.
In the reply comments, Duke contended that Sierra Club's argument that the conversion, the full conversion plan was actually the least cost option was not correct. And that it didn't know how the Sierra Club's calculations were done. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Columba, do you have among the documents in front of you, and I know you have at least 3 binders that I can see, do you have Sierra Club's comments in front of you?
I think I do.
Would you pull up page 11, please?
Got it. Yes, I'm there.
And on page 11, do you see that first full paragraph that begins Sierra Club through its experts?
Yes.
Would you read just those first 3 sentences?
Sierra Club, through its experts at Applied Economics Clinic, recalculated the PBR for Duke's portfolios with the data provided by the company. Our calculations also add the cost for existing units provided by Duke to the revenue requirements directly reported in Encompass, which include the costs associated with Limestone conversion project at East Bend. Sierra Club then calculated the PBR using the weighted average cost of capital, WACC, of 7.29%, reported in the company's modeling outputs.
Thank you. That was a bit of a mouthful. Do you agree that those sentences that you just read clearly describe the calculation and refer to the data that was used by Sierra Club?
They describe the methodology, but we don't have access to the actual calculations, which would be helpful. Additionally, I think the part of the concern and issue was that the summary table was not clear. It was table 1, which is confidential in their filing, but table 1, we had to re-look at in our reply comments and put in table 1 that did the actual comparison in the proper manner. I think there was confusion around which numbers were in what columns on Sierra Club's table 1. So we laid out on page 12 of our reply comments what the PVRs were and tried to match Sierra Club's numbers as well.
And did Duke ask any discovery questions about how Sierra Club calculated its figures?
We did ask for all data provided by Sierra Club and, machine readable format, and I think there was an objection to that data request.
Did you get the data request even despite the objection?
We didn't get, I don't recall seeing the numbers and the calculations.
So did Duke try and replicate Sierra Club's calculations based on the methodology that we provided?
We didn't try and replicate those calculations. We were just trying to understand where these numbers, I think the confusion was in the scenarios listed in table 1 of Sierra Club's filing. What we were trying to figure out was how those were actually calculated, and as you explained, there were words to that, but we couldn't see the background calculations. And then it wasn't clear if they were calculating the optimized portfolio for the co-firing cases, or if we were using the alternate portfolios for the co-fire cases. So that's why we just went ahead and summarized in table 1 of our comments the PBRs that we had, which generally I think tell a somewhat similar story, though the numbers are slightly different.
Do you have reason to dispute Sierra Club's PBR numbers?
I can't say fully that I don't dispute them until I see the actual calculations, but I don't have reason to doubt that they would, or don't have reason to believe that they would manipulate numbers.
You said there was some confusion about whether the numbers referred to optimized or alternative portfolios, I think is what you said.
Yes.
Did Did you ask which of those were included in the calculations?
No, at the time, we did not. But again, we had asked for all calculations, and we didn't receive those calculations.
Mr. Colombo, what would happen to the PVRR in the 100% conversion case by 2030 if Duke excluded the $125 million limestone conversion project?
It would decrease,
Do we know the magnitude of that decrease?
roughly close to the 125 million or so.
But it wasn't modeled in the IRP.
It was not.
And to your knowledge, it wasn't modeled in the CPCN document?
What was not, I'm confused by the question, what wasn't modeled in the CPCN docket?
The PVRR of the gas conversion case without the $125
I don't
million.
believe it was, no.
Sorry, can you say
I do
that?
not believe that it was, no.
Got it. I think I just have one more question for you, Mr. Colombo, which is, what are the costs of operating East Bend beyond 2035?
I believe are we talking in the, we're talking in the preferred plan?
Yeah.
There's a table in the IRP that shows ongoing operating costs. I believe that might be confidential. It's a long binder when it gets there.
Make sure we confirm whether it's confidential. before
Yeah,
we answer.
I'm gonna do that before I answer. Yeah, so table H2 in the IRP is a confidential table, but it does include the ongoing costs to operate East Bend.
And those costs, without going into the specific numbers, presumably those are maintenance costs, yes?
Yes, ongoing maintenance costs, variable costs, other fixed operating costs.
Shouldn't those maintenance costs start going up as you get to operating a 55-year-old power plant?
There are points where you do have increased costs over time where you have to take the unit down to do a major project to replace turbines and things of that nature.
Mr. Colombo, I have one other question for you about the gas. I'm sorry. I thought I was done. I have one more
Okay.
with the help of co-counsel, which is, does Duke have a gas price forecast that's more recent than the one used in the IRP?
I'm sure that we do somewhere have, that we've developed, we do have, we update natural gas prices forecasts fairly frequently.
Thankfully, I think the commission has provided for a process for us to ask for those numbers in post-hearing data requests. All right, Mr. Colombo, thank you for your time. It's a pleasure speaking with you this morning. I don't have any further questions for you.
Okay. Joint interveners?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Colombo.
Morning.
My name is Cassandra McCray. Ask you a few questions on behalf of the joint interveners. If I could just ask you a couple questions, following up on some of the subject matter you were talking about with Mr. Shove. You talked about the directional impact for the PVRR if you had done modeling runs that didn't include the limestone conversion just now, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Shove actually about the magnitude of that, and you said it'd be about the cost of the project, 125 million, right? That was your testimony?
That's correct, yes.
I just wanted to clarify. $125 million capital project, Duke would want a return on and of that investment, right, from customers?
That's right. Yeah.
Do the PVRR numbers that you give us include not just capital
they're-
expense, but return on and of?
They included those calculations, yes.
So it would be more than the capital cost for the limestone conversion?
Yeah, once you PVRR back to today's dollars and do that, it might be a little bit higher than, 125 million.
Do you, know this isn't your ballpark. Do you happen to know what the total cost to be recovered from customers would be for that $125 million capital cost?
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Is there another witness here today who might be able to answer?
No. I'm not sure if witness Donner or perhaps maybe witness Lawler perhaps may have those numbers.
That's great, thank you. To get back into your main wheelhouse, the integrated resource planning, I understand that you moved into your current role overseeing the Midwest resource planning earlier this year.
No, I moved into Midwest Planning earlier in '23, and then I took my current role in earlier this year, which is over the IRPs across our jurisdictions.
But you've been involved with integrated resource planning and for other Duke affiliates.
I have.
For over a decade, or?
Yes.
Okay. So here for the Kentucky IRP, to talk just briefly about the software that you all are using.
Okay.
You use the Encompass model.
We do.
And Encompass has both a resource optimization function and a production cost model function.
Yes, there's a capacity expansion model that figures out what types of generation to build, and then the production cost model figures out what the cost is to operate those resources.
Were you around at Duke and part of integrated resource planning when the company used ProSim for its production cost modeling?
I was, yes.
Yeah. Were you a part of the team in Duke Carolinas that evaluated what to do after ProSim stopped supporting?
I was not part of the evaluation. The modeling team at the time took care of the evaluation, but I was on the Carolinas team that used whatever path they decided to move down.
Do you recall why Duke moved off of ProSim?
Objection, irrelevant.
If I may?
Yes, respond.
Yeah, I'm just moving to the point that Duke updates its processes and methodologies over time. This is, a super foundational point to that, but that's the relevance that Duke IRP in 2018 isn't a Duke IRP in 2021, isn't a Duke IRP in 2024. There's differences, and this is one of the ways that Duke has changed.
If you know or have an opinion.
I don't recall the full reasons why we moved to Encompass. I think support was one issue with ProSim.
Yeah, it's not meant to be a gotcha any kind of way.
Yeah, I think there was also it wasn't as public, the ProSim model wasn't as public, so Encompass, it was easier to get a license and for others to operate it and things of that nature. And I think some aspect of the flexibility of Encompass was better than ProSim, but I don't know those details.
But generally, it's your understanding that you moved from ProSim to Encompass to get higher quality analysis.
That was part of it.
So, and you haven't gone back to using ProSim, you're sticking with Encompass.
No, we have not gone back.
Encompass, unlike ProSim, is still supported with updates from its vendor.
It is.
Duke has a license for Encompass.
We do.
Are you able to use the Encompass software? Is there any limit to the use that you would make of that software in a one-year period?
I'm not sure what you mean by limits. Like, is the model not capable of doing analysis, or is it we are not allowed to use it for
Yeah, fair
analysis?
question. It's not as though your license says you get to do 20 Encompass runs in calendar year 2024, right?
Right, we can do unlimited up to whatever the computing capacity enables us to do.
And is it just Duke's in-house computing capacity, or also do you contract for access to cloud computing and higher powered computers to make those modeling runs faster?
I think our servers are all on site, but I'm actually not sure if we've actually entered into contracts for the cloud support at this point.
Okay. So the 2024 IRP has differences from the, to updated inputs and other differences from the 2021 IRP, right?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, when you make a change to your IRP process or analysis, is it fair to assume that the company intends for that change to improve the quality of its integrated resource planning?
Yeah, an improvement can take different forms, but generally it's to improve the process, whether it's to make it, hopefully give us better answers or make the process more efficient. Yes.
Sometimes are you also getting more certainty, as for example, with the passage of the 111 rules, as compared to the 2021 IRP use of a carbon tax adder?
Yes, so I would say that at the time, with the passage of the law, there was somewhat more level of certainty, because now there was a EPA 111 law in the books. Then there's other factors that are always gonna be uncertain around other legislation, fuel prices, whatnot. But yes, there are things that become over time more certain, and we'll incorporate those.
You used a phrase talking with Mr. Schoaf of snapping a chalk line
Yes, ma'am.
for the IRP. You need a point in time, you gotta lock in the inputs, you gotta start running the model. Is it fair to say that with every filing that you put before this commission, at some point you have to snap a chalk line for what's gonna be in that initial application?
That's fair.
Is it Duke's practice ordinarily to try to snap a chalk line as close as possible to when it needs to file an application?
We'll do our best to do that, yeah.
But to the extent that you have, let me strike that, just stop there. So, you talked briefly with Mr. Schoaf about your table 1 and Duke's reply comment at page 12.
Yes.
For those optimized portfolios, I just wanted to understand, the way you presented it here, you're giving a difference between the with or without 111D scenarios, right? For
Yes.
each of the 4 East Bend operational pathways modeled.
That's correct.
Okay. And do I understand these numbers right? Like at the first one, would that be $2.5 billion?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the difference then between the PBRR for, say, the natural gas conversion by 2030, with or without the 111D rules, that's a delta of about $13 million on a PBRR basis?
That's right.
Okay. So that's a way that you can kind of see the cost impacts for each of those operational pathways with or without the 111D rules.
That's correct.
Has Duke done an analysis to see what the cost impacts of Kentucky's new laws establishing a rebuttable presumption against against the retirement of fossil fuel fired units?
I'm not, in this IRP, we did not do an analysis of that.
Are you aware if Duke has done that analysis anywhere else?
I haven't been involved with that analysis.
Okay. Talking about the alternate portfolios that you've got listed conveniently on that same page, I just wanted to understand, in those runs, were the portfolios entirely fixed, and these are the results just from the production cost modeling, or was there some resource optimization modeling done too for these alternate portfolios?
So for the alternate portfolios, what was fixed, for instance, in the first row, the East Bend DFO conversion with CC replacement by 2039, what was fixed was retiring East Bend on 12/31/38 and replacing it with a combined cycle. Outside of that, the model could have selected other resources if it chose to, whether it's, selecting solar, storage, what have you, in that case. And then as you move down the replacement options are being fixed in those to test what the cost differences are if you went down different replacement options.
Okay, and it's possible in scenarios without the 111 rules that the model would retire East Bend after 2036.
It is possible. We tested 2036 and 2041 to see what the range of potential outcomes were.
Is it possible that in scenarios without the 111 rules, the model retires East Bend before 2036?
In some scenarios, it's potential. However, given the time frame to get new generation online and approved, that would have been looking at 2032 at the absolute earliest. And so, the evaluation that we did in 111, where we retired East Bend by 2032, showed that it was, a more expensive pathway. And I think we use that type of information to assess, do we need to be looking at that in a no 111 world in 2032, 33, 34, given how long the risk around being able to get new combined cycles, new generation online to replace East Bend. So we made the assumption that 2035 was a reasonable date to assume. And I think what we found is that by accelerating new generation over time, or that that incremental cost to accelerate that new generation typically is going to cause you to have a higher PVR. Now, in the 2035 versus 2041 case, that PVR is pretty close and only flips in the last couple of years. So you're starting to get to a point where it starts to make sense to accelerate the retirement even though that you're accelerating new generation earlier in time. That would be more costly.
Thank you for that. Let me just try to refocus the question if I
Sure.
could. It's possible that if a model was allowed to economically choose when to retire East Bend 2, then a modeling run could economically, if allowed to do so, could economically retire the unit before or after any year.
That is true, yes.
And Duke did not do such a modeling run as part of this IRP.
We did not let the model optimize or let it endogenously select the retirement date of East Bend.
And just as a general principle, as somebody who runs models, doing a modeling run does not at all commit Duke to implement a result of a modeling run, right?
That is true.
Would you-
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just trying to, if I give you a yes/no question, it can be a short answer and we'll get out of here quicker. When was the last time that Duke ran a capacity expansion model without limiting East Bend 2's retirement such that the model could choose an economically optimal retirement date?
I'm trying to recall if in the 21 IRP that it was, I wasn't a part of that, but there may have been cases where that it was allowed to economically, select the retirement date of East Bend.
2021 IRP?
Yes.
That would have been based on inputs for a chalk line well ahead of when you filed that IRP. Do you happen to recall when the chalk line for your inputs in the 2021
It would have been a
IRP?
similar time frame as this chalk line, several months before the filing.
So if this one was summer of '24 for the '24 IRP, and it was late 2023 for your chalk line, that would put us about late 2020 for your 2021 IRP?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I won't strictly hold you to that. In the last 3 years, you never thought to rerun that model?
No, quite a bit's changed in the last 3 years. I mean, in the EPA 111 world, which is the law of the land, and particularly the law of the land when we started this IRP process, the primary focus was how do we comply with EPA 111? There was only one retirement date that was reasonable and we were able to actually execute on. That was the 2032 retirement date. Other than that, we couldn't execute on that. The No 111 was to test what happens in a No 111 world. And, but again, our primary preferred portfolio here that we've included is this EPA 111 scenario.
Understood, thank you. So if I could just briefly talk with you, Mr. Columba, about integrated resource planning and energy affordability.
Okay.
So if you wanted for reference, Duke's reply at 2. The second sentence of the second paragraph, all the way over at the right margin, it begins, it represents, referring to the 2024 IRP, Duke Energy Kentucky's proposed roadmap to meet future and energy and demand requirements without compromising reliability of service, energy affordability, or the power demands of a growing region. Do you see that?
I do,
And you agree with that?
yes.
Yeah. You agree that integrated resource planning is important to setting Duke on a roadmap that protects energy affordability?
Yes, and it balances a lot of factors, but that is certainly one of the key factors. Yes.
And so one of the 3 primary criteria that you used in the development of this IRP was PVRR, intended as a proxy for energy affordability, correct?
Yes,
And doing that, using PVRR as a metric, can protect energy affordability because, hypothetically, a utility is doing a portfolio level integrated analysis of all potentially reasonable alternatives, right?
yes, I generally agree with that, yeah.
All right. Another pretty straightforward one, to talk to you briefly about IRPs and transparency. So, in Kentucky, you're reporting your IRPs to this commission every 3 years, right?
Yes,
Okay. And is it your understanding that there's a twofold requirement or a twofold purpose behind this regulation at the time that it was adopted? To make sure integrated resource planning is happening and to make sure commission and stakeholders are informed of utility plans.
yes, I think that's right, yep.
Is that similar to why Duke affiliates in other jurisdictions do their IRPs as well?
I think that's a primary focus of an IRP generally, yeah. Yes.
I noticed Duke doesn't just file integrated resource plans with its regulator. These are also posted on Duke's public-facing websites, right?
They are,
And that's an ordinary practice for Duke to take an IRP and put it on the website where its customers could find it.
yes.
Okay. Do you happen to know, Mr. Columba, about how many proceedings before this commission Duke was involved in 2024?
I think quite a few. I don't have any idea of the number.
Subject to check, do you think it would be not uncommon for Duke to have on a ballpark of 20 proceedings that it's involved in?
That's probably right.
And so maybe in the 3 years since your 2021 IRP, subject to check, if we were in that 20 per year ballpark, that'd be about 60 proceedings that have happened between the 2021 IRP and the 2024 IRP.
The math is right, yes.
How many of those proceedings does Duke put the application or, testimony or other aspect of their commission filing onto their public-facing website?
I have no idea.
Is it possible the answer's none?
It's possible. I haven't searched, but
So the IRP gets somewhat special recognition and special placement on the company website, and that's a good thing,
yeah.
yeah. You read joint interveners' comments on the 2024 IRP?
I did.
And do you recall us expressing some concerns about the IRP's lack of discussion about changes in the capacity market participation and new capital investment needs at East Bend 2?
Yes, so with regards to the changes in the,
I'm sorry, objection, Your Honor?
I'm sorry.
We'll just, I just wanted, it's non-responsive. My question was just if he recalled joint interveners' comments critiquing those 2 points. I haven't actually asked him for anything substantively on those points yet.
So, I don't think you had answered the question yet, but do you understand the question?
I understand the question, but I was wondering if you could point me to those comments, because
Yes, I can do that. Do you have joint interveners' comments?
I do.
In front of you? Okay. So let's see, section 4 talks about how the IRP does not identify or reasonably evaluate certain decisions, and that is at page 15, that section begins.
yes, I see that.
Okay. And there's some discussion that we're not to yet in subpart A, but if you jump ahead to subpart B at page 17. And if you wanted to just read that first full paragraph to yourself, and then let me know when you're.
Mhm. Yes, I see that.
Just as a matter of fact, you can confirm for me, right, that the 2024 IRP does not explicitly talk about how Duke may change its participation in PJM capacity markets, right?
Not in the IRP filing itself, but in the subsequent comments, we discuss,
Sure.
start to go through some of the near-term actions.
Is Duke gonna, never mind, sorry, scratch that. And just as a matter of fact, again, do you also can confirm that there is no narrative discussion within the 2024 IRP of this limestone conversion project, other than that one table reference?
I can confirm that, yes.
All right, now we can back up to the concepts in the subpart A of that section, talking about the steps to be taken in the next 3 years. And really here, I wanted to ask you some follow-up questions. So I'll just, generally to set the table, do you agree that, or you recall that joint interveners' comments also questioned whether or not the IRP was specific enough with regard to the steps Duke plans to take in the next 3 years? Do you recall that from the comment?
I do.
And are you familiar with Duke's response in its reply to that comment?
I do.
So Duke offered some additional specificity in its reply, correct?
Yes.
And that can be found at pages 9 and 10 of the reply?
That is correct.
So, can you tell me, for the first bullet, upon receipt of a CPCN, the company will perform detailed studies and whatnot. What if CPCN is denied?
Well, then we'll proceed down alternative pathways that are available to us. And, as new information comes available around quicklime, and there's been filings within that CPCN proceeding around additional information, then we would have to move down the alternative pathway. Still have to comply with MATs, and so there would still be additional project work that would need to take place. But yes, there's the alternative pathways we'd have to follow.
Assuming you do go ahead with the second bullet, the East Bend 2 co-firing plan, approximately when would you expect to be filing a CPCN application with this commission?
So depending on what happens next year with the change in administration and whatnot, but our current plans would be sometime later next year. We'd be making a filing if we were to move down that path under the current assumed timeline.
Later next year? Like second quarter?
Second
third quarter?
half, probably,
Second half, third quarter maybe of 25?
potentially, yeah.
Things change.
Yes.
I understand, I don't. Okay, so moving ahead onto page 10 with a third bullet point on solar. Do you have an idea of when approximately a CPCN application would be filed for solar to bring online in 2029?
I know there's been some discussion around that, and I refer to witness Ruscio, who can shed some more light on that.
And then on energy efficiency and demand response, does the company plan to perform a market potential study at any time in the next 3 years?
I'm not aware, but I think witness Duff, who's here today, can certainly talk to plans for DSM and energy efficiency.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Kleba, I'm not sure these questions are for you, but I'd like to talk briefly about the transmission and distribution analysis in the IRP.
Okay.
Do you recall joint interveners' comment questioning whether the company had presented an adequate analysis of transmission and distribution efficiencies as part of the IRP?
I recall, but I don't recall exactly where, but I do recall that comment.
Well, if you'd just like to refresh your recollection, I'm not trying to ask you specific questions about this, but I think it should be in section 6, starting at page 25, of joint interveners' comments. If you just wanted to briefly look at that to refresh your recollection, and then let me know when you're ready.
I agree. I'm sorry, I see that.
And then I'd also like to refer you to Duke's reply comment on this point, which you can find at page 8 to 9. It starts with the second full paragraph on page 8.
I see that.
And then continuing on to page 9, as I read the top of page 9, I understand the company to say that transmission needs aren't really to be identified as part of the IRP. And what the IRP includes is estimated transmission network upgrade costs for each generic resource type evaluated. Am I understanding that?
That's, yep, so when we allowed the model to select generic resources, there's a proxy for what that estimated transmission network upgrade costs would be for each of the resources.
There is an exception for that, perhaps for the generic combined cycle replacement, is that right?
Yes, so if the presumption is that a combined cycle would be replacing East Bend on-site and would use the interconnection rights associated with East Bend.
Did a generic SMR resource get that same exception?
I don't recall if it did or not, actually. I would need to follow up on that.
So that's the extent of transmission and distribution that was, included in your IRP modeling, but you're aware that the IRP in Appendix A also reports on transmission and distribution projects to be undertaken, right?
That's right.
Is it your understanding that transmission and distribution projects are reported in Appendix A because the IRP requires a discussion of all options considered for improvements to and more efficient utilization of transmission and distribution facilities?
That's my understanding.
Now, if I wanted to talk about the specific projects listed in Appendix A, should I do that with you?
No, I do not have the background on the transmission projects, and I'm not sure if we have a witness that is available to discuss these transmission projects specific to Appendix A.
Back up to just kind of understand. You're the VP at the head of Integrated Resource Planning. Okay. The folks whose data responses you've adopted for purposes, are those largely people who were on your like IRP analysis team for
Yes,
this?
yeah.
But all the witnesses today were not necessarily a part of working up the IRP, is that right?
They're all responsible, for the most part, for providing inputs into the IRP, and so they have much more of the detail around the inputs and some of the information that's included in there. So we take those inputs and use them in our analysis.
Okay. So there's a separate team that's responsible for analyzing transmission and distribution?
There's a transmission planning organization and distribution as well.
And I want to distinguish between, well, scratch that. So the inputs that you used for the IRP modeling, who provided those inputs? The transmission inputs, excuse me, the network upgrade interconnection costs for
I believe for the transmission interconnection costs that were assumed in there, we used results from the latest PJM transmission studies as a general proxy, and I believe, I don't recall which, who specifically would have provided those, but folks who are involved with the PJM marketplace would have been providing that information.
Council, I've been asked to take a break. Are you at a close stopping point, or do you still have significant amount to go?
Yeah, this would be a good stopping point, I think, yeah.
Okay, but you have more questioning? Okay, let's do a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we are back on the record in case number 2024-00197. Thanks everyone for patience with the break. And council, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Conferring briefly and understanding that further questions on transmission and distribution shouldn't go to you, Mr. Klemba. I think we just proposed to follow up on those with some post-hearing data requests and would have no further questions for Mr. Klemba today.
Oh, okay. That worked out just fine, didn't it? All right. So now we'll move back to Mr. Cook, if you're ready.
Thank you, Chair.
Proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Kalemba.
Morning.
I had just a couple of questions for you. So you've stated before that you've been involved with IRPs and other Duke operating companies as well.
I have.
Okay. So at least here in Kentucky, utilities are charged with maintaining the reliability of their systems. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Duke's goal, if I understand it correctly, is to plan for a system that has 24/7 reliability.
Yes.
Okay. And failure to maintain reliability of the company's system could subject the utility to penalties. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely.
In other words, is it fair to assume that in developing an IRP, the end goal must always be a system that is reliable all the time?
That is, I'd say table stakes when we're developing IRPs, that you have to maintain a reliable system, and that is what our goals are when we're developing an IRP.
Thank you. Chair, that's all I have.
Okay, Zach?
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Mr. Kalemba.
Good morning.
One of the first things that you said when you took the stand was that East Bend is a base load station, and that if it were a natural gas only station, that there is a risk of problems with startup. Did I characterize that correctly?
There is a risk anytime you have an asset that's been idle and not running for a long period of time, that when you go to push the button to start it back up, in simple terms, that it may not be there to do that. So there are things that you have to do to try and maintain that reliability, and those costs to test it from on occasion, those aren't included in this evaluation.
But it's something that's considered by Duke
Absolutely.
making decisions.
Absolutely.
Sure. So when you say it's a base load unit, does that mean that it's considered a must-run status?
So I can't, there's certain terms that are in PJM, like must run, and other specific terms that I think witness Suez can talk better to. But when I talk about base load generation, it's designed to start up and run for long periods of time and not shut down and then start up right when it's called upon, like a CT or a peaker might be, or even battery storage or something along those lines.
So, yeah, I don't expect you to answer in detail about must-run status, but you indicated run for a long time. So I guess my question is, how concerned do you need to be about the ability to start up if you would expect to run this essentially all the time, that it's not in a maintenance outage, for example?
If it's running, I'm much less concerned that it's gonna run into a problem.
Does the Woodsdale station, has it had any startup issues like the kind you described?
I'm not aware. There may have been times where that's happened in the past, but knowing that it's a peaking unit, we know that that's what its operation is going to be. It's going to start up, shut down, and we can plan for that. It's more difficult to do that with a generator like East Bend.
If we were to issue a post-hearing data request about startup faults for Woodsdale, would you be able to provide that?
I could, but witness Suez, maybe others here might be able to answer that without that.
Jim, could you put up my screen, please? I'm gonna direct you to, and I think we looked at this earlier, Duke's reply comments.
Yes, sir.
You get that in front of you?
Yes.
Oh, that's up there now. If you look at the first, these first three rows here,
Yes.
and also look at PSC 118 attachment. Just let me know when you find that.
One second, please. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. It looks like the numbers for East Bend natural gas conversion by 2030 and East Bend retirement by 2032 are the 2040 numbers
I see that.
for those two.
I see that.
Do you think I'm right about that?
I think you're right about that,
Okay.
yes, sir.
However, the 2592 for East Bend DFO conversion by 2030 does not
Yeah.
match the row for that, and please make sure that I'm looking at the right thing. It's figure 6.1, optimized with CAA section 111 update,
Yep,
DFO conversion 2030.
yes, sir. Let me, go to the other file. Make sure. I think. Yeah, I believe in that figure 6.1, we may have pulled the wrong file on that. Let me just make sure I can find the 2592 and the other analysis real quick. Yeah, so that 2592 was from, yeah, so there was an error there. The figure 6.4 in that same DR 01018, page 4 of 4, that 2592, that's where that 2592 came from. Let me just make sure.
So the spreadsheet
Yeah.
has the correct number?
I believe the spreadsheet actually has the incorrect number, but I'm gonna confirm that. I need to confirm that. No, I'm sorry, I believe, actually, the spreadsheet is probably the right number, because it matches what's in the document, so I think, again, we made an error on that table in the reply comments, which surprised me, because we looked at that 300 times, but I'm with you.
Why was 2040 selected as the year to compare costs?
So when we were looking at the 2041, retire by 2041 case, we wanted to include the analysis that far out in time to try and capture the full life of East Bend in that alternative case.
Would it have made more sense to take the total amount over either the 15-year IRP review period or even longer, as opposed to taking a one-year snapshot?
Sorry, so that's cumulative, this is cumulative PBRR.
Okay.
So it is capturing the full fuel, the full PBRR.
That makes more sense, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the modeling assumptions. Mr. Kalimba, do the numbers on the spreadsheet that we're looking at, do they include retirement and replacement generation
Yes.
in, what, 2038?
So it would include the start of the replacement generation costs in 2038
Thank you.
for that DFO. Sorry.
And does that include CCS for the
Yeah.
conversion option?
That's right, and the optimized case, no, I'm sorry, not in the natural gas conversion case, so, let me walk through it. So, in the natural gas conversion case, the unit is converted to natural gas, meaning East Bend stays around, and it's converted to natural gas by 2030, and then it doesn't retire until post-2040. So there is no replacement generation in the natural gas conversion case. In the DFO conversion case, where you retire East Bend in 2030, at the end of 2038, optimized, it selected a combined cycle with CCS. So it would have included that full cost of the CCS in the combined cycle in 2038.
So was CCS was or was not included in this second row regarding natural gas conversion?
It was included in the row 4, scenario with DFO conversion in 2030. It was not included in row 5, scenario 100% natural gas conversion. Again, we did not retire and replace it with a combined cycle or put CCS. We didn't model East Bend running on coal with CCS by 2032. If you recall, there's 4 pathways under EPA 111. You could retire by 32. You could keep it running past 32 on 100% coal, but you have to add CCS. That's not viable by 2032. You can do the DFO conversion by 2030 and then retire it by 2039. Or you could do the 100% natural gas conversion, and you don't have to retire it. There is no timing on that. And you don't have to add CCS into that case.
So did you factor in the 40% capacity factor rule for the natural gas CCS?
In row 4, scenario with DFO conversion, we factored in the 40%, it has to burn 40% natural gas beginning in 2030. And then when it retires at the end of 38, it's replaced with a combined cycle with carbon capture sequestration in the optimized case, which is not our preferred portfolio, by the way. It's just the optimized case that you're looking at here.
If you could look at the IRP table 610. Which is on page 47.
I see it there on the screen.
Okay, 610 and 611 are both with the CEAA and both have CCs. Do those include carbon capture or not?
They do not, no.
And why not?
So, it's not required in those cases to meet compliance in 111. The only time that let me step through the modeling framework real quick. So in the optimized cases, which was the first table that we were looking at with, the figure 6.1, those are optimized. So in the optimized case, we let the model replace East Bend with whatever it wanted to do, and by 2038, we said combined cycle with CCS was available, and it replaced it with that. But given the nascent technology that carbon capture sequestration is. We said in our preferred portfolio, we're not gonna go that path. We're gonna replace it with a combined cycle that doesn't have carbon capture sequestration on it. So in these tables that you've got up on the screen here, these are those alternate portfolios that are not the true optimized portfolios. These are the portfolios where we said, okay, rather than putting CCS on the back end of a combined cycle, we're just gonna look at what happens if you replace it with a combined cycle. Under EPA Section 111, you do not need to put carbon capture sequestration on the back end of a combined cycle to be compliant.
All right, so is it fair to say that kind of the main generation selection pathway is hard-coded into each one of these 17 scenarios?
Yeah, so I would say that the retirement date is hard-coded in these first three optimized portfolios, but the replacement generation was not. It was allowed to select those. And then once we saw what the model was selecting as replacement resources, we said, okay, that might be optimized, but that's a high-risk proposition to assume that we're gonna have CCS. So we said, we'll continue to model that in our alternate portfolios, but we also want to model what happens if it's just a combined cycle. And we said, okay, that is more, less risk out there, perhaps more believable that you'll have a combined cycle that doesn't have carbon capture sequestration. That's why that was our preferred portfolio. But we want to keep the option open, right? We're still modeling alternate portfolios that say, well, what if CCS does come available? What if SMRs actually are available? Those are also a replacement option, but that's not our preferred portfolio as we sit and breathe today.
As far as the years that were selected, did the model have any ability to select years other than the years that were pertinent to the CAA?
Not in no, it did not. In the EPA 111 worlds, it was strictly retire by 32 if you stay on coal, or retire in 39 if you go to DFO. Yeah, that's right.
Do you expect the planning outlook over the next few years to be different as a result of the election?
So tough to say. I mean, I think in general, I think there's a pretty fair likelihood that EPA regulations are going to change. There's a potential outcome where the new administration comes in and, I don't know, for lack of a better term, kills this law and doesn't do anything. I think there's also an outcome where they pull the law back and replace it with something else that maybe is less restrictive. That is a potential outcome. So it's really tough to say where we are going to be. There's also a potential where they let it roll through the courts and takes 2 years for the final outcome to be determined. So, but our hope is that over the next 5 to 6 months that we'll get more clarity on that. But if we don't, then we're gonna continue down the path of continuing to evaluate this. And if we get to sometime second half of next year and there's no clarity, then we're gonna have to make the decision whether or not to come in front of this commission and say, we need to make a filing to continue proceeding down the DFO path. But yes, if there's an outcome where the rule just goes away early to mid next year, then we'll pivot to alternate portfolios like the No 111 portfolio we presented here.
So it's possible that if what you just described happens, the DFO, that idea will be scrapped.
It's possible. It's possible there is an outcome where that.
In which case, most likely East Bend would just continue operating as it currently is.
It would continue operating as it currently is to 2035.
But you'd still do the math separately.
Yes, so so as it currently is, but we would still move forward with, of course, we're in the middle of the CPCN proceeding for limestone conversion, which also includes MATS compliance projects.
Regarding carbon capture and sequestration, does the model account for storage or disposal of CO2? And if so, which option does it use?
It accounts for sequestering on site, so capturing it off the unit and then sequestering, holding it on site underground. There isn't an assumption around pipeline costs to ship it out outside, significantly outside the boundary line of East Bend, so it would be capture and hold it underground on site is the assumption for that.
Do you actually have room for that at East Bend?
So we think that there would certainly need to be more study done at East Bend. I think there was a number of years ago, and I don't have the year in front of me, but there was a very tiny project done to look at injecting carbon in that vicinity. And my understanding, it was a successful pilot project, but it was on a very small scale. So our understanding is that the geology under East Bend is adequate for that, but there will certainly need to be more study. And that's one of the reasons why I think like a 2032 carbon capture sequestration project is really not feasible.
Can you identify any costs or revenue increases that would be a result of any of these generation selections that are not captured by the model?
Certainly, the risks that I talked about with like the natural gas conversion, again, if the unit's not there to start up, and then you've got these capacity penalties or the costs. One of the things that I think it might come up with the discussion with Witness Wes is this must run requirement at East Bend. So in IRP, there's reasons and good, valid cost savings reasons to do this must run, and Witness Wes can definitely speak about that better than I can. But what we did in IRP space, when we force a unit to run, just because of the nature of IRP modeling, where we're just looking at strictly at fuel costs and operating costs, if we force that unit to run, it's gonna look more expensive than if we allow it to shut down. But one of the reasons we force it to run is that it's particularly in the winters, you want it to make sure that it's there. So you're gonna run it at some really low rate, but you're still burning fuel. And if you're burning coal, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because coal prices in the winter are gonna be generally lower than gas prices, which can really take off in the winter because that's, the supply constraint gets greater and there's just more need for it. But if you're trying to do that in natural gas conversion, we could have put in a must run similar to what we did in all the other coal cases for the natural gas conversion case. We didn't put must run because we weren't sure if that would actually be something we would do, but there is a risk that we're gonna end up must running in a similar manner that we're must running East Bend. And in IRP space, that doesn't look good. So it's one of the reasons the PVRR deltas are what they are. We're must running East Bend on coal, and we're not doing that when we do natural gas conversion. But there is certainly a risk that we do that, and then those PVRs are gonna become, closer. I don't know if they'd be the same or more expensive. I think that's the thing.
This might be a line of questioning for someone else, and if so, you can tell me who would best be able to answer this, but does Duke have a plan for how it would expect East Bend to be run, assuming it's converted to DFO? And I'm referring to mostly fuel ratios, coal versus gas,
So,
and the blend.
yeah, if EPA from a high level, if EPA 111 were to stay around, you have to burn at least 40% gas. You can burn coal, but you have to make sure that you end up at the end of the year burning 40% natural gas on a ratio basis. So we just let the model and the IRP space figure that out. The short term, the modeling folks and Mr. Swess can talk about how they might evaluate it. I don't know if they've thought fully through how they would actually do that, but he would be the most appropriate person to address, what are potential ways that you could optimize within that 40% constraint. Because you want to try and leave yourself some headroom right at the end of the year, perhaps, particularly if you're getting into cold winter months, December, and you're going to want to burn coal potentially because gas prices are taking off during that time of year.
The record indicates that the model adds solar generation in 8 to 12 megawatt blocks. Can you tell me why it's done that way?
So if I can, so we allow the yes, if you go up there, it's on, let me find the page, and you may have it before I do. Sorry, let me find it.
If there's part of the IRP you want to refer to?
Yeah, it's page, I think it was actually on page 31 where we start that discussion, and then, sorry, find it. You had the table up there a short minute ago with, well, I can explain. So when we let the model select solar, it's actually selecting in 50 megawatt increments, but that's on an ICAP basis. But its contribution to peak is something like on the ELCC table on page 37, around 14%. So what its actual contribution to the reserve margin is 14%. So if you had a 100 megawatt solar block, it's only contributing 14 megawatts towards meeting the reserve margin requirements. If you have a 50 megawatt, it's only contributing 7 megawatts. And I'm trying to recall, in some instances, particularly around, let's see. Yeah, so on, so on table 4.1 on page 33, we talk about summer contribution to peak. And so in the summer, you're getting a little bit more solar capacity out. And so in that case, that contribution in the summer is around 25 megawatts.
And for the 17 different scenarios, was the model allowed to pick whatever it wanted as far as solar additions, or was that hard-coded in for the scenarios that emphasize renewables?
Yeah, so it was, in most of the scenarios, it was just allowed to optimally select any resources it wanted. So it could have selected solar, could have selected battery storage, CTs. But what we saw in the DFO case where you're placed with a combined cycle, the model optimally selected solar out in 2039 and 2040 timeframe. So something on the order of 200 megawatts in that time period. And so what we did is we tested, does it make sense to wait until then, or can we start growing into that amount? So what we did is we pulled that solar up into 2029, or at least 50 megawatts of that solar into 2029, and forced the model to take 50 megawatts in 29, 50 in 31, 50 in 33, up until you get to that same total amount of solar that is selected at the end of the planning horizon. And what we found is the PVR delta was essentially zero. It was something less than $2 million on a $2 billion PVR basis. So there wasn't, the model will optimize to a penny, right? So it's gonna wait until it can save a penny. But, so we have to do some testing there to see if that really made sense. So it makes sense to accelerate solar in that case.
I want to jump back a bit, and I apologize for jumping around. Some of the other attorneys have done a good job and covered some of our lines of questioning here. I'm going to jump back to the carbon capture. I'm sure this is in the record, but can you tell me what the total cost is
It's-
modeled
It's
as?
roughly about, capital-wise, about $1 billion, just south of $1 billion for the carbon capture sequestration portion of the project.
And how was that figure arrived at?
There's been third-party studies that have looked at the cost for carbon capture sequestration. We've done some analysis at some of our other plants around carbon capture sequestration and used that information to estimate what that cost would be at East Bend. Of course, think about some of our facilities in Indiana. There's ongoing DOE project funding. So we have some information from there that help to inform the costs here at East Bend.
Did you say $7 billion?
No, $1 billion, so just south of $1 billion.
I thought I heard
Sorry,
something.
that's right.
And part of the reason I ask about that is because I think it's the third IRP I've been on where we started asking about that number, and it's been kind of wildly different because the technology is kind of unsure. So I guess the more information you could give us about kind of the sources of that data. I mean, are you looking at, is there any existing use of this technology out there that can be looked at, or are you
No,
really
so
looking
there,
at future expectations?
at this scale, there's limited, there is some, but it's very limited. But the work that we've been doing with the DOE for our Edwardsport facility in Indiana, we've gotten some more detailed information around what those costs might be. And if we haven't provided, we might be able to provide as a post-hearing data request some more detail on that. I imagine that would be confidential, but I'd have to talk to our folks on that.
Thank you. Did the selection of the preferred portfolio or the model, either one, take into effect stranded cost as it applies to the TFO conversion that would then switch to full
No.
gas?
The assumption is that the full cost for that conversion is recovered by the retirement date in 2039. So there isn't, we don't assume stranded costs as part of this. It includes the full cost of the project is included in the analysis.
Okay, so you expect it to depreciate it over a 9-year period?
But I think that was the assumption, but certainly the full cost, to make sure that we're capturing, full costs are included in that project.
Is there any stranded cost associated with the option of retiring East Bend in 2032? My understanding is that the cost would not have been completely recovered for East Bend before then.
Right, we don't include those types of stranded costs in the modeling. The only thing that the only benefit, what we see by retiring by 32 is avoiding future costs at the site. But there is no penalty, if you will, for any stranded costs that haven't been fully recovered. And I think when it's Lawler can maybe talk some more about some of those mechanics.
I guess the better question would be, does retirement by 32 versus, strike that, Are there any avoided costs that would be realized from the retirement in 32 that are not captured by the model?
As far as avoided costs, we would capture the full avoided costs of continuing to operate beyond 32 are captured by the model.
Chair, that's all I have.
Commissioner Stacy?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kalimba, I want to follow up some questioning council at the table. You talked about your computer modeling, and what's the computer model that you use?
It's called Encompass,
How do you spell that?
ENCOMPASS.
Okay. And there was a series of questions about, you gave it direction sometimes of what to show and what not to show, and then sometimes you let it show you just whatever answer it could find within the framework of the information you gave it. Can you
Yeah.
kind of explain
Yeah,
that just a
sure,
little
that's
bit?
great question. So there's certain things that you can let the model spit out and tell you. So for instance, replacement generation, or just letting the model decide what to replace a retiring asset, or anytime it wants to add new generation, you can just let the model figure that out and spit that out. You can also force in certain types of replacement generation. So from a new generation standpoint, you can let the model select, or you can force it in. Our initial step is to let the model select it, see what the results are, and then if we want to test how different replacement generators look, we'll force that in, and then check the comparison of the costs and operating and how the system operates. So that's on new generation. We first let the model select, and then we can start to hone in on what makes sense and test some different generators. On existing generation, there is a method for letting the model select retirement dates. In most of in our cases, we put in when East Bend, we forced in certain dates that East Bend would retire at. So 2032 in the no 111 case, 2032 in a 111 case. In the no 111 case, we looked at end of 35, end of 41, because those are dates that we feel confident that we can either we have to retire by, or is a reasonable assumption that we can retire by that date. And what I mean by that is in that 2035 case, because of the rebuttable presumption that we have around retiring fossil generation, we have to make sure that we have a replacement unit that is equally reliable, dispatchable, all those requirements. And it takes time to bring those on. And the absolute potentially earliest would be 2032 that we could do that and get a unit online that we think that meets that requirement. But so there's reasons for why we're forcing in the retirement dates and not letting the model optimize, because we're trying to stay within bounds.
So you didn't let the model decide at all about those retirement dates?
No, but you can get information from those retirement dates, because we know accelerating replacement generation before 35 is you're replacing it with more expensive generation. Over time, we're assuming that costs are generally declining outside of inflation. So as you accelerate generation, potentially the earliest we could have accelerated in the 111 case is to 2032. But seeing that the acceleration we saw and the resulting portfolio and costs, we didn't think it was reasonable to look at something between that 32 and 35 timeframe.
Okay, so tell me about this, how your modeling works and the computing that is involved in that. Now, how long does it take your system to generate a model based upon, one of those dates?
So, it depends. If we're starting from ground zero, if I can really quick talk about the process. So we get our inputs, and then when we start running the model, the first thing we have to do is we have to model the entire Eastern Interconnect, because we're part of PJM, so we can buy and sell into the PJM marketplace. So we have to calculate what those future costs, potential costs are to buy and sell into the PJM marketplace. And what impacts that are EPA regulations, fuel prices, and resource costs. But we developed 6 different potential power price trajectories. So first we have to do that. And then we get into the local modeling. So when we do the local modeling, if we're looking at a base fuel price and a EPA 111 case, we know what power prices to use. So starting from that point, if we're to kick off a model, first we kick off the capacity expansion model. So that tells you what types of generation to build. And if you were optimizing retirement dates, it would tell you essentially what's the optimum retirement date, given the information it has. And then you go take that information, you put it in a production cost model that now operates that system on an 8,760 hour per year for 15-year period. And it gives you what your operating costs for that unit. And then you combine those results to get your capital costs and your production costs. So all of that can take, anywhere from 4 hours or up to 24 hours, depending on the complexity. The more complex is when you start to let the model select retirement dates, because there's another step in there that I skipped where you actually have to iterate on that. We put in what we think the ongoing costs are for the unit. When we let the model select the retirement date, those ongoing operating costs will change over time. So for instance, if the model said, I want to optimally retire in 32, but our initial assumption was it was going to retire in 35, it's going to have costs from 32 to 35 in the model. And we're going to see, oh shoot, the model said we got to retire in 32. So now I got to take those results and run it and try and figure out what am I avoiding by retiring the unit and what those ongoing costs are. So there's an iterative process. So that's a long way to get to anywhere from 4 hours to 24 hours.
And so how long does it take you to develop all the information to input it into that model, for that computer to?
So we usually start, say for filing in June, we stopped taking inputs in late 23, early 24 time period. Now EPA 111 became law, and then we decided not to change any of the other inputs, but we put the law in there at that point, which caused a bit of a scramble. But so we're modeling for close to 4 to 5 months. The inputs take about 4 to 5 months to pull together for the model. So you're talking about, 8 months worth of analysis between getting the inputs and then running the model.
And then the model takes anywhere from about a day or so.
Yeah, so within that 4-month period where you're actually running the model, you're hit and run on it, and you're running multiple cases over that 4-month period. And then you're tweaking and looking and trying to come to an optimum.
I think that she had already asked you this question, but how many of those runs, how many of those
How many times
models?
have we hit start? I'm sorry.
Yes, how many times would you do that in the previous 12 months?
Before we started doing the IRP analysis. So we did in summer of 2023, we started to do some analysis around limestone conversion. We were doing, that was primarily what we were looking at in the summer. So we started to get an idea of what the model's starting to look like. The challenge is in a world where, particularly with the EPA 111 rule, that makes such a big difference. We can do all the modeling we want. Until that final rule comes out, we don't know what it's going to look like. So when that came out, we had to make some quick changes midstream.
Did you do some modeling, maybe that assumed that 111 would not be enforced?
So we did in this IRP.
And so, what was the biggest difference that you found with that results of that?
So generally, the 111 world is just, from a PBR standpoint, is more expensive cases. And the reason for that is because you're not having to accelerate your retiring or making changes to your system. With EPA and 111, it forces you to make changes, right? It forces you to go DFO or retire your coal plants earlier. Whereas in a no 111, you don't have those
Can
constraints.
I ask
Yes,
you
sir.
another follow-up question?
Yeah, sorry. Go
Save
for
you
it.
a lot of breath. So you used a model that showed one that where 111 wouldn't be enforced, and then you did others where it would be enforced. And so I guess the reason I ask you how many times you've done all that, does everyone have access to all those models that you have done? Or we just have access to the ones that you use for this, for what we're,
As part of the IRP proceeding, we've provided all the model inputs and results for everything that was done as part of this IRP. So from when we got the inputs for this IRP to stopped hitting run on the model, that's what we've provided.
do you have any other runs that would be, that maybe you didn't include in the IRP that would be relevant to the IRP?
Yeah, so we provided information from the summer of '23 when we were doing this limestone conversion case. And as part of that, we did 111 and no 111. Now, for that, we only, I think we provided just the presentation as part of one, the results of that, but like the modeling inputs and that
How
information.
many of those runs were there?
I want to say there were 6 in that case. I believe there were 6. Subject check, it was about 6.
Okay.
6.
Well, I guess the reason I asked that is that, I'm just a little curious about, sometimes you let the program just select something for you, and sometimes you said, and I know you're talking about the dates in that, but other times you said, no, this is all we're gonna allow the model to show us. And I just was curious about why you didn't let the model show you something, whatever it came up with, each time, so that it gave you another snapshot of what, of an alternative.
So to be clear, the only time that was primarily on the retirement side, but setting in those retirement dates, because we felt like there was certain dates that we knew we could hit. On the replacement generation side, we let the model do whatever it wanted and select resources. And then once we had that information, we wanted to test other portfolios that the model wouldn't select to see how far out of the money a certain project might be. So we wanted to test, what happens if you didn't do a combined cycle, let's do an SMR? What does that look like? So we included that type of information. But outside of those fixes, the model could do whatever else it wants. If it thinks that it wants to build solar or storage to sell into the PJM marketplace, it could do that. There's limits to how much we actually forced in. For the most part, the model's trying to optimize.
But I guess the bottom line is what I'm asking is, all the interveners and everyone has access to all the modeling that you did.
They have access to all the modeling that we did in the IRP, including the cases where we let the model fully optimize. Now, again, we haven't done a case where we just let the model select the retirement date endogenously. Well, just let the model select the retirement date within a window. They don't have that because we didn't run that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yes.
Sure, again.
Thanks. Just to follow up on that, can you talk about what the process is prior to the 3 to 5 months of input data that you get? How is this rolled out to you, is it a corporate decision, top-down? Are you autonomous? How does this work?
So we work with our Kentucky team. So I'm based in Charlotte and work for the modeling team, and then we have our Kentucky Duke Energy Kentucky team. We talk with them about what are the existing regulations, what do we need to be looking out for, their sensitivities that we need to be modeling to be making sure that we're putting forth a product that, you know, answers questions that we're expected to need to address over the next 3 years, because that's the window that we're trying to assess for. So we'll talk with them to understand what are some of these constraints. We did not constraints, but some of the outcomes that we want to understand more about. We also had 2 stakeholder meetings that were, I think some of the interveners here were invited to. We had some customers there as well, where we get some feedback on, you know, we give them an idea of what we're trying to model, what we're looking at, see if they have any concerns, questions, things they think we should be looking at. So there's a process to start to understand the framework in which we're modeling. Of course, staff provides comments in the last IRP, and we make sure that we're going to include, you know, whatever they've asked us to include. So there's a process to start to set the framework for what we need to model and how we're going to answer questions. And then we start to develop, like, what's the run matrix that we want to run through the model. So what are the specific cases that we're going to start with to start evaluating? And then from that point, we start to see results, and then we say, okay, well, this is interesting. It's doing this, that, and the other thing. What happens if we say, no, don't let it do that. Let's force this in and see how that changes the results. And the reason we might force something in like that is because there's a inherent risk that the model just doesn't understand. For instance, on like natural gas conversion, that we think there's a risk. So we say, even though it might look lowest cost, let's look at other alternatives, because that is a really risky place to go. So that's the process, is trying to understand the framework, and we work with our Kentucky team to understand what's happening here, and understand what are priorities for them to be looking at.
And are you running models for Kentucky, or are you doing it for all your other locations?
Well,
You're based in Charlotte, so I'm gonna assume you do it
so
for.
my team does the modeling for all of, or the IRPs for all the jurisdictions, but in Kentucky, when we're talking about the Kentucky IRP, we're just focused on running the Kentucky model. We have a due date of June 21st. We're focused on running the DEK IRP. As it so happens, Indiana's IRP was due on
Right.
November 1st. So I have one team working on Kentucky, which I was part of, and then another team is working on Indiana.
And they report all to you?
They do
These
now.
teams?
They do
Okay.
now, yes.
And the process, how are you given direction to do this, to run the IRPs? Is this a corporate decision that you, at the beginning of the year or a year or two before? How do you get to the place where you're doing these?
Well, we know that we have a deadline to do these, right?
Okay,
So
where is that coming from?
I think there's the commission order requires us to file every 3 years.
Okay.
There's statute that says we have to file every 3 years. So we'll start that, for that, to hit the due date, we'll start, 8 months, 6 to 8 months before that due date. So we'll be gathering inputs for 3 to 4 months, and then running the model for 4 months or so.
And when you have all these models and you're coming back in here, do you run that by corporate before you file it?
We
Is there a
certainly-
sign-off on that?
We make them aware of what we're modeling, and sharing with them the results of the modeling, as, prior to filing, so they're aware of what's gonna become public, for sure, so they're aware.
Do you make the final decision, or do they make the final decision on the modeling and the inputs?
So we come forward with a recommendation, and so we're getting approval along the way that they agree with our recommendations, and in most part, because we're moving into it with information from our Kentucky team around what is needed as part of this IRP filing. They know best around what the regulations are in Kentucky and how we're supposed to be modeling, and what these different scenarios that we need to be evaluating are. So generally, they're gonna be approving of what we're bringing forward to them around our assumptions.
Okay, so you're never given target numbers you need to hit? Is that
No, no,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Good sort of afternoon, I guess, slightly afternoon. It's an unenviable position for you and other utilities to begin an IRP filing in one administration and then get to present it as we're facing a new administration without real answers of what the new administration in Washington is gonna be looking like. But to the extent that you're the keeper of the crystal ball for your utility, I'll ask you some questions. How much will the consideration of tax credits play into how this all works? Do we know yet? How much of an impact will it have?
So we don't know what will happen with tax credits. To be clear, in the modeling, we did have tax credits for, tax credits for solar. The SMRs were allowed to had tax credits, carbon capture sequestration. So we had all these tax credits included in the model. Now, we don't know what's gonna happen with those credits in the future. There's a chance that they stay on until 32. There's a chance they could be repealed sooner than that, but I think there's a mix of which credits might stay and which ones might go. We just don't know. So there is risk that those credits aren't there. How does that play into the portfolios that we provided? So specifically in the preferred portfolio, let's talk about that first. The only credits that might impact some of the results are the solar production tax credits. When we accelerate solar in the horizon, there could be, certainly there's tax credits associated with those. We think certainly for the first project, those credits are likely to stay around because I think there's a lot of, I shouldn't say that. I'm stepping out on them perhaps a little bit on this one, but I think there's a good chance that those tax credits stay around because there's gonna be some sort of harboring of any work, or if you've started to do any sort of looking at, if you've procured panels on a program basis and you're looking at installing solar through 2030, maybe we've already, Witness Ruscio might be able to talk more about, if there's anything that, his thoughts around tax credits around solar, but regardless, I think the greater risk, I would say, around tax credits is beyond 2030, and do those hang around?
That was Witness Ruscio.
Yeah. And to be clear, he won't be able to talk to policy, he'll just be able to talk to like how the tax credits impact any renewable development that he's doing.
Gotcha. Okay, so I believe at one point in your testimony today, you said you didn't think carbon capture sequestration technology would be feasible by 2032.
That's correct.
Best educated guess. When do you think that's?
So we were thinking, and we've previously, I think in some of our filings with the EPA said 2035 is the earliest that carbon capture sequestration could be available.
And I know I'm asking you to guess. I recognize that. So, you considered nuclear. You modeled the small modular reactors. Kentucky has recently placed a new emphasis on researching nuclear power. Duke's name gets mentioned a lot as a potential player in that area. The PSC's been ordered to ready ourselves to prepare to regulate nuclear. I guess as we get new IRPs in, we're gonna see how many people are looking at it. You at least modeled the small nuclear reactors. Can you summarize for me Duke's thinking on how soon it's affordable, how oppressive it would be to your ratepayers? Just give me a summary of your thinking on nuclear.
So we do think that nuclear certainly represents a clean energy option that's dispatchable baseload. It's really one of the primary options for baseload generation if you're going carbon-free.
But so expensive.
Excuse me?
But so expensive.
And it is very expensive. And certainly the costs that we used in this IRP versus where we think costs are headed, we're probably on the low end, given I think there was some other utilities, particularly in the southeast, like TVA, they presented some costs that were more updated and higher than what we had. You know, they just filed something very recently. So costs are probably higher than what we included there. Now that's first mover costs. So first mover costs would be higher, but what we expect certainly is that there will be a quick learning curve for small modular reactors, and those costs will decline rapidly. What that cost curve looks like is tough to say. In the IRP, we're looking at 2039. Our initial assumption back when all these inputs were developed was you would start to see nuclear first show up in 2035, and there'd be a sharp decline curve over time. So roughly the 2035 timeframe is essentially when we'd expect to see nuclear as a viable option. Now, is that the most cost-effective option in 2035? Probably not at current cost, but certainly by the end of the 2030s, maybe early 2040s, I think that's it could very well become viable.
So one of the things you're supposed to look at when you talk about retiring a coal-fired power plant is finding replacement that's dispatchable, that's reliable.
Yep.
So nuclear could be an option for that, whether it's least cost or not.
That's right. Nuclear could certainly be an option. And I think we stated that somewhere, and I know we say it in the IRP that, you know, our best guess as we sit today and best information we have is the combined cycle makes the most sense. But retiring in 2039 does leave the door open for other technologies to emerge.
So you provided a little bit of an explanation about how the rebuttable presumption that I just mentioned plays into your thinking. Kentucky is, what, a 3-county area for Duke?
That's right.
Is that your smallest territory?
Yes.
I imagine that some other states that Duke operates in have very different state guidelines for goals for meeting green energy, for instance.
Very much so, yes.
Do you have any other territories that you operate in that have something similar to Epic Commission or this rebuttable presumption that you can't retire coal until you have replacement?
No, ma'am.
So Kentucky's unique in that.
Kentucky is unique in that aspect.
As far as Duke's territory.
I'm sorry, as far as Duke guys.
You don't operate in probably West Virginia or Wyoming.
That's right. So we're in Indiana, North Carolina, and Florida.
Okay. So you were saying that you thought 2032, if I heard you correctly, could be the earliest that you would have replacement generation really in Kentucky.
That will meet this rebuttable presumption.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. If you're doing dual fired
Mhm.
plant, does that require an EPIC filing, in your opinion?
My
And
opinion.
it may not be your call, and tell me if it's not, but.
I'm not a lawyer, but my opinion is that it would not, because we're not retiring any parts of the facility. We're not retiring the coal handling equipment. We're not handling or retiring the barge, the unloading area. And so all of that, there's no retirement of fossil assets. In the natural gas conversion, I think it's untested, but I think we are retiring coal handling assets and other parts of the facility in that case.
So you could potentially dual fire indefinitely.
If EPA 111 hangs around, no, we have to stop by end of 38. If EPA 111 were to go away, in theory you could, but again, the asset's aging, and so we'll have to continue to evaluate. Does it make sense?
And I've not asked you for any opinion about what's good or bad about the federal or state laws,
Gotcha.
just asking how these play into your
Sure.
considerations. Because when you're looking at just the cost, or if you're looking at just emissions, it would give you a totally different idea of where you're headed in this IRP. When you add in the federal requirements for green energy and the state requirements for protection of coal-fired generation, I imagine that's something you have to think about a lot.
It is. Certainly, they may be competing priorities at the federal and the state level here, but so it's something we have to balance. And personally, I think the plan balances those. We're not accelerating solar to replace East Bend here. It's just it makes sense to do it because you're becoming less dependent on the market. You've got energy that displaces market purchases, and that's primarily why solar looks good in this case. Just to give an example of something that may not make sense at the state level, but it certainly makes sense at the federal level, but it actually works at the state level.
So she has shareholders, you have PJM requirements, and then you have affordability for your customers.
Yeah, so absolutely affordability, reliability are the primary tenets objectives that we're trying to hit here. And then doing that with all of these other constraints in mind.
While you predict which costs will go up for fuel, for equipment, for supply.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That sounds like a lot of all of us in this room are thinking about these things these days, and I want IRPs to be useful. I want them to be the best we can possibly make them, so the more we can all ask these questions and understand, I think the better off we are. Mr. DeCenza, would you like to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We are close to lunch, but if we have short recross, I could go ahead and do that. Do you want to go first this time, Mr. Cook?
I have no preference, Chair.
Well, go right ahead.
Oh, no, I don't have any other questions.
Okay. All right, so, for Sierra Club?
No recross from Sierra Club, Your Honor. Just, I would like to note for the record that we will be submitting post-hearing data requests.
Thanks for that heads up. For joint interveners?
If I might just briefly try to learn one thing.
Mhm.
You mentioned before that you start with modeling the market price, or the Eastern Interconnect, to get an idea of, is that energy prices?
It's just energy prices, not capacity prices, just energy prices.
Right, because in the IRP you didn't consider capacity revenues.
No.
What's the relationship, though, between the space covered for PJM's footprint and the full footprint of the Eastern Interconnect?
Are you talking like geographical?
Yeah, if you could start there.
So the entire Eastern Interconnect goes from the Canadian border essentially down to Florida, and then west to the Rockies, excluding most of Texas. So that's the Eastern Interconnect that we're modeling, and then the PJM is essentially from here to the mid-Atlantic essentially. And so we're having to evaluate the interconnections between the other operating footprints, or not operating footprints, but the different territories and how they interact with PJM, and then within PJM how interaction takes place between utilities within PJM and zones within PJM. So that all goes into that modeling.
Thank you. That's interesting. And so, in your judgment, if a utility was, if a utility in PJM was just trying to model energy prices by just looking in PJM, that analysis would not be as robust as the process that you're using?
We think our process is robust by looking outside of PJM, because there are certainly interactions. And I will say that we get the database that's included in the model. It comes from a third party, and they develop, put in where the assumptions around constraints for how PJM interacts with other parties and how PJM interacts within PJM. So we think it's robust. We think it makes sense to do that modeling. And the reason we don't just reach out to another third party that might have power prices just sitting on the shelf is because we want to when we do a fuel price sensitivity, we want to test to see how power prices change. If we say fuel's gonna go up, well, let's run the entire Eastern Interconnect and see how that impacts our fuel prices. If we go out to a third party, they're not gonna have that on the shelf. We have to, work with them and pay more probably to get them to generate a power price like that. So for us, it makes sense, we think it makes sense to model the entire Eastern Interconnect, so we have some flexibility to understand what the impacts are on power prices, since we're so active in the power price market.
Awesome. And do you do a look back at any point, like at your sort of like base Eastern Interconnect run and see like what did these energy prices forecast look
We
like
do-
compared to like a third party off the shelf PJM price?
We've done that some, but not into great depth. We do look at what actuals have been compared to what we're projecting, and if like in the first couple of years we see a big disconnect, for instance, we'll try and understand why that is, and there may be, the model doesn't always may not capture transmission congestion between DEOK and the rest of the PJM market. So we have to assess that first and get them on the same basis.
Thank you for unpacking that a bit. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Steph?
Nothing else.
Okay, let's do lunch break. I'm thinking, does anybody have a strong objection to just having a 45-minute lunch break? If anybody feels like they'll be way too hungry and can't handle that, speak now. So it's 12:20. Let's be back at 1:05.
Your Honor, is Mr. Kalimba excused?
I don't have any does anybody have any objection to excusing him? Since he's a lead witness, I may just ask him to stick around.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, see everybody at 1:05. case number 2024, where's our case number? 00197. Hope everyone had lunch and ready to get started again. Council, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. For our next witness, we call John Swez.
Welcome, Mr. Swales. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and trustworthy to your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, you may be seated. Tell us your full name and business address, and then council proceed.
My name is John Swez. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Good afternoon, Mr. Swez. Would you please state your position with the company for the record?
Yes, I'm Managing Director of Trading and Dispatch.
And could you please briefly summarize your responsibilities as Managing Director of Trading and Dispatch and how that relates to the company's integrated resource plan?
Sure. In the context of this hearing, my team is responsible for the submission of supply offers to PJM. That's determining how the unit actually runs. We're also the team that does analysis daily to determine the status, the offer status of the unit. We update the prices of the units and the offers. We also are the team that manages the real-time second-to-second dispatch of the unit. And finally, we also have individuals on my team that are our advocate at PJM and MISO and that help us determine other impacts of the market, for instance, such as which capacity participation that we should participate and help maximize the value of our power plants for our customers.
Thank you, Mr. Swez. Did you cause to file responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
And are you also adopting responses from other witnesses that are not present here with us this afternoon?
I am. I'm adopting the responses of Alan Mock and Brian Garnett.
And do you have any changes or corrections to any of those data response, including both your own responses and those that you are adopting?
I do not.
So if you were asked those same questions today, would your answers then be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is it your intention then that those responses be considered your testimony for purposes of this hearing today?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Swez. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Cook?
No questions, Chair.
All right. Sierra Club?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Swez.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tony Mendoza, and I represent Sierra Club in this matter. Could you please pull up for me two data responses? Let's pull them up. I'll ask you about one at a time, of course, but while we're pulling documents, would you pull up your data responses to Sierra Club set 1, question 10, attachment 1, and then attachment 2 to that same data request? And let's talk about attachment 1 first.
I have those.
Okay, and this document shows O&M costs for the East Bend coal unit, in addition to other information, but the East Bend coal unit O&M costs are on this document, isn't that right?
I believe it says fixed O&M costs, yes.
Okay. And I see at the bottom it says Duke does not track fixed and variable O&M costs separately. And so on this line, here where we see 50 million or so in 2019 of O&M, is that fixed and variable O&M or just fixed O&M?
It's total O&M costs.
Okay. And what proportion, and would you agree with me that in the years 2019 through 2022, the O&M at East Bend has been about $50 million, a little bit less in some years, but just roughly about 50 million?
Yes.
Could you tell me approximately what proportion of that is variable O&M?
So like the data response says, we don't, on an after-the-fact basis, we don't have a way to split up what is fixed and what's variable. But in dispatch space, so the one way I can kind of hopefully get to help you understand the answer, or at least the split between variable and fixed. In dispatch space, the typical offer unit for East Bend, or any, really a lot of coal units per se, can range from $1 to $3 a megawatt hour, something in that range.
Okay, are you able to try to answer my question about approximately what amount of that 50 million would be variable O&M? And I'm not looking for, scientific precision, but just your best guess with the information you have right now.
Sure, we'll continue on what I was just talking about. If you look at the net generation from attachment 2, annual net generation between 2 and 3 million has been pretty typical.
Okay.
And this is real rough math. And then if you apply, say, a $2 or $3 per megawatt hour variable O&M that we include in our dispatch price, so say we have $3, so that would be $8 million of variable O&M. Again, using the variable O&M that's per our dispatch of the unit that we submit to PJM. On an after-the-fact basis, so roughly, that'd be 20% of that O&M is variable and 80% fixed, rough numbers.
Okay, so 20% of 50 is about $10 million or so.
Yeah.
Okay. And what are the components of variable O&M? Like, what are those actually, what goes into that cost at the East Bend unit?
So variable O&M, it comes in 3 components. There's a component, and this goes for really all power plants, there's a $1 per start, right? So when you start a power plant, if it costs money, obviously fuel costs goes into the startup cost, but if it costs operations and maintenance, if there's some impact on a future maintenance cycle or a future overhaul of a unit, that will be included in the $1 per start. Then you have $1 per megawatt hour. So here, as you move the unit, as you dispatch it up and down, as you operate it between minimum load and maximum load, if you have a maintenance or an O&M cost that changes as a function of how you operate the unit between min and max, those costs we would include in that $1 per megawatt hour bucket. And then finally, there are some costs that are $1 per hour. They don't depend on how you operate the unit between min and max. They depend on if the unit's on or off. And those variable O&M costs go into the $1 per hour bucket. Most of East Bend's variable O&M costs are in the $1 per megawatt hour bucket.
Okay, and sort of tracking off perhaps this $1 per start issue, cycling has a cost out for a coal unit, isn't that right?
Cycling is a cost that we include as a shutdown cost, but it's called a cycle cost. So it's technically, it's not included as a start-up cost, but when you turn it back off, we include a shutdown cost. At the end of the day, it's the same thing. It's once you start the unit, you may eventually shut it down. So I call it a cycle cost. That's just I kind of don't refer to it as a startup cost.
And in layman's term, that shutdown cost is accounting for equipment damage, some estimate of the amount of damage you're doing every time you turn the unit off. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say. A lot of people will include thermal, like you'll use the word thermal, like basically getting the power plant hot and all the pieces, they expand and they get warm, and then when you shut them down, they go back to a cold state, and so that thermal contraction and expansion and contraction, that basically makes impacts on wear and tear.
Okay, and for these O&M figures that we've been looking at on attachment 1, some proportion of that includes that wear and tear shutdown cost that you're talking about. Is that right?
So it depends, right? Some of these long-term costs could be really long-term, right? I don't know if this is a 5-year data set, and some of these might be turbine overhaul costs, right? So I don't know if we've had a turbine overhaul in the last 5 years. So a lot of the costs will be in here, but I can't say all the costs because I don't know if there's been a major turbine overhaul in the last 5 years.
And as the East Bend coal unit continues to age, as we all do, would you expect the shutdown cost to increase in your internal way Duke is thinking about it?
what I call the cycle costs. You know, at some point, they would start to decrease, because when you get towards the end of an asset's useful life, then you're not gonna replace that. You have a known end date, right? So I don't really know, I don't know, or I don't have an answer for that question per se.
Okay. Let's turn to the second attachment, attachment 2, if you would.
I'm there.
Okay, and in column H, we have PJM energy market revenues. Do you see that?
I do.
And then in column K, you have your fuel costs. And would you agree with me that in 2023, your fuel costs exceeded your energy market revenues by roughly about $15 million?
I would agree with that. Of course, these fuel costs are accounting costs.
Right.
What we actually spent for fuel, not what we used for the decision to dispatch the unit.
And so those are the fuel costs that your customers actually had to pay, right?
That's correct.
And this calculation, this difference in energy market revenue versus fuel costs doesn't include variable O&M, right?
That's correct.
And so let's say variable O&M is about 10 million a year. So in reality, your customers took a $25 million loss in 2023 in the energy market. Is that fair?
I would not characterize it as a loss. Yes, the revenue, like we just discussed, was less than the fuel price, and now we had variable O&M. You're right. That is an immediate, the revenue was less than the fuel cost. I can't say it any other way, like you just said it. However, the decision and the economic impact of running the unit is more than just looking at a snapshot in time, right? You're replacing fuel with fuel from the market, so you're using a different signal, right? The replacement cost is not necessarily equal to the accounting costs.
Okay. So you're talking about the prudence of a particular decision to operate a unit on a given day. But let's just step back. I'm just talking about the results of how this unit performed. And it's fair to say that it took in, about $70 million in revenue, and it cost about 95 if we assume 10 million in variable O&M. And so the difference between what your customers paid to run the unit and what the revenues you received from PJM were about $25 million. Isn't that right?
Again, if you look at just if you take like a start and stop finish for just the year 2023, yeah, I agree with you. But the right way to look at this is to expand your horizon over many years, because you have to get in the fact that your decision is incorporating different years. Really, the best way is, say, take a 3-year rolling average. That's what's going to give you a more understanding of the value of the unit, not just a 1-year snapshot.
Okay, and stepping back a little bit further, 2022 had very high gas prices, did it not?
We had high natural gas prices, yes, approximately. Well, witness McClay can expand more, but say $7 a million BTU.
And gas prices in 2023 were lower than that, maybe half of that number that you just said, around 3.5 if you did the average.
Yeah, I agree.
And so at a gas price of $3.50 per MMBTU, you lost $25 million in the energy market or so.
Again, I would not characterize it as a loss.
Okay. Well, aside from that characterization, okay, I'll just move on. And then in the year-to-date, so 2024, this document shows year-to-date numbers for through July, I'm sorry. And, you have a relatively small energy market loss of, about $4 million plus more for variable O&M. Would you agree with me that gas prices in the remainder of 2024, that's not reflected on this document, were and are low?
They were similar to the first half of 2024.
And so you likely, if one were to speculate, you likely would have continue to lose money in the energy market at gas prices at that level, right?
Yeah, again, I'm going to disagree on the continue to lose money. Yes, that the revenues are less than the variable cost of the unit, but the value of keeping the unit available, it's worth a lot to the future value of that generator. For instance, if you have an environmental test you have to do. We have to do it now to ensure the availability for the future. That can be said for other things as well.
Do you know, were there times during 2020, this year, where the unit ran for an environmental test?
Yes.
And that was when it was, your profit and loss document was telling you you were gonna lose money, but you ran it because there was an environmental test.
There were definitely environmental tests. I can't recall what the profit and loss document said for those environmental tests, but testing is a frequent, not just environmental testing, testing in general is a frequent, method of the power plant operator uses to ensure the future continued availability of the generator.
Okay. Would you take a look at column P in this document, the net heat rate?
I'm there.
Just in general, would you agree with me that the heat rate has been trending up at least in the years in this document, starting a little bit below 11,000 and then gradually trending up? Do you see that?
2024 appears to be a little bit of an outlier. I would characterize 2019 through 23 as 11,000 as an average.
And that's a pretty high heat rate for a coal unit, is it not, in PJM? Wouldn't you say like an average coal unit is maybe around 10,000?
I'd go a little higher. I'd say average 10,500, but the heat rate of a unit is dependent on obviously what output, right? The more output, if it was sitting at full load for a reason around the clock, you're gonna have a lower average heat rate. Units that are dispatched up and down will end up with a slightly higher heat rate.
Okay. And then if you look at column G, which is actually kind of separate from these other columns, a little bit lower down, do you see where it shows the PJM accredited capacity?
I do.
Do you know why the capacity value of the unit has gone down? It started in the 550, 570, 580, and then has gone down into the 540s, 550s in the most recent years. Do you know why that value has changed?
So in the earlier years, up until, 25, 26 is not shown on this. So for 25, 26, the change would have been a switch to the ELCC methodology where we basically get 84% of 600. So what is that, 550? I don't have a calculator in front of me. Whatever 86% of 500 is. I'm sorry, 84% of 600. I'll get that right. But these earlier years shown in this chart, that is a reflection of essentially the old, quote unquote, old way that PGM utilized, which was the 1 minus E4D, so E4 being the forced outage rate of the unit. But the downward trend, I gotta say, looking at some of the years, the unit has extremely high UCAP, right? Look at the 2021 and 2022, 584 out of 600. I don't have a calculator, but 584 divided by 600, that appears to me like an E4 rate of like 2%. I mean, that's rock bottom low. You basically can't get any better than that. Okay. So the trend of going down, yes, it did go down, but it's still pretty high.
Okay. In the reply comments in this matter, Duke mentions the profit and loss analysis, and you are responsible for the profit and loss daily analysis, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And that process is designed to inform the energy market status for Duke's generating units, isn't that right?
It's one of the inputs that helps us determine the offer status, right? It's not everything, because not everything can be represented on that sheet, but it's certainly a building block, or it's something that we use to inform our decision.
And as the name of the document reflects, the goal of the profit and loss analysis is to determine if it will be profitable or not to operate a specific unit, isn't that right?
Yeah, I would say if you're in an RTO, our job is to maximize the value of that power plant for our customers. You can't do that unless you know the financial implication of running that power plant. And that P&L analysis is the way that we have an idea of how valuable is that power plant on a certain day.
And your goal is to generate a net energy market revenue for each of your generating units that would then defer the fixed costs that your customers have to pay. Is that fair?
The part about fixed costs, I can't really comment on, but my goal is to, if I had a perfect, I would love to be able to operate only power plants on days which they have a positive daily P&L. That would be ideal, right? I just can't do that because that's not how power plants work.
I think I maybe confused things by using the word fixed, but your customer, Duke's customers have a certain amount of dollars that they have to pay every month to be a customer. And from your perspective, you would have the goal of having a net positive energy market margin for all your generating units to help lower that number for customers, essentially all the other costs they have to pay. Is that fair?
That's fair. I would love to only operate power plants when they have positive daily P&L.
Okay. And you look out over a 21-day period, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And talking about PJM's next day energy market, there are 4 statuses that you can elect for a generating unit. And those are economic, must run, emergency, and not available. Is that right?
That's correct.
And economic essentially means that you tell PJM in an offer supply curve how much it would cost for you to provide a certain curve of power, and then they would make the decision to turn on the unit, to commit it, if the unit was in the money. Is that essentially how economic commitment works?
On the surface, yes, but the problem with an economic commitment, and there's no perfect answer, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say that one is always the right. And we're really mainly talking between economic and must run. I know you haven't mentioned must run yet, but those are the two that, for the most part, we're talking about. In an ideal world, economic would work all the time, but it doesn't, right? Because the day-ahead market is 24 hours in length. You've got startup costs, hurdle rates effectively that when you commit a coal unit, you might have to have it run longer than 7 days to recoup that investment, so to speak. So for some units, that's how economic works. But for East Bend, PGM may not necessarily call the unit when it's economic to operate.
Your Honor, can I move to strike that answer? I just asked what economic commitment is, and I think the witness is anticipating kind of where I'm going and is trying to pre-argue things that I might bring up, and I would just ask that the witness answer the question.
I'm not gonna strike the comments, but I will allow you to ask again and strictly answer the question.
Oh, okay, thank you, Your Honor. And one advantage of committing a unit economically, under economic commitment, excuse me, is that you are eligible for and will receive make-whole payments if the unit is called on by PJM. Isn't that right?
By using the economic status, you retain eligibility to receive make-whole payments, but you don't necessarily get make-whole payments because there may not be any to be received.
In other words, if you made money during that time period, you wouldn't need a make-whole payment. You're already whole, essentially.
That is correct.
Okay. And conversely, a unit that is committed as must-run is not eligible for make-whole payments. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And when you commit a unit as must-run, that means it'll operate at least at its minimum operating level. Is that right?
That is correct.
And PJM might decide to dispatch it higher if that type of generating unit has a difference between its minimum operating level and its maximum output. Isn't that right?
But on the simplest level, if the incremental cost of the unit to raise it between min and max is below the LMP, the locational marginal price, the unit would get dispatched up.
And if the unit is committed as must-run and operating most hours at the minimum operating level, doesn't that tend to show the unit is not economic in the energy market? In other words, PJM doesn't want more power from that unit. It's just taking what you forced into the market. Is that fair?
I mean, again, it's kind of simplistic, but for that particular period of time, yes, it was out of the money. That's why it was at minimum load. Doesn't mean it was the wrong decision to run the unit, right? There are consequences to the next day, the next week, right? The rest of that month. But for that very short time period, yeah, the unit was at min load because the cost of additional energy was more, the cost was more than the revenue that you would receive.
And what is the minimum operating level for the East Bend coal unit?
The min load, we call it min load, has changed from time to time, but right now it's about 350 40 megawatts about.
And not to get into too much engineering, but essentially the reason you can't operate at a lower level is because the unit would not operate, in a stable manner. It might risk equipment problems or other technical problems.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what you just said, because, there are instances you can operate lower, right? We do, obviously, when we start the unit up, we come online at 0 and we ramp up, each megawatt at a time. So you can operate lower, but it's not a reliable, it's not a reliable state.
Okay, and in terms of the last 3 years, Duke has operated, or has committed, East Bend as must-run in essentially every hour that it's not on outage. Is that correct?
The data, the comments, I think we have a table in there, but I think we were between 95% and 95% and 98% of the time the unit was available, it was offered as must-run for the years 20, I think the data started at the end of 21 through year-to-date 24. That did not include 2020. Which we discussed in the comments. So that, not including 2020, that's correct. But again, that's not, you're also not talking about hours where it was not available. So if we took that opportunity to do maintenance, then that would not be counted in that 95 to 98% of the time.
Just to be clear, so are you saying there were times where there was not a planned outage, but you saw a problem coming and decommitted the unit for kind of an unexpected maintenance problem?
Well, this is kind of confusing, so I'll go slower. Not to you, I'm to everybody. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically, we will take the unit offline because it's out of the money.
I see.
Right? We take it offline, it's out of the money. The plant, it's sitting there, a day or two goes by, and the plant, we talk to the plant every day. The plant says, hey, while we're sitting here not being utilized, can we go after, this piece of equipment that's a known issue that we'd like to fix? And we communicate that to PJM, and we decide, yeah, that makes sense, and we'll make it unavailable. So sometimes that 95 to 98%, it's a little bit unfair because it doesn't include those times when we were on reserve shutdown, we took the unit offline, and then decided to go after a piece of equipment that was causing a problem to basically ensure future availability. We took that unit offline, we basically made it unavailable for an outage.
Okay. And you had talked earlier about this distinction between the accounting fuel cost and, I'm sorry, what's the other fuel cost what's the terminology for the fuel cost that you would use in the daily analysis for your cover price, essentially?
I call it the dispatch price, so the dispatch fuel cost, market fuel cost.
And so just to be clear, your customers are mostly, they don't know about, your customers are concerned about the accounting fuel cost that shows up on their bill, right? Wouldn't you guess that's what they care most about?
Actually, I think they more care about the market, well, but both. How about this both? Because if you can run a unit now and consume coal that's worth more, that you're gonna rob from the future. So I would be concerned about both.
Okay. In the reply comments in this proceeding, Duke mentions a few reasons why Duke believes running the unit would be a prudent decision. One of those reasons is if your 21-day analysis shows that you're gonna make a profit. I think that's almost indisputably a prudent decision to run it, right?
I would agree, yeah.
And then another reason, let's say there are times when your analysis shows a likely net negative margin, but then you run it to avoid paying the spot price of coal. Is that kind of the situation that you're describing?
Because we're using the market price, the current value of that coal, right? In our analysis, we don't even, honestly, I don't even see the accounting cost of the coal, right? I know what it is, because I can look at the accounting records at the end of the month. But in the real time, we're not even looking at the accounting cost of the coal. So to us, the people who are making the decisions to run the unit, the cost of the unit is the market price of the unit.
And so in that scenario, you're running East Bend at a loss to avoid an even bigger loss of having to, violate your, to not take coal that you had contracted for. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I understood the question there.
You're running the unit, you know you're gonna take a loss. Your profit and loss document shows a 21-day likely loss. I mean, of course, it's a projection of what power prices are likely to be, what demand is likely to be, what other generators are likely to be doing. You expect a loss in the market, but you're gonna take it anyway, because if you didn't, you would take an even bigger loss on your coal supply contract. Is that essentially, that's the scenario?
Yeah, that's a little different though. So if I have a projection of the next 21 days, so there's a lot of things that go into this, but like, so we talked to the plant says we have no required testing. The plant says to us, there's nothing operationally that says we have to be on. We can be on or off, your decision. That's step one, right? So then we say, okay, well, what are the risks of turning it off? Again, in this example, it's out of the money. That's why I use the terms out of the money. Its revenues are less than variable costs. It's out of the money for the next 21 days. What are we ask ourselves, what's the implications of turning the plant off, right? Is there a chance there could be a big cold front, right? So kind of like put your example in the middle of summer. So there's no possibility of a cold front. If we have 21 days of loss projected, and there's no operational reason, we're not in the period of December, January, February, and we have no reason we have to run the unit, we will offer the unit on an economic status, allow PJM to decommit the unit. So in your example, if we have it's out of the money for 21 days, the startup costs, right, are not a factor, meaning let's say have a $100,000 startup cost, but we lose more than that. Over that 21-day period, we will offer it more than likely as economic and allow the unit to be decommitted.
Okay, and another reason mentioned in the comments for committing a unit as must run is to avoid PJM capacity performance penalties. Is that fair, or is that true?
That's correct.
And so essentially, you're worried that the unit won't be able to start up again if you turn it off in the winter. Is that, at the simplest level, that's your concern?
At the simplest level, but it's really it's a risk prudence, right? It's like, how much am I willing to save, but put money at risk? So for instance, during Winter Storm Elliott, East Bend was actually out of the money for the first week of December. The first half of December was relatively warm. We had East Bend on reserve shutdown, but our meteorologists were telling us there's a really, really, really strong cold front coming. So we started the unit up early. We started up when our P&L said it was out of the money. So, you want to get it online, get it all kind of, everything steady state, everything's good to go. So when that big event does come, then you do have the unit there at a state that produces power for the customers and, reduces costs and the things that our goals are.
In the profit and loss documents, when you commit a unit as must run for a reason like you just described because of fear of a big winter storm, do you document in the contemporaneous documentation that decision?
So, by example, during Winter Storm Elliott, we did not have this, we had not determined that we're gonna must run it Dec, Jan, Feb yet. So there would be no I don't know if there'd be documentation, but, we don't submit that to GADS, like, so in the generation availability data, the NERC GADS system. I don't believe it'll say, it won't say, I'm pretty sure it will not say, running the unit to avoid risk of failure, at some potential future point in time. So it's not gonna say that in GADS. We have internal notes where we do document things like that, yes, but there's no official system of record, there's no capture system that goes, like NERC GADS would be a good example that it's recorded into my knowledge.
I just mean that, if this commission or another commission wanted to review the prudence of your self-scheduling decisions, is it your normal business practice to maintain contemporaneous documentation of a reason for must running a generator, other than if it was just projected to be profitable, but for these sort of like reliability or operational or testing related reasons, do you document that as a regular course of your business?
I'm not sure what the word contemporaneous means, but I'll just answer it in my words. So yes, we have notes that we take. We have a 6:30 meeting each day. We have a 9 o'clock meeting each day. So 6:30, we meet with the power plants. We talk to all the generators. We ask them about their issues. We tell them about our issues. So after that meeting is completed, we send out a document. It's a PDF document about everything we know for the day. And then our people that offer the units take that document and they offer the units. And then at 9 o'clock, we meet again. So those are the kind of things, you'll see a paper trail like that of kind of that documents our decisions.
Okay. And switching back to the capacity performance issue, would you say that East Bend, compared to other generating units you're responsible for across PJM, MISO, is especially prone to breaking down in winter, or is in kind of the middle of the pack, or how would you compare it to your other generators?
I'd say it's a pretty good unit generator. I'd say it's one of the top. I've mentioned earlier, I did an off-the-cuff calculation of the E4 at 2%, right? Because we had, one of those years had a 584 megawatt capacity value, so 584 divided by 600 anyway, whatever that is, it's like 98%. That's a 2% E4, that's really low. So the unit's a good unit. But the PJM capacity performance costs are huge, right? $3,000 a megawatt hour. So even though it's a good unit, I still don't want to take a chance of having a $3,000 megawatt hour. If you look at that, $3,000 a megawatt hour times 600 megawatts over a 2-day period, it's like $50 million. It's just a big number. So it's a small chance, it's a good unit, but the consequences of not being there are just so big.
Would you say, is there seasonality in your must-run? I mean, the table you referred to in our comments just says, is by year, 95, 90, I don't have the numbers right here, but pretty high must-running around the whole year. But are you saying that if we looked at winter separately from each of the other months, it would be noticeably a higher must-running in winter?
So the policy that I've mentioned about must-running, Dec, Jan, Feb, that came out after Winter Storm Elliott. So that would have been after December of '22. So any seasonality would be recently, right? Basically right now. We brought the unit back for December because that's our policy. It's been in the money, actually. It got in the money around Thanksgiving. It got cold in the Midwest. So it just so happened to work out that it got cold and prices went up about the same time, but we're going to bring it back anyway. But seasonality, there are times like January of 2020. January of 2020, we had 15 days of reserve shutdown. The unit was offline. It was a warm winter. I only remember this because it was right before COVID. So when COVID started in March, we ended up with 57 days between March and like May of reserve shutdown, right? I just remember we had 15 days earlier that year in January of reserve shutdown. So I don't think you're going to see a ton of seasonality historically, but going forward, you will see seasonality because we're going to run the unit December, January, February, must run.
And there's a lot of wind and solar in the PJM interconnection queue, isn't that right?
Oh yeah, and the interconnection queue for sure, mostly solar.
And some of that is gonna be built, wouldn't you agree?
Oh, I think so. Witness Ruscio could probably have a better explanation of how much is built, but yes.
I just mean PJM wide, not Duke. As more solar solar has zero fuel costs, isn't that right?
Some of the plants I offer, that are solar plants, we offer at negative because of the value of the RECs. So call it zero, but, you could even call it negative.
And same for wind, isn't that right?
Same for wind, yes.
And as more solar and wind is added into the PJM system by Duke and by other utilities, there's gonna be more of a daily swing in energy market prices, isn't that right?
I would agree with that, and because I saw that we've seen that in MISO, right? So Duke only has a very small amount of wind in MISO, about 100 megawatts. But MISO itself has about 25,000 megawatts of wind. So one of the things that we watch now, we obviously always monitor markets, and we always, try to gain knowledge about other generators' availability through public websites. But one of the things we monitor, we scrape off the internet and put on the front of our trading floor wall, is the amount of wind in MISO and PJM, because it affects power prices, right? MISO wind goes from 2,000 megawatts to 25,000 megawatts in a day. You see a corresponding impact in the price of power.
And if you're just must running a coal unit, regardless of, well, as more wind and solar are added to the PJM grid, must running the East Bend unit is gonna become more challenging. You're more likely to suffer energy market losses as the wind and solar drives power prices down. Isn't that a fair characterization of what's likely over this next decade or so?
Well, first off, the only time we must run the unit, like I said, regardless of what the daily P&L says, is December, January, February. During those 3 months, we all know that that's in terms of solar performance, right? It's coldest at 6 a.m. in the morning, and that's when the sun's not shining. So that's why the policy for East Bend must running makes sense, December, January, February. But in your hypothetical, if there's 200,000 more megawatts of solar on the ground, and then it does make a difference, we'll reevaluate that policy, right? The policy is in place today because it makes sense. It makes economic sense, risk avoidance for our customers. If it doesn't make sense sometime in the future, we'll reevaluate the policy.
But just at the simplest level, as more wind and solar are in the PJM energy market, there's gonna be lower prices for solar, lower prices in the day, all else equal.
Absolutely. The more generation you put on the grid, we all know the amount of generation being consumed by these lights right now is exactly equal to the amount of generation generated by a power plant, right? We have no storage on this grid. We're even Steven, right? Generation consumed is generation produced. The more generation you put on a grid, all else being equal, right? There's no more load, prices go down, right? Or they stay the same, but most likely they go down.
And because of the high cycling costs for this unit, East Bend is not well positioned to cycle rapidly or frequently as the energy market evolves over this next decade. Isn't that fair?
I think it's fair to say East Bend is not built to cycle, especially like rapidly, right? It definitely can come offline, take advantage of longer periods, but no, there aren't a lot of coal units that are built to cycle for a day on and then come back the next day and keep repeating that same cycle.
And not to belabor the point any further, but solar and wind is gonna be built in PJM in other states. Y'all are planning to do it, and I hope you do. Other utilities are gonna build it regardless, isn't that right?
I mean, there's 100 and whatever thousand megawatts of wind, or solar in the queue, excuse me, so.
From your experience, would you agree that gas units are more, from their operational characteristics, better suited to economic commitment?
So it depends when you say gas unit. A lot of times people say gas unit, they mean simple cycle combustion turbine, kind of mixing the fuel with the technology. So reframing that question to mean a natural gas simple cycle CT, sure, those units are built for flexibility. They have higher heat rates, but they're built for flexibility. But like witness Columba testified earlier, a natural gas fired boiler, right? That's kind of where you're not changing the technology. You're utilizing the same technology you have, a boiler and a steam turbine. And so that has a lot of the characteristics a coal plant has, right? It's it's not a 10-minute on power plant.
So your Woodsdale combustion turbines, you commit those to the PJM energy market as economic regularly. Is that generally the practice?
We offer, technically, yeah, we don't commit. We offer them with a status of economic, probably, 95 to 90, 99% of the time. They're available, right? So we don't use must run very often for Woodsdale, that's correct. But we do at times when it makes sense.
Were you in the room for Mr. Columba's testimony?
I was.
Do you recall that he said and I may not characterize this exactly, but that in winter, coal prices might be lower.
Yes.
Duke's, for most of the coal for East Bend is secured under long-term supply contracts, right?
Yeah, witness Hughes would probably better describe how we procure the coal, but that's my understanding. We have coal contracts that are, they're not spot, they're more long-term.
Okay, if you don't know the answer to this, you can pass it, but none of those contracts have a provision that allows for lower prices in winter, right?
I would pass that to witness Hughes.
Thank you, Your Honors. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, we're joining over here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Swez.
Good afternoon.
My name is Cassandra McCrae. I'll be asking you just a few questions on behalf of the joint interveners. I've lost track of time. Might have been 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. You all talked briefly about a hypothetical where you had known cold weather was coming. And so even if your profit and loss statement didn't project positive revenues for East Bend, you went ahead and committed the unit so that you could get it up to a steady state. Do you recall that? Am I getting it quite right?
Yeah, you got it right.
Can you just tell me how long it takes for East Bend 2 to go from cold start to steady state?
So you did say cold start, so I'll use cold start as an example. So cold is, when I say cold, it's cold, like it's basically, room temperature, right? To go from that state, and I say startup, I mean the word go, right? So we call the station, we say to the station, all right, we'd like to start you up, let's start the unit. That process to when they're at min load, we call it min load dispatch. Basically, we're at minimum load, we're ready for your command, we can move up and down. We've taken care of any boiler chemistries, like, so sometimes boilers have chemistry issues where you gotta get it kind of smoothed out. That cold startup, 3 to 5 days, but I'm not a power plant expert, that's just my, just by watching and observing and, talking to plants over the years, I'd say 3 to 5 days.
Right. Thank you. Is there another kind of start other than a cold start?
There's we classify 3 types, so
Okay.
hot, intermediate, and cold. And I believe hot we use if it's offline for between 0 and 24 hours, intermediate between 24 and I think we use 72. And if it's been offline for more than 72 hours, we call that a cold start. But when I say cold, I said the turbine will, basically it's turbine metal temperatures are like the same temperature as the, inside of the turbine building. That's a really cold unit. That's like, it's sat for, it's like coming back from a long planned outage, right? That's a cold, starting from basically cold.
Gotcha. Do you have an idea of how to ballpark from the intermediate start?
So obviously quicker because it's, turbine metal temperatures are warmer. So I think I said 3 to 5 days for cold. Is that not what I said?
That's what you
I'd say
said.
2 to 3 days for intermediate and maybe for a hot, less than a day, just again, very ballpark.
Gotcha. And if I could briefly make sure we're gonna use these words the same way, and the 2 words I'm thinking of are commitment and dispatch. For purposes of this conversation, will it make sense to you if I use the word commitment to refer to the unit is on or off, and dispatch to refer to an order from PJM to move the unit between its minimum load and maximum load?
Yeah, I can handle that. I mean, yes, I can handle that. But commitment, I would expand the definition, really means the process of determining should you run the unit or should you not run the unit. But yeah, on and off, basically. In dispatch, where should you move the unit between min and max?
So if you had the East Bend unit not running, so in this hot position, intermediate, or cold position, it would not be possible to immediately dispatch the unit at any level of output.
Not until, in the hot startup example, I think we said 24 hours. So it'll take 24 hours to dispatch the unit, and then you can dispatch it.
Sometimes the unit's not dispatchable for as much as 5 days in a row.
The planned outage, the unit's been on a planned outage, it's cold. I said 3 to 5 days. I'm sitting there making sure in my head, I'm kind of racking my brain. That, I think that's still pretty accurate, so yeah.
Yeah, sometimes not dispatchable.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes a coal unit is not dispatchable.
Sometimes it's, I mean, for that 3 to 5, between 0 and 5 days or 0 and 3 days, it's not dispatchable, yes.
Okay, just want to thank you. So, I think we did briefly touch base with your colleague, Mr. Kalimba, just to note that capacity revenues weren't considered in the IRP. That's your understanding as well, too?
I heard that question this morning, yes.
Okay. But you'd agree that the IRP was very concerned about how Duke would meet its PGM capacity obligation.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, yes.
One of the primary objectives
Yeah,
of the IRP.
building blocks.
Yeah, okay. Demand response is recognized as a capacity resource in PJM, correct?
That's correct.
Demand response is currently a part of how Duke meets its load requirements as a fixed resource requirement participant in PJM capacity markets.
It is part of our FRR plan, yes.
If Duke were to move from being an FRR utility to participating in PJM's reliability pricing mechanism, where you have the capacity auctions, demand response can be offered into those auctions as a capacity resource, right?
Yes, I anticipate if we were an RPM member, we would offer our applicable demand response programs.
And like any other, resource that's eligible to participate, or to help a utility meet its capacity obligations, PJM has assigned an effective load carrying capacity value for demand response, right?
I believe so.
Subject to check, would you agree with me that that's 76% ELCC value for demand response?
I do not have a copy of the 2025, 2026 PJM capacity market ELCC in front of me. I just don't remember what it was, but it's somewhere in that range, but I just don't remember.
Yeah. Do you know about what the Woodsdale class ELCC would be?
So I believe Woodsdale, because it's dual fuel, is 79%, and then the normal CT is 62%. So I think I got that part right.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't look at the DSM that closely, apparently.
And I wish I could tell you where you just put in testimony on it too, but we'll just, we'll move forward. One more thing that I wanted to ask you, just bear with me for a moment. So, would you agree that the PJM capacity market is designed to provide incentives for the development of generation, demand response, energy efficiency, and transmission solutions through capacity market payments?
Sounds like a pretty straightforward explanation to me, sure.
That is your very own explanation. And so, yeah, I'm glad
That's
it still
good.
reads as straightforward to you. That was just a line from the testimony that you provided in case number 2024-00285 concerning the change from FRR to RPM. So just those four things again. Incentives for the development of generation, demand response, energy efficiency, and transmission solutions. Transmission solutions aren't generation resources within ELCC, right?
Certainly, they're not generation resources, I agree.
But there are transmission investments that can have an impact on capacity markets and the ways that utilities meet their capacity load obligations at PJM.
I mean, certainly transmission is the only way we have the way to get energy from our generators to the, to end-use customers. So, yeah, it's very important, and it can serve to change the results of the way power flows. So ultimately, yeah, it's critical.
Thank you, Mr. Swets. No further questions.
Mr. Sweds, data request responses were received from Duke that indicated that the proposed switch from participating in PJM as a FRR member compared to using the RPM construct would not affect the modeling. Can you explain why that would be the case, since the reserve margin that PJM requires for FRR members would no longer apply?
So let's look at the things that definitely have zero change between FR and RPM, right? The ELCC values that we just talked about, they're exactly the same for a generator's a generator. Doesn't matter if it's in RPM or FR. The FPR, the forecasted pool requirement, that's basically take load times that FPR value. Essentially, it's like the reserve margin, right? That is exactly the same if you're in FR or RPM. The two changes I think that you just mentioned, the one is and there's a lot of reserves here, and I apologize, I'm trying to keep them straight myself, but the IRM, the installed reserve margin, is the same, depending, it's kind of a building block of the PJM capacity market process, right? They start with that IRM, that installed reserve margin. But what does change, to your point, is depending on if capacity prices are high or low, the amount of reserves that you keep if you're in RPM versus FR changes, right? I think at low capacity prices, you have more, you have a higher reserve margin in RPM. You carry more reserves. And under very high capacity prices, you start to carry less, and eventually you carry less reserves under RPM than you do FR. So there is a slight change there. There is a slight difference. It's only a percent or 2 or 3, depending on where you're at in that curve. But that can be, for Kentucky, that can be 30 megawatts, right? At 1,000 megawatts load, that's 30 megawatts. 30 megawatts at a very high capacity price is a lot of money. So we're talking about small changes in reserve margin over the possible end of capacity prices. And this would be a better response for a better question for Mr. Clement. But now we're talking about what price the market solves at, the capacity market solves at, and a change in reserve margin depending on if it's high or low. But the IRP is just trying to reliably, safely, economically, I don't want to, again, that's where I'm out of my lane a little bit. That's Mr. Columba's testimony. But it's just trying to make sure we have we have enough capacity to satisfy our customers. I think, to me, it's beyond the purpose of an IRP to look at a couple percent changes of what potentially could happen to capacity prices and how it impacts the required reserve margin between FR and RPM. That was a long answer. I hope it was helpful, but it's probably the best I can do.
That's all I have.
Mr. Swift, answered a question earlier about having a generator available, and if you didn't have it available, it was going to be a penalty of $3,000, I think is the figure you used. Can you go back to that and just describe that with a little bit more
Sure.
Detail, so that I understand what you're explaining there?
Right, so we're referring to the PJM capacity performance penalties. And this started, I think, like 8 years ago. but essentially it was a no excuse penalty that PJM levies if a generator is not there when most needed. So if you're on a planned outage, if you tell PJM, we have East Bend as an example, it's got an 8-week outage. PJM approves that outage, and they say, okay, we approve that outage, you can do that. If you do that process, then PJM will not levy a capacity performance charge against you, because you didn't do anything wrong, right? You planned your outage in accordance, you notified them, years in advance, and everyone agreed upon this planned outage. Power plants need maintenance sometimes, so that you won't get fined on. But for everything else, basically, you're more than likely gonna get a fine if you're not there. Doesn't happen very often. It's really only happened that one time during Winter Storm Elliott. But if you're on a maintenance outage, or if you're on reserve shutdown, or if you're on a forced outage, if you're on a forced outage, you are going to get charged capacity performance charges. So if you're forced out, your power plant broke, you're gonna get it's about $3,000 a megawatt hour. But if you're on a maintenance outage, what PJM's gonna do is, I'm sorry.
Can I ask, well?
Is that too much?
No, you're doing great.
Okay.
You're saying $3,000 an hour.
Per megawatt
Per
hour.
megawatt
So
hour.
3,000 times 600 is at 1.8, it's $1.8 million an hour. So it's such a large amount of money. East Bend's off for 1 hour, we are gonna get a $1.8 million charge. And during Winter Storm Elliott, PJM charged $1.8 billion in fees from that 2-day event.
How many dollars in fees?
1.8 billion. Now
Billion.
later, 1.8 billion, but later, there was the FERC, and I'm not legal, but it got reduced to around $1 billion, just rough numbers. But they still charge $1 billion in fees for that 2-day event.
Well,
So that's why we're risk averse, right? We don't ever wanna have East Bend offline and have anything like that occur. So,
well, I think that's good. Thank you. I appreciate it. I might
Sure.
have another question, but
I'm just making sure I'm tracking with you. I'm drawing a flow chart here, but I'm not sure that I'm clear. What would have happened if you hadn't turned on the unit early during Storm Elliott or before Storm Elliott?
So we turned it on, my best memory is we turned it on a couple weeks before the winter event. Because that winter event, again, my memory, it wasn't like it was like the next day, all of a sudden it's getting cold. We all
Right.
kind of knew it was getting cold, like 7, 8, 9 days ahead of time, maybe. So in this instance, we turned it on, I think about 10 days beforehand. The unit, my memory, came up okay, right? It didn't suffer a tube leak. Sometimes that happens. We have a thermal cycle. So the unit, I believe the unit just came online, normal start, was good. But, when you bring it on early, you can kind of kick the tire, so to speak. Make sure you get all the issues worked out. And so in this instance, nothing happened. We brought the unit back online. I think it came back pretty nicely. And the unit ran, East Bend ran right through Winter Storm Elliott, produced 600 megawatts almost the entire time. I think we had a total of we had $800,000 in bonuses, right? I talked about the penalties, right? The people paying those penalties, the opposite side is that some people receive the benefit of those payments we receive. We receive $800,000 in credits or, positive value from the others that got fined.
And you turned that on early based on the local weather reports?
Well, we have meteorologists on staff.
Okay.
It's really about the implications to the entire interconnection,
Yeah.
right? It's like, this is a big deal. It's really unusual. And you get, when meteorologists get scared, you start to you look at them like, well, he's really concerned. He's really concerned. So they knew it was something unique.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
can you go back and describe a cold start? It takes, how long did you say that could take?
I said 3 to 5 days, and my example was a really cold unit, one that was on a long planned outage.
Yeah,
And
with
then,
room temperature, you said.
yeah, room temperature, right.
Now explain to us why that takes so long. Just problems and the steps? Can you do
Sure.
that?
Yeah, and I only worked in a power plant for probably like 3 or 4 years, but my understanding, and maybe Witness Simpson might expand on this more, but all that turbine metal temperature has to basically gradually grow, right? So there's a lot of mass. You know, that turbine's 50 feet long and I don't know how much it weighs. I mean, I don't know, many pounds, right? So it's got to slowly grow over time. So those turbine metal temperatures have to have time to get to where they're, you know, stretched out and everything's kind of in a nice hot position, I guess, but lack of a better word.
And so you ramp up you intentionally ramp up the temperature slowly?
Yeah,
Is
and
that
again,
what you
that's my understanding. The other things are happening, of course, at the same time, but the turbine, the boiler, right, you're starting to put water through the boiler and it's kind of getting up to speed. You put a fire in the boiler, you start to get that boiler kind of start getting up hotter, and all the other components in the plant, same things are happening to different degrees, but eventually everything's getting warmer over time.
So it's just a kind of warming process that takes up to 5 days? Is that-
I'm sorry.
Possibly could take up to 5 days.
Warming plus like starting up with systems. And again, Witness Donner, he actually works at East Bend. He could probably describe this way better than I can, but you've got to start up all the different systems, the pulverizers, and you got to start up the boiler and get the water flowing through the boiler and get a fire in the boiler. And there's all kinds of different systems, that make that power plant work.
So I guess what you're trying to say in a roundabout way is that you have to keep from being caught flat-footed on a event and paying those huge penalties. You have to be forward-looking and try to warm up possibly from a cold start or and the other things that you described.
Absolutely, and it's not just the penalties, right? So we didn't even talk about the fact that the power prices during Winter Storm Elliott were high. So had we not been online, we would have received penalties, but also our customers would have bought power from PJM at high prices. So it's like a double whammy. Well, I'm not sure if that's anyway. But you gotta be, I'm thinking, I just talked myself out of that, I'm sorry. That CP might include power, I can't remember.
Sounds like a
But-
double whammy, I don't know.
Yeah, let's just say it's a double whammy, but you gotta be aware of both. You gotta, you're gonna not be there for your customers and you might have a penalty, so you gotta, unit commitment is not like a simple, it's thinking about, like you described it as flat-footed, but you're thinking about the risks of something happening that might not perfectly occur like pure plan, right? We all can make plans, but sometimes they don't go perfectly as we plan. So,
Thank you, Mr. Swayze, you're a very good communicator, I appreciate your answer.
you're welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
So during winter storm, since we're on this topic, Duke received an $800,000 credit for being willing to start up when you weren't required to.
Well, that was for both Woodsdale and East Bend. As a company, we got $800,000 in credits. Some of that was East Bend, some was Woodsdale.
Both were on scheduled outage?
No, Woodsdale was not. But Woodsdale, we were able to utilize our dual fuel, so we were able to operate, and Mr. McClay can describe better, but we can operate on oil. And so when gas was not available, we actually were operating on oil. But those are the credits we got as a total entity for Kentucky.
I don't remember what your IRP says about oil. Do you recall?
Well, there's the oil
Plan.
discussion earlier about East Bend operating on natural gas, the DFO, but I don't remember if Woodsdale on backup fuel oil is in the IRP, I just don't know.
Okay. Who would know?
Say Witness Simpson?
Okay. And say you started up and then the forecast is wrong and you didn't need it after all. What did it cost to spend that 5 days starting it up?
So a typical startup for East Bend is cold start, it's $100,000. It varies with the price of oil, but it's not cheap, it's not nothing.
So it's $100,000 risk to go ahead and start it up and then maybe not need it.
Yeah, but you're gonna get something for the energy revenue. So like we talked earlier with the Sierra Club, we're asking about that daily P and L. So that's the difference. So you typically aren't gonna have a $100,000 loss per day. You might have a $10,000 loss per day because you're gonna receive, say, $100,000 in revenues. You're gonna spend $90,000 in, I'm sorry, you're gonna receive $90,000 in revenue, have $100,000 a day in variable costs, your negative is $10,000. So it's not quite losing $100,000, it's losing the difference between your revenue and your variable costs.
Okay. Redirect?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Swez, you had mentioned that the company received around $800,000 in credits as a result of Winter Storm Elliott. Do you recall that
I do.
line of question? Can you just tell me, or tell the commission, for the record, what happened to those dollars? Where did they go?
I believe they flowed through the company's PSM rider, but I am hopeful I got that right.
And the PSM, do you know what that is?
The profit sales mechanism, I believe is the acronym, but it's the annual rider where we credit or charge customers with revenues and costs related to off-system sales. And I think there's other things in there as well, but I call it the off-system sales rider.
Thank you. And is it fair to say then that customers receive the benefit of those credits for having those units available to dispatch during Winter Storm Elliott?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Cook, Recross?
No questions.
Sierra Club?
None, Your Honor, thank you.
Joint interveners?
No, thank you.
Staff?
Nothing else.
All right. Commissioners?
Just, do you know what the credit per customer was?
I do not.
Okay, we can
Um,
follow up with that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you're welcome.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and let us start the next witness, and then we might need a break mid-witness, but please, Mr. Cosenza.
Thank you, Your Honor. For our next witness, we call Michael Gears.
Oh, does anyone have objection to Mr. Swez being excused? Mr. Swez, you're off the hook.
Thank you.
So they won't get him out of the room.
Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat and tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Michael Gears. I'm an EHS manager within Duke Energy's Environmental Health and Safety Organization. And for purposes of this testimony, I represent the review of the environmental regulations that East Bend is subject to for this matter.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Gears. You anticipated what my first couple of questions were going to be. Mr. Gears, did you cause to file any responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did, yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to those responses?
I do have one slight addition for KSES DR-01-042. For response to question B, the last sentence originally says the total initial cost estimate is approximately $3 million. The amended statement should be the total initial incremental cost estimate is approximately $3 million.
Is that the only correction you have?
That is the only correction I have, yes, sir.
And if you were asked those questions again this afternoon, would your answers then be the same?
They would.
And do you hereby adopt and intend those responses to be your testimony for purposes of this hearing this afternoon?
I do, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gears. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Cook.
No questions, Chair.
Sierra Club?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would like to start by talking about the mercury and air toxics rule. Is that a topic that you are familiar with?
Yes.
And in Duke's IRP, it states that one of the things it is doing is updating the analysis based on new regulations that are in place that weren't in place when it did the 2021 IRP. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And do those updates include this mercury and air toxics rule?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Could you tell us what the mercury and air toxics rule is? And if it's okay with you, I will refer to it as the acronym.
Yeah, the
MATS.
MATS rule, or Mercury and Air Toxic Standard, was a piece of regulation that EPA imposed under Section 112 of the Clean Air Act that basically regulates what they call air toxics. And by that, we mean acid gases like HCl, certain metals, and certain other materials. That rule originally was finalized after a lot of regulatory back and forth. The MATS rule was imposed in, if I remember right, 2012, with compliance in 2015.
And, thank you for that. Can you talk to us about how it is units like East Bend can measure compliance with the existing MATS rule?
So MATS has determined different methods for different pollutants. When you are measuring the subcategory of acid gases, HCl, HF, and hydrochloric acid, hydrofluoric acid, we use the amount of SO2 emitted as a surrogate under EPA's program, so that if you have a maximum, if you meet the limit for SO2, then you're presumed to comply with the acid gases. With respect to the metals, we use a surrogate, again, a filterable particulate. Again, EPA sets a standard for filterable particulate. If you meet it within the compliance period, you're assumed to be in compliance with the metal limits. You could have also have chosen to measure individual metals, but that's a very long and, drawn out and expensive process. We made the decision that it was more cost effective to do it this way.
Thank you. And those filterable particulates, sorry, that one's a mouthful, those are measured on a 30-day rolling basis. Is that right?
That is the compliance mechanism for this MATS. The station has other filterable PM limits, but this is the most restrictive one.
And these limits, is it accurate to refer to these as PM limits?
That's a shorthand that many people use. If you want to be purist, you can say filterable particulate matter, but for purposes of this, we could just use PM.
So if I use PM, you'll understand I'm talking about the emissions
Yes.
at the scrubber that apply to MATS. to
At the
MATS.
stack.
At
Compliance
the
is measured at the stack.
Thank you for that clarification. If it's okay with you, I will use PM as a shorthand for
Fair
these
enough.
emissions. I just want to make sure we're clear that we're talking about the same set of emissions.
If I'm not clear, I'll ask you.
That is a good policy. All right. Do you have in front of you Duke's IRP?
I have the section specifically for the environmental provisions.
That's the one I'm after. Page 127, please. If you look at the bottom full paragraph, it begins East Bend demonstrates, that one.
I see the bottom paragraph on the bottom of page 127.
Okay. And could you read that second sentence, please?
Second sentence, to ensure that it can reliably meet the lower filterable PM, filterable particulate standard prior to July 8th, 2027, Duke Energy Kentucky is evaluating capital projects will be required on the electrostatic precipitator and flue gas desulfurization units.
Great. What capital projects is Duke evaluating?
Well, in the context, let's go back and look at when this rule was finalized. The final rule was really signed and made available in April of this year, and was actually published in the Federal Register of May of this year. So at that time, we had already put into motion the IRP modeling that Witness Kalimba talked about, where we had already looked at having the limestone conversion project in place. So what this specifically refers to is MATS was not something that was originally in the IRP modeling. So once the final rule came out, very close to when we had to file this IRP, we did additional analysis and said, well, what else would we need to do beyond what we had already put in the IRP to meet the MATS compliance. And then this was a smaller incremental amount of work. And it has to do primarily with things such as some capital replacements of components, between the FGD system and the electrostatic precipitator systems.
Let's talk for a minute about the PM emissions at the East Bend plant. What are the plant's most recent filterable particulate emissions measured on a 30-day rolling basis?
First of all, what time frame are you looking at? What time frame? What compliance period? Because it does matter what time frame you're looking at.
Let's look at the most recent compliance period.
Well, again, are you talking about on an hourly average, a daily average, a 30-day rolling average?
My understanding was that the compliance was determined on a 30-day rolling
For the
average.
MATS rule, yes, that is correct. So if you look at the MATS rule, that's standard, and if you look at our compliance has been very good with the standard that was promulgated in 2012. That standard is 0.03 pounds of filterable particulate per million BTU. So we've had a very good run of compliance with that standard. To my knowledge, we have not violated that standard at all. However, with the new MATS standard that was finalized in May, EPA took that number and reduced it by a factor of 3 to 0.01 pound per million BTU. So you have a much more stringent standard, but you also have, you're getting down to the limits of the detectability of filterable particulate using EPA's methods. So, if you're looking at what our compliance is, while we are in compliance with the 0.03 number in the original rule, we have serious reservations that we would be able to comply on a continuous basis with the 0.01 rule,
And when you
having made no other changes to the system.
Yeah, when you say serious reservations
I can
about,
look through the hourly data and I can see numbers that are above 0.01.
and have you done any analysis, or Duke, I don't mean you personally, but has Duke done the analysis to see if it would violate that lower 0.01 standard based on a 30-day rolling average?
So understand that every day you have a new 30-day rolling average, which means that you basically have 365 opportunities every year to violate the standard. And if you look out over the length of time that we would be operating this unit, without making any upgrades to the spend unit, yes, we had very good feeling that we would not be able to comply with all situations.
Is there any chance you could put a number on a very good feeling? How many times is it
Well,
estimated that you'd be out of compliance?
My organization basically says, you don't violate the law. You don't violate your permit requirements. So really, one violation is one too many for us.
Understood. How many violations would the plant have received?
I cannot recall.
Do you think that East Bend has to change anything that it has, any of its current operations in order to comply with the new MATS standard?
As I said before, we are anticipating, the limestone conversion, and there are changes that would be made in that limestone conversion that would help us comply with the new PM standard for MATS. And then, as I also just testified, that there's some other additional work that we would do as well. But the bulk of it would be portions that was done within the limestone project.
So in your view, this limestone conversion project at the FGD scrubber would reduce these PM emissions?
They would, yes.
By how much?
I would defer to maybe witness Donner on that one.
And I can ask witness Donner as well, but do you know if Duke's done any calculation as to the amount of reduction that'd be available through the limestone conversion process?
So calculations, assessment, analysis have been done as part of that process. And again, I'm going to defer the details to them. You know, I am familiar with the basic changes that are being contemplated in changing over to a limestone. And, you know, essentially what you will have is an FGD system that has a much greater amount of essentially washing water that comes down through the tower that would be better able to scrub out the filterable particulates and capture it in the liquid phase.
And you said that Duke has done those calculations outside of this IRP process.
I'm gonna defer to someone else.
Is there any reason to expect that the current PM emissions under the existing quicklime process would go up if Duke did nothing, if it didn't go through the limestone conversion process?
I'm not sure I understand restate your question, please.
Sure. Let's try it this way. If Duke doesn't make any changes to its FGD scrubber, and it keeps using the lime reagent that it's currently using, is there any reason to believe that its PM emissions are going to go up?
So when you're operating an FGD system, there is a constant amount of maintenance that you have to do. You know, assuming that the other conditions are the same and you're continuing to do the maintenance, by its very nature, I don't think it would go up.
And would you agree that the new mass limits will have only a limited impact on East Bend?
Under what scenario?
Under the current scenario?
Under the current scenario of if there is no action taken.
Correct.
No action taken whatsoever, no limestone conversion, none of the other capital projects.
Let's leave the other capital, sorry to interrupt. Let's leave the other capital projects aside without going through the limestone conversion process.
The limestone conversion process will deliver reductions in filterable PM that would aid in compliance with the standard.
Do you think the plant could comply with the new MATS limits without going through the limestone conversion process?
Objection asked and answered.
Is it your opinion that the conversion of the FGD system, strike that. Does the IRP explain whether the plant's current PM emissions are at, above, or below the new MATS limits?
I think there was an interrogatory by one of the parties that they specifically asked for hourly PM emissions limits, so I think we've already provided that information.
Those are the actual emissions.
Yes.
Does the IRP document whether the emissions at the plant are at, above, or below the new threshold?
What the IRP does say in the section on MATS is, you know, again, as I stated earlier, we completed the analysis for the IRP base case, and then when we had a final rule in April, we then went back and looked at, you know, the numbers that were in the final rule for the filterable PM limit, and then made an assessment based on what we had already put in the IRP, including the limestone project, that we would just have to do a little bit more of additional capital work. And then we would have relative certainty that we would comply with the MATS standard.
Thank you. If the new MATS standard were in place in the calendar year 2024, so we're in that 0.01 threshold, would Duke have violated the MATS limit on a 30-day operating standard?
I think there's a significant risk that we would have.
You have data that backs that up.
I did not analyze that.
I think we will have a supplemental, or a post-hearing data request on just that point. Next question, if the commission denies the CPCN for the limestone conversion project, what would the plant do to comply with the new MATS limit?
So the limestone conversion project has multiple phases. There's obviously the change out of the reagent from a mag-enhanced quicklime to a limestone for the reagent feed. But the other part of the project would be that you're changing the amount of pumps, or the types of pumps and headers and spray systems that actually provide much more of a scrubbing and a washing capability in the scrubber tower. So that portion of what we would loosely call the limestone project would likely still have to be implemented.
Let's go back to the IRP. You have it in front of you on page 127, please.
I have page 127, yes.
Now, on that page, it says Duke Energy Kentucky is evaluating capital projects that will be required.
Which paragraph are you on?
Oh, sorry, the very bottom paragraph.
Okay.
It says Duke Energy Kentucky is evaluating capital projects that will be required, and initial cost estimates for these projects have been included. Were there other MATS compliance pathways that were studied in the IRP?
What you have to do when you're looking at the MATS rule, you basically have to look where the PM is. And so the work around trying to understand how you would get in compliance centers around, you know, that end result. So I'm not sure that I could really recommend any other type of pathway to achieve compliance other than what we've proposed.
The only path, just so I understand, the only pathway to comply with MATS at East Bend is to convert from quicklime to limestone?
What I said specifically was not so much the reagent. What you're really getting is augmenting the scrubber's ability to physically wash the particulate out of the flue gas. And what I said earlier was that that is accomplished by increasing the rate of flow through the tower. You can do that either on quicklime, or you could do that on limestone.
Thank you. As a non-engineer, I appreciate you walking us through that. How else might we increase the rate of flow if we use the current lime process?
Well, the biggest thing is if you're getting more of that scrubbing capability in the towers. The towers were designed for a certain ratio of liquid to gas. And when you use the magnesium or the quicklime, and I'm going to go really deep on engineering on you on this one, the lime that we use actually has approximately 5% of magnesium in it. And what that does is it makes that scrubber liquor much more potent in being able to do the mass transfer that takes the SO2 out of the flue gas and move it into liquid. You know, mass transfer is, again, how you're taking the material out of the gas and putting it into the liquid. Because that magnesium makes the scrubber liquor more potent, and I can go deep on the chemistry if you want, but you probably don't want me to. If you're not gonna have that reagent, and that's why this reagent, the loss of this reagent is so critical, because it has that 5% or so magnesium. By replacing it with limestone, you need a much larger volume of liquid to go through to get the same SO2 removal efficiency. And this is something that we have tremendous experience with at our other scrubbed units. In fact, East Bend is the only unit that we still have that has this magnesium lime chemistry. Everything else uses limestone.
Are you aware that EPA, when it finalized the MATS rule, published a list of plants that it thought would need to upgrade in order to comply with the new MATS limits?
EPA had a list of plants that it thought it was upgrade. Unfortunately, in my many experiences with many different rulemakings over the years, I've got a lot of history where EPA either tried to project what the compliance plan would be for a given unit or tried to estimate the cost. And generally, you know, okay, that's nice to know, but it's not really a guide. I trust my colleagues in the back of the room that actually know what's going on much better. But the point and the other concern that we've had with the MATS rule is that when you look at the way that they set the standard, there's also some criticism about how they set the standard and how they use the data to come up with the data, or to come up with the limits. So from our perspective, you know, the EPA was really kind of pushing the technology here.
Do you have reason to believe that EPA's list of which plants would have to make upgrades in order to comply was inaccurate?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because when EPA set the standard, if you go back and you look at the way that they choose the historical data to determine what they basically did was, if you picture a plant, any plant, And over a multi-year period, they say, okay, in this quarter, your average was this number, and next quarter was this number, and next quarter was this number. What they did was they kind of cherry-picked which quarters they used to select data to then go back and ascertain where they would set the standard. So to the extent that they really went back and kind of cherry-picked the data and selected a standard based on that, I'd say, yes, it's inaccurate, because what you've done is you've set a standard that's not really reflecting the performance of the units. This type of thing is something that we pointed out in our comments, but was also pointed out in the comments of the Kentucky Utilities Organization, another organization, the Class of '85, all of which we belong to, and we tried to, make that point in the rulemaking. So yes, I would have to say that EPA's list is inaccurate.
And when you say your comments, you mean the comments in that EPA rulemaking?
In the
not
rulemaking,
not
yes.
this-
On the
not this
proposal
one.
that came out in 2023, those were comments that were filed.
And the data, at least as to East Bend, that would be relevant here, that's the data that you suggested we asked witness Donner about?
I'm sorry, could you be more specific, please? Which,
The data about the PM emissions at East Bend.
I think you asked me how much the PM emissions would be reduced. Yes, I would start with Mr. Donner.
Okay. I only have one other set of questions for you. They relate to the effluent limitation guidelines. Those are one of the updated environmental regulations that are new from the last time Duke went through an IRP process. Did the IRP evaluate the cost of compliance with the newest EPA effluent limitation guideline update?
Well, let's back up a little bit. When the rules came out earlier this year, there were really four that came out. There was the 111 rule for GHGs, there was MATS, there was the ELG, and there was a CCR rule. Within the ELG rule, this is the latest iteration of a long-standing, process of trying to set ELG limits. Duke Energy Kentucky had already gone back and implemented a number of projects at the East Bend station. For example, we've converted to a dry bottom ash handling system, which takes us out of the category of having to worry about bottom ash blowdown. We also, by the nature of how we operate the plant and how we make a solidified material that goes to the landfill, we've also gone back and, we don't have an FGD blowdown. We've already closed the ponds that are at the East Bend station. So as was said in the other materials, we basically are in compliance already. So to that extent, any additional costs? No.
So just so I'm clear, the answer to, did the IRP evaluate the cost of compliance with the ELG update is yes or no?
The only portion, yes, we did evaluate costs. The only portion that remains to be done is there is a combustion residual leachate provision within the ELG rule. But again, what that looks at is that the material, the water that comes out of the landfills, we have an east landfill, we have a west landfill, there's leachate that comes out of those. So realistically, either way, making the cost is not decisive in any future choice of how you develop the unit, because the landfills are already there. You're gonna have to deal with them regardless.
So you mentioned coal residual leachate. That sounds like a very specific term of art. Can you just tell us what that is?
Again, what you're seeing is that there is some amount of water that is withdrawn from the landfill area and is subject to treatment.
And does East Bend discharge this coal residual leachate?
At this point in time, you've got a rule that's been out there only a few months. At this time, I think there's further analysis we're gonna do, whether, as I said before, one of the ways that we avoid having FGD blowdown externally is that we're able to take the wastewater and mix it with the scrubber solids and some additional lime, and we cause it to set up into a hard material called Positec. And in doing that, what you're doing is you're tying up the water with the materials in it. And so I'm not sure at this point in time whether we have enough capacity to still also tie up that water from the leachate in the landfill as well.
And when you say tie up the water in a landfill.
Well, think of it this way, you're taking materials, think of making a bag of cement. Think of that as the solids that come out of the process, you mix it with water, it solidifies, becomes one large monolith. It's a monolith. And in doing so, there is water in it, but it's tied up in the chemical matrix of the material.
And so if you're successful in doing this, in your metaphor, moving all of this water into the bag of cement, there would be no coal residual leachate.
I don't know that we're at the point that we've concluded that yet. The rule's only been out a couple of months. And I think the other thing about, anyways, go on.
Is the standard in the new rule no coal residual leachate? You have to eliminate.
If I remember right, there are treatment limitations. But if you don't discharge, you don't have a limitation, you don't have to measure against a limitation.
Got it. And so it sounds like you've done a fair bit of study of this particular treatment system.
Well, being a
You
lot
and
of
your
credit
team.
to my colleagues.
Sure. Do you have a cost estimate for what it's going to cost, either in capital costs or operating costs for Duke to comply with this?
I don't know
coal
those
residual
numbers.
leachate?
I'm not familiar with those numbers.
Does Duke have them?
I would imagine, perhaps ask, witness Donner or witness Simpson.
And the ELG rule, update up to the rule, states that if you cease burning coal by 2034, you don't have to comply with the leachate requirement, right?
I don't recall that provision specifically. I would want to go back and reread it.
But assuming that provision is there, under a scenario where the plant.
Well, I think, let's draw this out again. One of the things is you've got a landfill that is there. And the way that it behaves is gonna be independent upon how the plant operates. I mean, you're still gonna have some leachate coming out of the landfill.
Okay. So even under your bag of cement metaphor, there still will be leachate.
So when I was talking, again, when you look at the landfill, you have to look at, not only are you getting, not necessarily just the water that's going in, but look, it rains in this area, so you're gonna get precipitation, you're gonna get runoff. Those are other areas that could contribute to the generation of leachate.
Got it. And under that scenario, you would still need some sort of treatment mechanism.
Correct.
Got it. And do you have a cost estimate for that?
I
treatment
can't
scenario?
speak to the costs.
That'd be a different witness.
Excuse me?
That'll be a different witness would have that
Yes,
on record.
yes, sir.
Okay. Totally fair, thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness the demonstrative exhibit that we emailed yesterday. Is it possible to go off the record and set that up?
I was gonna take a break anyway.
That would be
So
great.
I was just waiting for the end of your questioning to take 10-minute break. Club's exhibit up, and council, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gears, welcome back. I have just a couple of more questions for you. We have a couple of screens in the room. I assume you have this document in front of you, yes?
I have the screen in front of me. This is a multi-tab spreadsheet, and I can only see one piece of it.
Great. So this document, which we were shared with your council yesterday, is a demonstrative exhibit.
I understand that was shared with council, but understand I was also in transit to the hearing when that came in, so I have not had a chance to thoroughly review this.
Totally fair. This document is EPA's cost estimate by plan for complying with the updated ELG rule. I would like you to look at the tab at the bottom called CRL, Unit Level Cost Estimates. You see that tab?
I do.
And right now our cursor is on row 107. To the right of that, you'll see a plant name that says East Bend, correct?
That's correct.
All right, could we please move over to column L? What we're looking at here in column L is the CRL. I believe that's the coal residual leachate that we were discussing before. Those are the capital costs to achieve zero discharge of this coal residual leachate. That number looks to me like it's $26.7 million in capital costs. Is that right?
It says in cell L 107, $26.7 million, yes.
Okay. And could we scroll to column N? Now that is the annual operating and maintenance costs to achieve zero discharge of coal residual leachate. It appears to me that that says $3.4 million.
Yeah, again, the header of that says regulatory option B O&M cost, $3.4 million in M107.
So these look to me like they are EPA's estimates for what it will cost East Bend to comply with the new ELG rule, both in terms of capital costs and operating and maintenance costs. Do you have reason to dispute EPA's estimates?
Well, first of all, I did not prepare the spreadsheet, and until really today, this is really the first time I've had a chance to look at it.
Understood.
I notice you've also got a couple of tabs here that talk about FGD unit level cost estimates and bottom ash unit level cost estimates, and I wouldn't expect to see East Bend in those as well, or in those, because, but again, I did not prepare the spreadsheet, did not see it before this proceeding. And so I'm not really sure what these are based on. But again, as I mentioned earlier, I have a certain concern about making, just using data that's developed by EPA without really making sure that they're really grounded in the facts on the ground at our station.
I understand this is EPA's estimate, not your estimate. Does Duke have its own estimate for the coal residual leachate compliance costs under this ELG rule?
I believe that's what we were talking about before the break, when I was saying, my understanding is that it's very likely a much lower number than that. But again, I'll defer to Mr. Donner and or Mr. Simpson on that.
Understood. And would any of these costs be necessary if the unit were converted to gas?
Well, again, remember that these are associated with the landfill. When you're talking about bottom ash and bottom ash transport water and FGD blowdown, those are associated with, the operation of the boiler. Under a scenario where you're burning 100% natural gas, you might still have some activity in the FGD system. I don't know that we've completely figured out if there'd be any variable O&M there or not. But certainly with the landfill, remember, this plant has been operating since about reliably and providing good customer service since the early 1980s. And so you still have landfills that are legacy to the site, so they're still gonna be there even if the plant is no longer combusting coal as a fuel.
Thank you, Mr. Gears. I have no further questions for you. Your Honor, I'll just note that after conferring with Duke's counsel in an effort to save all of us time, Sierra Club proposes that rather than cross Mr. Simpson and Mr. Donner, that we just submit a post-hearing data request for this information.
For this information, or not cross Simpson and Donald at all?
Donner, correct,
Not cross them at all,
correct,
is your proposal?
yes.
Staff? Do you have questions for those two witnesses?
Oh, sorry, I meant to be, just to be clear, I meant for Sierra Club. I didn't mean to commit other parties to not cross those witnesses.
Well, while we're at it though,
No questions for them, no.
joint interveners?
I have a few questions for Mr. Gears first, if I may, and
Oh,
I
of
think
course,
it may
yes, we're not
depend.
finished with this witness.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll kick any of my questions possibly to other witnesses, so I don't want to waive the right to cross them before I know if my questions for Mr. Gears might be best suited for them as well.
That's fine. I had asked, staff to, at the next break, quiz all of the parties to see which witnesses might be excused, so we'll just hold off and we'll
That
do that at
works.
the next break. And, you're finished, Mr.
I am finished. Mr. Gears, thank you for walking us through
Tell me
the
how to pronounce your name, is it
Shof. Thank you for taking time to talk to me today.
Welcome. Thank you. Go ahead, Clint.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Trofe. My name is Byron Gary. I'm an attorney with the Kentucky Resources Council. I represent Kentucky Resources Council as well as Kentuckians for the Commonwealth and Kentucky Solar Energy Society. And just as Mr. Shof said, and you've heard us address other witnesses, if I misstate anything or you're confused about my question, just let me know. It's probably on my end.
Fair
Also,
enough.
don't have an engineering background, so this gets confusing sometimes. Just at the most abstract level, I wanted to back up to environmental compliance generally. And I guess most specifically under the Clean Air Act. There are different types of sort of Clean Air Act requirements. Sometimes it's controls. We talked a lot about the FGDs that are controls for SO2 and otherwise. Sometimes it's like operational requirements too, though, right?
Typically, just to give a little bit of background, under the Clean Air Act, there is a section called Title V that we have a kind of an all-encompassing operating permit. And what that's meant to do is to take all the different air programs and roll all the requirements into one document. And so within that, you'll have emission limits, for example, like so many pounds of SO2 emitted out of the stack per hour. But you can also have some operational limits, like for example, a combustion turbine may get permitted a certain way such that it has a limitation on how much fuel it can burn in a year. So yeah, from that point of view, an operational limit, an emission limit, and then can also be, you have to do certain inspections, you have to do certain, preventive maintenance activities in the case of like an emergency diesel generator. But in general, that's kind of how it works.
And sometimes it can be that you have to, that was exactly what I was getting at. I think there's one other maybe. Sometimes there are requirements that you like install and run a specific type of control. I think those are probably a little bit more rare than the emissions limits, but sometimes you have to run something specific as a control.
So when you seek an air permit, very often under the air program, if you're building like say a new combustion turbine, there will be new source performance standards at a federal level. There might be max standards for air toxics that have specific limits already embedded in them. But some of the other requirements of the Clean Air Act are also sometimes, you should not have, you might have to do ambient modeling to also impact what the emission limits are.
Okay. And then there are, so you mentioned modeling for specific units, and there might be like, I suppose that could be to keep emissions from going up enough that they affect the quality of air in a specific area, right?
Yeah.
And so those would be like new source review standards, is that what you're referring to?
So when you go back and you set an air standard, you have a technology-based standard, the new source performance. It's like every new CT, we've demonstrated we can do this good, so that becomes the minimum level. Then you also have health-based standards, like you would have a national ambient air quality standard that says to be protective of health with an ample margin of safety, you have to have the air concentrations of, say, ozone or SO2 below a certain level on a certain time average. And all of those things go into how you regulate a unit.
Okay. And with regard to the NACs specifically that you were just talking about, if a unit were to cause an increase of one of those, if a change at a unit were to cause an increase of one of those pollutants over a certain level, you would have to go through new source review, right?
So new source review is kind of.
Major new source review.
Yeah, there's non-attainment new source review, there's PSD, it's all kind of lumped under new source review. But there are very specific provisions out there that if you change your operations by a certain amount as defined in the regulations, you have to seek a permit.
Okay. And for example, PSD or non-attainment new source review, let's just take PSD so we can limit the acronyms as much as possible.
The only difference
PSD
is that non-attainment new source review is more stringent than just normal PSD.
Yeah.
So, but it's still kind of the same process.
Yeah. And for PSD then the control that the limit is backed, right?
So if you're in an attainment area, it's backed. And if you're in a non-attainment, it's something called LAIR, or lowest achievable emission rate.
Okay. And just, could you spell out what backed is?
Backed is,
Both the acronym and what it means.
yeah, backed is best available control technology. It's not really a limit per se. It's like you have to go back and research and see what other people have done and what the technology is really capable of doing. And then there's also a judgment in there as, if you, for example, say, I want to reduce, a ton of SO2 by, and the incremental cost is like 5 cents. It's like, okay, that's a pretty slam dunk. But if you come back and say under backed, it's $1 million a ton, that would be deemed, not what would be considered backed.
Okay. And those different costs depend on what the
It depends upon
control
the pollutant.
methodology would be, what
It
you have to
depends
do.
upon the pollutant, and a lot of time, you're really looking back to what has historically been done. It's trying to recognize that over time, as new source performance standards come in and other things occur in the industry, backed is always kind of a moving target.
But it could be a requirement that you install a specific type of control technology.
Yeah, and I look at it a little bit more that you're really looking for the emissions rate. If you set, like, for example, under the MATS rule, and I know I'm going off backed, but, you have a number of different ways that you can meet that. Like, for example, if you're doing mercury control, you could do a fabric filter and carbon capture. We choose to do it, we use our scrubber and our SCR in combination to get us excellent mercury control. So it's really, once you get there, how you get there is, to a certain extent, you've got some choices. But in some cases where you may only have a limited technology, because that's the only thing that's really been done in that area. What I'm trying to tease out is that it's not automatically always thou shalt have to do this. Even under the 111 rules, the standards are said that, anyway.
Multiple different ways you could get to the same limit.
Yes.
Okay. And just backing up, so you changed the maths for just a second. You said East Bend, I assume you were talking about, complies with maths using a couple of different controls?
We have different types of pollutants that are collectively regulated under MATS.
Okay.
And you have a tactic for each one.
Okay. And I think you said your SCR is part of that compliance as well for MATS?
It's one of the things that we were able to add value to the plant and minimize the impact on customers, because we were able to creatively use the control technologies that we had installed for other things and adapt them to also helping us with MATS. And so we saved a considerable amount of money.
Okay. Move slightly off that. Aside from those, you also mentioned, maybe just referring to the IRP, the same page that Mr. Schoaf was referring to earlier on 127, you mentioned both the ESP and the FGD. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So those are both two types of controls that you use for compliance with MATS.
We use them both, yes.
Okay. But MATS doesn't require you use one or the other for any particular
You
limit.
could, instead of a precipitator, you could have had a fabric filter,
Okay,
as an example.
okay. And the emissions so in MATS, for example, just taking the mercury limit you were talking about earlier, the PM limit was lowered from 0.03 to 0.01, right?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't say thou shalt use your ESP to achieve a limit of, or your FGD, or
It's a performance standard, you measure it at the stack, and I think one of the reasons that you do that is if you look across the fleet of steam-powered, coal-fired steam electric units, there's a big diversity in the different types of boilers, turbines, back-end equipment, fuel types, and things of that nature. So they basically set the standard. In the rulemaking, they will go back and say, yeah, I can see that you can get to this limit by this pathway. And they have to have that kind of a nexus so that they can show that the standards are attainable or having some way to set the standard.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense to me a bit more now. With regard to compliance with that PM limit specifically, even with those controls, emissions go up and down at different times, right?
That's correct. That's really a good point, because when you look at, I mentioned as part of the answer, let me remind you, or what I said a minute ago. The scrubber has a ratio of the amount of gas that goes through it versus the liquid that comes down to it. When you're at lower loads, you still have the same amount of liquid cascading down, but you have less gas going through it. So you're actually getting more scrubbing per unit of gas. And so that helps you. And the converse is that when you're running up at higher loads, your emission rate tends to drift up because you've got more gas flow, you've got more particulate that's even coming into the device.
So how you operate the unit and the controls can affect the levels?
Oh, yes. There's a lot of things that can affect it, not only how high you run it. Again, when you run at high loads, you're gonna have more pounds of stuff coming into the tower, and it's more challenging to get that out. The other thing that changes is, part of our flexibility is that we're located on the Ohio River, so we can draw from a more diverse type of fuel. That means that the fuel quality can change from time to time. It has different amounts of ash and other materials in it. So again, just the normal course of operation over a year, you may run at the same load and see different PM levels due to some of these other factors.
Okay. And have you evaluated how the operations affect compliance with the updated MATS standard?
Again, one of the things we did was we did go back and look at the PM numbers that we have had historically. And again, when you're looking at a standard that is dropping down by essentially a factor of 3, you're going from that area to the point that, I'm not saying that we would be in non-compliance every single 30-day rolling average, but the point is that you are intended to be in continuous compliance. That's very clear from the regulations. So it's like you can't fail. Otherwise, you are subject to enforcement. You can get a notice of violation. I suspect, in some circumstances, we could even be subject to citizen suits. And, I think, that has been seen in the past where certain entities have even done that, even if the state doesn't act.
Sure, but it's not a 1 hour, it is a 1 hour, but it's a 30-day rolling average.
It's a 30-day rolling average.
So there's some room to adjust, say, the operations as you move along?
But what that also does is that handcuffs Mr. Swez, that if I say, hey, our PM numbers are trending up, I gotta limit your load to 400 megawatts, that handicaps his ability to sell power into the market. And I don't know, even subject us to penalties. He had quite an extensive discussion of penalties, and I'm not sure I understand all of it.
Did you evaluate the possible costs of having to comply in that manner, or in any other operational adjustment?
The basic premise, the way we run our units, is that you need to be in compliance with all of your environmental limits, but also be in the position that you can run the asset in a way that best serves the customers. So, I don't really get the idea if I, over 4 years, I violate it once, or I violate it 40 times, or I do it 400 times, you really have to plan to be in compliance with the limitations.
Okay,
And also, when you're doing that, when you're doing the operation to comply with the MATS for the filterable particulate limit, you have to balance a number of other things, like, the scrubber, you have to also run the scrubber so that you can get good compliance with MATS mercury limit. You also have to make sure that you get good SO2 capture so you can maintain the HCL standard. Then we also have, expectations to have low SO2 levels. At the same time, we have to manage our SCRs to get the right NOx emissions. So really, I gotta hand it to the operating staff at the plant, because they have got a myriad of things that they have to juggle. And every one of them's a compliance opportunity,
okay.
or challenge, I should say.
And speaking of those compliance opportunities, returning to that portion that Mr. Schroef had you read earlier, it said that Duke Energy is evaluating capital projects that will be required on the ESP and the flue gas desulfurization units.
Yes.
Could you say what the capital projects on the ESP that are being evaluated are?
Again, when you look at the ESP, and I'm gonna, maybe this is, my understanding is that within the precipitator itself and also the ash handling equipment that's associated with it. See, once you collect the ash, you gotta actually get it out of the precipitator. The components that we're looking at would be more just normal, we would have to accelerate certain capital replacements of existing components.
Okay, but you were evaluating capital projects with the ESP
Because they get
for compliance with the
they get a
MATS.
capital treatment because of what they are.
Okay, but that evaluation was for compliance with the MATS, right?
Yeah, and again, remember the context, when we wrote this IRP, this was issued in late June. We got the final MATS rule in like late April-ish, something like that. And so what we did was we tried to make the best analogy of what we did. We already knew that we had, the Limestone project kind of baked in, and so that was the bulk of the compliance. And I think, when you're looking at these pieces, they're relatively minor compared to the other material, the other benefits that are already baked into the IRP.
But the ESP upgrades could have helped with compliance with the MATS as well?
They were necessary to make sure that, we would comply with MATS, yes.
Okay. Can you elaborate on what the costs of the upgrades to ESP are?
If you're wanting to take just a general estimate, I'm gonna say probably single-digit millions,
Okay.
maybe 5 or less. And again, that's a rough estimate. Kind of order of magnitude-ish. It's not $100 million, it's not 300. It's more like middle single $1 million.
And those upgrades.
If you want more information, I'm gonna have to defer.
Okay. That's, I think, general enough for me,
Okay.
or specific enough for.
Honestly, when you look at the other things that are making decisions on East Bend, I doubt that this is large enough to be game-changing or direction-changing.
Okay, but those upgrades to ESP would have also gotten you to compliance with the MATS standard?
They were necessary as part of the overall package.
Okay. When EPA, as we were talking about how EPA, when they're passing these standards, they have to show that there is a compliance pathway. You said that earlier, right? And the compliance pathway for the MATS rule was upgrades to ESPs generally,
Well,
right?
okay, let's kind of unpack this a
just
little bit. It's
Yes or no
not-
first, and then feel free
It's
to.
no, it's more you need to meet the emissions limit at the stack.
And the compliance pathway that EPA showed, as you said, they have to show a compliance pathway. The way
Well,
that
they
they
looked
said
at-
it was possible was by upgrades to ESPs generally, right?
They generally think that in some cases, an upgrade to an ESP may help. But one of the things, keep in mind that if you look in the order of how the equipment is stacked, flue gas goes through the precipitator, then it goes through other components, then it goes into the scrubber. So the scrubber is like the last piece in the chain, and what comes out of the scrubber has to be pure enough to meet the standard. Now, the ESP takes out tons and tons and tons of ash, okay? But then by the time you get down to the FGD system, you're dealing with a much, much smaller number. And so it's like, okay, think of it as like a roughing unit and then kind of like a polishing unit.
Okay, and EPA,
And so in
the
both
MATS
cases,
rulemaking,
and so in both cases, this is our facility. This is not the rest of the world. But in our facility, it's a combination of making some tweaks to the ESP and some tweaks to the FGD system.
okay. Did you review the EPA's cost projections for ESP, or, I'm sorry, for MATS compliance for East Bend?
I did not.
Okay. Did you review their cost projections generally for MATS
You know,
compliance?
Let me point out one of the things I said earlier on. When you look at how EPA set the standard, remember I was talking a little bit about they went through several years with the data, and they kind of picked a quarter here, picked a quarter there. They did not pick, what I would consider a representative sampling of the data that properly characterizes East Bend and every other unit.
Okay,
So to that extent, I'm taking issue with how they set the standard. And so for me, the process was flawed, so therefore what falls out of that is flawed.
so you did review it though, right?
I reviewed how they set the standard specifically.
And how they came up with their cost projections for compliance?
I did not review that, no.
Okay.
But what I would point out is that when you go back and you look at how they set the standards, the conclusions that came out of it are flawed.
Okay.
So
The
if their
EPA set a
conclusion-
standard
so if
and
their
they projected-
conclusions-
I'm
if their
sorry,
con-
can I finish a question?
Okay, go ahead.
EPA projected that compliance would be achieved for units within ESP by upgrading those ESPs. Yes or no?
I don't really agree with the premise of the question, because in our fleet at least, and I'm not really familiar with a lot of other fleets to the degree I used to be, but in every unit in our system, we have an ESP followed by an FGD system. And you have to comply as a system.
And EPA expected that most units would comply by upgrading their ESPs.
And to the extent that's flawed, because in
But
what may be.
before it's flawed, yes or no, they did or they did not?
I believe they point out that ESPs were one projection of how you
Okay.
can do it. But again, what I'm telling you is if you've got an FGD system that is allowing more particulate to flow through it than what you should, then no matter what you do to the ESP, you still need to address the FGD system.
So you do not agree with EPA that there are multiple ways to potentially comply with this
There-
rule, including upgrades to ESPs?
I think maybe where you and I are kind of maybe on different sides of this is, I don't feel comfortable with the characterization that across the US, across the entire fleet, all you gotta do is go back and look at ESPs.
Okay.
That's-
Could East
that's
Bend
really the
comply just by the tweaks
Addressing
to
an
the
ESP,
ESPs?
no.
You don't think they could comply?
No.
You said that you were evaluating capital projects for compliance with the ESPs in the IRP, correct?
And again, this is in context of the overall package. Again, when you're looking at complying with the rule, you don't necessarily always do just one thing in one place. Sometimes you have to do multiple things along the way. I guess that's what I'm trying to convey.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions, thank you.
Okay?
So, staff?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Pierce.
Good afternoon.
Just one question. So, DFO conversion was chosen in alternate portfolios applying the EPA CAA Section 111 update.
Yes, sir.
Even though natural gas conversion or the retirement by 2032 scenarios had far greater reductions in CO2 emissions than the DFO conversion portfolio. Did emissions levels factor into selection of the preferred and alternate portfolios?
We had to look at the 4 different scenarios that I think witness Kalimba referred to and others have referred to. And what we really needed to do was to make an evaluation, what was the best balanced choice overall? And again, you know, that's what do we have to do for compliance with the 111 rule? Then what's also our obligation to serve our customers at a reasonable, you know, at high reliability and a reasonable price. And so in taking those 4 different scenarios, you know, we use that in the model to kind of help us determine the path forward.
No further questions.
Okay. Commissioner Stacy?
No.
Commissioner Rickman? I don't. And I don't have questions. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any recross?
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Gears, my colleague, Mr. Gary, just asked you, could East Bend comply with MATS by increasing, or by upgrading just the ESP? And your answer was no.
That's correct.
Why not?
Because when you use, if you use just ESP upgrades, you can get a certain level of performance of the flue gas leaving the ESP. What works is that you are spraying a whole lot of liquid into the flue gas to absorb sulfur dioxide. When that happens, you actually have suspended lime particles in as part of the reagent that you're adding to the scrubber. It would be the same under limestone. You actually have a solid particulate that is suspended in the scrubber liquor. Then when you absorb the SO2, you combine it with the calcium and other components and you make another solid. And so there's actually solids that are in the scrubber. And one of the things that you have to be cognizant of is that unless you have the design proper of the scrubber and operate it properly, there is a potential that the scrubber could actually increase the amount of particulate compared to the amount that comes into the scrubber. And so when we're looking at the limestone conversion project, those type of things are taken into consideration as well. But in general, if you look across the industry, there could be cases where scrubbers are not properly designed and operated such that you could get additional particulate in the outlet of the scrubber versus the inlet. And I want to put this in context. When you're looking at a 0.01 pound per million BTU particulate limit, that's a very, very small number. And it's very, you're getting down again to the limits of what the Method 5 PM test can capture reliably. In fact, this number is like 10% of what the plant was originally built for.
So you talked about how the plant was built and described for us, which I thought was very helpful, that at East Bend, flue gas goes into the precipitator, this ESP.
Goes into the precipitator,
Then it goes somewhere else, then to the FGD scrubber,
yes.
and then it comes out, and that's where the emissions get measured.
The emissions are always measured at the point of exit.
Yeah. As Mr. Gary related with you, EPA's estimates were that most plants across the country would be complying with MATS by making upgrades to the precipitator, to ESP.
Mhm.
In your view, that's not possible
That's not the,
at East Bend. I just asked you why you couldn't comply with MATS at East Bend by only making upgrades to the precipitator, and you explained why that wasn't possible. Here's my question. Is East Bend set up differently than most other power plants across the country, such that the flue gas at other power plants is not going into the precipitator, then into the scrubber?
so the East Bend system is significantly different. And I think one of the things I'm gonna point out is that there are differences in how East Bend is constructed and configured. That makes it atypical. One of the things in particular is you've got a hot side electrostatic precipitator, which means that the precipitator operates closer to 600 degrees. That's a bit of an anomaly. That's not very common. Most of them operate more in the 350 degree range.
Why is that? Is it based on the age of the plant? I think this one's been in operation
Well, I
since
think when you're,
1981.
it's kind of like if you're building a car or something like that, you have different design choices in the way that you construct and operate the plant. This plant, if it went into service in 1980 or 81, it was designed in the 1970s. And that's before a lot of this additional environmental control equipment was installed on the back end of the plant. And so going back to that era, there were a population of plants that were installed with hot side ESPs. And they were done for whatever economic reasons were in place at that time.
So the thing that makes East Bend different from other plants is not the order of operations between the flue gas, the precipitator, and the scrubber, but the temperature at which
Well, there's more to it than that. Where the air heater is located in the plant is different than what I would say the majority of coal-fired power plants are. The air heater is something that captures waste heat and uses it to preheat the air going into the boiler, so it's an efficiency device. In that case, in most cases, the air heater is before the precipitator.
So the location of the air heater, whether it's before the precipitator or after the precipitator, changes how effective the precipitator is at removing parts of the flue gas?
Yes. Yes,
And-
because what happens is that the electrical resistivity of the ash changes depending upon the temperature. You're asking me, what makes East Bend more distinctive and different than other plants. Those are just two of the ones, and there are more.
So could you just move that heater?
Hugely expensive. We have evaluated that in the past, and decided that that is not a feasible project that we would pursue.
When was the last time that was evaluated?
I do not recall.
Remember what, like ballpark hugely expensive might be?
I do not know specifically. If I were to estimate, it's far greater, it's probably greater than the cost of the limestone conversion. Because it is a major rerouting of the piping and ductwork of the back end of the plant.
Thank you, Mr. Gears. No further cross.
Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Counsel, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company was intending to call Mr. Simpson as its next witness. If parties are still interested in cross-examining him?
Thank you. He's a free person.
Do we need to adopt his testimony real quickly, or, do we, if you don't feel the need to call him up?
Unless he adopted anybody else's testimony that's,
Not.
okay, yeah.
Okay? All right.
Okay. Our next witness was Mr. Donner, who I think also was potentially, there were no questions?
None from Sierra Club.
None from Frank.
All right. Mr. Donner is also excused.
Thank you.
Along with Mr. Simpson.
The next witness on our list, Your Honor, was Mr.
Wait, whoops, sorry.
Your Honor, we did have questions from Mr. Donner, I apologize.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Mr. Donner.
For our next witness, we would call Chad Donner.
Please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. May I have a seat? And tell us your full name and your business address.
My name's Chad Donner. Business address is 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Okay, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Donner, would you please state your position with the company, please?
I am currently a principal engineer in our Enterprise Safety and Generation Services Group.
And could you please briefly summarize what your responsibilities are as principal engineer and how they relate to this IRP proceeding?
I provide subject matter technical expertise for station operations and maintenance support, in addition to capital project development and regulatory and strategy support.
Thank you, Mr. Donner. Did you cause to file responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those responses?
I do not.
And so if you were asked those same questions here this afternoon, your answers, would they be the same?
Yes.
And is it your intention that those responses be adopted and considered your testimony for this proceeding this afternoon?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Donner. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Everyone's passing from Council Taylor, all right?
We have a couple, the staff has some questions, and if you could explain them in a way that we're not engineers, that would give us just an overall picture. Starting with the DFO conversion, could you give us some explanation of how that is going to work?
As far as like there's the ability to burn gas and burn coal together, and to meet the provisions of the Clean Air Act 111D rule.
And as far as in the energy market, how East Bend will dispatch based on the DFO conversion?
That would be more of a modeling question that I'd have to defer to witness Trogstad.
So once it's converted, can it burn all natural gas?
The current plans for the design are a 50% conversion. So up to 50% of the heat input can be by natural gas. If you need to go to 100% load, then the balance would have to be 50% coal. So it is not designed for 100% gas or 100% coal, only 50% gas of the 100% output.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Commissioner?
No.
Can I ask one just clarifying question following up on
You
staff's?
already passed one.
Recross. That's okay. It's not that important. It was genuine curiosity.
I honestly don't mind.
Just really quickly. So you could, is that 50% of total capacity? So i.e. it could do, 300 some odd megawatts just gas. It doesn't have to be 50-50 all the, okay, that's all. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
Thank you.
You're excused.
Good job.
Mr. DeSouza?
All right. Okay. For our next witness, we would call Ryan Trogstad.
I know we had at least one question deferred to Mr. Trogstad. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My full name is Ryan Trogstad. Business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Trogstad, would you please state your position with the company for the record?
Hi, it's Senior Data Science Consultant.
And could you please explain your job responsibilities as Senior Data Science Consultant and as how they relate to this IRP proceeding?
So job responsibilities, I predominantly do Midwest fuel forecasting and general quantitative work. In the IRP specifically, I'm not aware that I have any direct involvement. I did sponsor a data request.
Thank you. So you did cause to file responses to data requests, correct?
Yes, specifically related to some fuel modeling that was done in the context of the CPC.
Thank you. And do you have any changes or corrections to the responses to those data requests?
I do not.
So if you were asked those same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And is it your intention that those responses be adopted and considered as testimony for purposes of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Cook?
No questions, Chair.
Sierra
No
Club?
questions, Your Honor.
Interveners?
No questions.
Staff?
No question.
I think there was a question tossed to Mr. Trugstad earlier, that someone asked. No? Well, there you go. Yeah, there was one tossed to me. Okay. Mr. DeSenza, your next witness, please.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. For our next witness, we would call James McClay.
Mr. McClay, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Have a seat, please. Tell us your full name and business address.
Sure. James McClay, 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. McClay. Would you please state your position with the company, please?
Sure. Managing Director of Natural Gas Trading.
And could you briefly explain what your responsibilities are as Managing Director of Natural Gas Trading, that's a mouthful, and how that relates to this IRP proceeding?
Sure. So I manage the organization responsible for the gas trading, optimization, scheduling, as well as supply, gas supply, and pipeline transportation origination.
Thank you. And did you cause to file responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those responses?
No, I don't.
So if you were asked those same questions then today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is it your intention that those responses be adopted as testimony for purposes of this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Cook?
No questions.
Sierra Club?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. McClay. I'm Tony Mendoza, and I represent Sierra Club in this matter. Nice to meet you. Just a few questions about gas pipeline supply at the East Bend site. In this IRP, there have been, there's 3 different types of gas operations that were contemplated as options by Duke. One is to build a combined cycle plant, I think in the late 2030s. Another is to comply with the 111D rule by going to this dual fueling option, coal and gas. And then a third would be to just convert to 100% gas. And I'm curious if the lateral pipeline that you would need is different under any of those scenarios, or is it the same exact pipeline?
Yeah, so the size of the pipeline could be the same. If you want to convert to a combined cycle, then you would need more high-pressure gas, but it would still go through the same pipeline.
Is there a way, let's just say hypothetically that Duke selected, they were very persuaded by our presentation today and decided to switch to 100% natural gas conversion in 2030, and then build a combined cycle at the plant, I forget the exact date, but what the current plan is to do that around, in the late 2030s, say. Would you plan to build the initial lateral pipeline to be able to meet both options? You don't have to come back and do another construction project, if that question makes sense to you.
From the point of view of the size of the lateral, yes. That would be the same size, like I said, but, and we probably would hold off on spending money for the compression needed in the future.
Okay, but there would, in building the initial project, there would be no increased cost or something for that added pressure. You could just add that cost on later as sort of a.
That's later, and that would be expensive.
It would be expensive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll just say, I don't know what costs are, and, what is it, 10, 20 years from now, but, it's gonna be more expensive than it is today.
Okay. And I think there was some commentary in the data responses that, okay, so there's a lateral pipeline that goes to the site, and then there's a main pipeline that is an interstate pipeline serving a bunch of different customers and perhaps regions. There was some discussion in some of the data responses that there might be needed upgrades on the main line.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know if those would be different under the different?
Yes, they would.
They would. So under a combined cycle situation, there would likely be more needed upgrades on the main
Yes.
line. Is that essentially the situation?
Yes.
Can you put a ballpark dollar figure on that, on how much, what the difference is for that pipeline company?
I honestly don't know. You know, in hundreds of millions, but, or, yeah, I honestly don't know. It's compression, mainly, and some upgrades to, it's basically compression and meters,
Okay.
upsizing a meter.
Would you agree that going forward with the lateral pipeline construction, you know, next year or soon, would maintain Duke's flexibility to either go forward with co-firing if needed, convert to gas, or build a combined cycle at the plant? And in some sense, it's sort of a no regrets option for the
So
company.
when you say going forward, what does that mean?
Pay for the, I'm not exactly sure. Does the pipeline company itself do the construction, or
Yeah,
do they
they
hire
do.
a contractor, or?
Yeah, and the process just, it takes about 5 years from the beginning. First, we have to negotiate a contract. The actual pipeline itself, who would be doing it would need to, file a FERC 7C, which is basically getting a lot of, permits and a need certificate, which also is pretty comprehensive, and that process is about 3 years. And then it would be another year probably for construction. And then to have it in on time by 2030, you have to kind of hold to that schedule pretty quickly.
And Duke is not actively pursuing those permits and that FERC filing that you mentioned?
That wouldn't be the pipeline would have to pursue those. And they're not gonna do it until the project is fully scoped out, until an open season is done, until the shippers are awarded their firm transportation, their volumes, right? And then they're gonna take 6 months for the application, file it, and then there's sometimes there's a preliminary application. Anyway, it takes a while for it to kind of make its way through the process, several years.
Okay, and are they actively working on that now, or are they waiting for some sort of go-ahead signal from Duke?
Yeah, well, it's not just Duke, right? This
Okay.
is a project that's bigger, and there's a couple of projects actually, and some of them overlap in terms of some other things that are going on the pipeline that don't involve Duke. Other shippers and other needs, other utilities that are doing things. So they're, they have to sort of scope it out with timing, volumes, and then determine, how to move forward with us and with the other shippers. So, but that would, that process is very close to being started in terms of negotiating contracts to maintain that timeline and schedule.
Okay, and then just focusing on the lateral pipeline itself, has a path been determined and set yet?
Well, we did get some preliminary, information on what the path would be. But the lateral itself comes with what's being done upstream as well. So you can't just build the lateral. So it has to accompany the rest of the project. And the reason why is because that interstate pipeline is fully subscribed, so there's no more space on it. So in order to get more gas, you have to do the project, which includes, the lateral.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
And joint interveners.
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Staff?
No questions.
Commissioner?
If Duke would engage in the pipeline project, there would be pushback environmentally, am I correct? From
There should
where it
be
wants to go?
interveners, yes.
Yeah, not just that, but from residents,
There could be.
okay.
Could be, based on the path and some of the greenfield pipe that might need to be laid, and if it goes near any high consequence areas, yeah, it could be some.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any reason why the citizens can't be excused? Excused.
Thank you.
All right, council?
All right, Larissa Vaisman, Duke Energy, Kentucky, Your Honor. We'd like to call Mr. Ibrar Kara.
Let me raise your right hand and be sworn, please. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat and tell us your full name and business address.
Yeah, my name is Ibrahim Kira. My business address is 525 Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kara.
Okay.
Could you please tell us your title for the record?
Yeah, I'm a lead load forecasting analyst. I do.
Thank you. And could you briefly describe your responsibilities as lead load forecasting analyst and specifically how they relate to this proceeding?
Yeah, so I prepared the load forecast that was used to create this resource plan.
Thank you. And did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections to those responses today?
No, I do not.
And if you received those same questions this afternoon, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And is it your intent to adopt your responses to those data requests as your testimony for the purposes of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is ready for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Cook.
No questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
Questions?
Staff.
We have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. So
Yeah.
first, I want to ask you, would you agree that there's a risk of a large energy-intensive customer locating in the area?
So we monitor any economic development activity that's going on and update the load forecast accordingly. You know, my group, as well as my boss, we meet with the economic development team, and we're not seeing any new economic development project that's in the pipeline. So as such, I don't think there's any risk yet.
So you're saying there's no inquiries at all? We could go into confidential if there's any answer that.
So there may be inquiries, and we get inquiries all the time, but in order for us to include load forecast, their load into the load forecast that I prepare, their decision has to be more than just speculation. You know, and with respect to if we have received any inquiries with respect to additional economic development load, I'm not aware of any. So
Okay.
there may be some, but I don't know.
Are you aware of the case that is filed in this commission case 2024-285?
I'm
Are
not.
you aware of that case? And that's where Duke is asking to transition to RPM.
I'm not.
You're not aware of that?
Is there another witness still left who would maybe know more about that case, that application?
That would be Mr. Swez, if he's still, I think he's in the other room.
And I think that I actually excused everyone without objection except Mr. Columba. Unless Mr. Columba could answer some questions about that other case.
Your Honor, we'll put some requests in a DR.
All right, if that suits. Anything further for this witness? I have just a little bit. So you're monitoring economic development activity in your three-county area. I'm aware that the state of Kentucky's Economic Development Cabinet tends to communicate regularly with utilities. Is that accurate?
I don't know. If they do, then that information would funnel through our economic development team,
Okay,
and they would relay that to us.
that's where you'd get the information then, from
From
your economic
that's
development
right.
team. Okay, so I was gonna ask about local economic development authorities, but that would not necessarily be someone you'd communicate with.
No.
Okay, So you have an economic development team that would do that communicating, and they will let you know.
That's right.
Okay, so, someone whose job it is to specifically follow economic development is doing that part. Got it, all right. Anything, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
I was looking at the wrong council, I apologize, ma'am. All right, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right, you're excused, sir, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And I think we need a break. Before we take a quick break, I wanted to talk about scheduling. It looks like we've only got 4 witnesses left by my count. I think we can finish that today. Does anybody not think we can?
I believe in us, Your Honor.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. I've got questions for the other. Yeah, and while we're on break, maybe find out if there are questions for the remaining 4, sir?
I was just gonna say, Sierra Club has questions for Ms. Hughes, and that's it.
Okay.
We have questions for at least Mr. Duff, possibly Mr. just Duff. Possibly Ruscio.
Yeah, and I had one toss to Mr. Ruscio earlier as well that I was gonna ask. So that leaves Lawler? Bueller? Showing my age. All right, so maybe communicate with counsel for the applicant or for Duke before we come back from our 10-minute break.
Is Simpson not going?
Right. And we're break for 10 minutes. back on the record in case number 2024-00197. I want to thank everyone for your cooperation today as we tried out our new temporary hearing room. Within the next couple of months, we should be back in our old hearing room with some upgrades, with a lot of them designed to make attorneys more comfortable at the council tables, as well as staff more comfortable, Candace more comfortable. I think they'll be welcome upgrades.
Maybe a little warmer in there.
You know, I don't know that we looked at thermostat issues, but anyway, thanks again for your patience and accommodation. We were a little crowded today, but I think I believe in us too. I think we all did great. So, council, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Duke Energy Kentucky would like to call Mr. Timothy Duff.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Timothy J. Duff. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Duff, could you please state your title with the company for the record?
I am the General Manager of Customer Solutions Regulatory Enablement.
Thank you. And could you briefly describe your responsibilities as General Manager of Customer Solutions Regulatory Enablement, and
Sure.
specifically how they relate to this proceeding, the IRP?
Sure. I'm responsible for developing the regulatory strategies and filings associated with our customer solutions, which are products and services such as EE and DSM. Energy efficiency and DSM were the subject matter that I was responsible for related to the IRP and data requests.
Thank you. And did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
I did,
And do you have any corrections to those responses today?
not to my knowledge.
And if you received those same questions this afternoon, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is it your intent to adopt those responses to data requests as your testimony for purposes of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. Your Honor, the witness is ready for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Cook.
No question.
And either counsel for Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Gary?
Yes, thank you, just a few. Thank you, Mr. Duff, for being here. My name is Byron Gary. You may have been here when I introduced myself, but just, again, counsel for the joint interveners. And also, if you don't hear a question, need clarification, just let me know. In addition to the sections of the IRP you assisted with and the data responses, did you review the comments submitted by the various interveners in this case?
Yes, at a high level.
Okay. And specifically, some of the comments dealing with DSM and EE?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you review Duke's reply comments that were filed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you assist in preparing any of those?
I provided input, yes.
Okay. And specifically, if I'm asking about your reply comments regarding DSM, that would be properly addressed to you?
That was
Okay.
where my input came,
Okay.
yes.
Just making sure. Sorry, I got a page flipped over here somewhere. There we go. And on the reply comments, do you have those with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you look at page 6? There's a subpart 2 there specifically.
Yep, I'm there.
Okay. Could you just read that first sentence of subpart 2?
Duke Energy Kentucky evaluates its portfolio of DSM programs on a regular basis to ensure that its portfolio continually offers programs that are relevant to customers, incorporate new technologies, and are cost-effective.
Okay. And that section goes on to explain that these evaluations are done through the annual cost recovery filing and annual program modification filing from Duke, right?
That's where we take regulatory action to make those modifications and enhancements, yes.
Okay. So with regard to those two filings, those are where you address relevance to customers, incorporation of new technologies and cost effectiveness. Sorry, stumbled over 3 things there. It's getting late in the day for me already, sorry. That is where you evaluate the relevance to customers, the incorporation of new technologies, and the cost effectiveness, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the company's position here is that the evaluations necessary are in those 2 DSM filings, right?
Well, we use those filings to address those evaluations. So, for example, looking at how existing programs are doing and opportunities for enhancement, we'll get those through EM&V as well as just through our program managers in the field. And then we'll make modifications, bring those to our DSM collaborative, and then incorporate those changes into one of the 2 filings that you referenced.
Okay, so as far as filings with this commission, that's where those issues are addressed?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's the company's position that because you look there, it's not needed again in the IRP. You rely on those filings in support here.
We use the portfolio that is approved, modified, and enhanced in those proceedings as the basis for the EEDSM forecast in the IRP.
Okay, so it's, does Duke also evaluate as part of either of those filings the energy savings potential in its Kentucky territory?
So we look at the energy savings potential, not specifically in the Kentucky service territory. We use our existing information that we know about our programs in terms of their penetration in the market, as well as broader studies. It's kind of cost prohibitive for us to perform a market potential study specific to Kentucky. They're a couple $100,000 to perform a rigorous market potential study. And we used to do it in combination with our Ohio service territory to try and spread the costs because it's a contiguous region. We haven't done that, but the costs are significant enough and our overall rider is small enough that, for example, I think if you look at the 23-24, which is our most recent fiscal year that was completed under the annual EEDSM rider, adding a market potential study would increase the program expenditures by over 5.5%. So we try and use other relevant information that we gather to inform our knowledge and evaluation of the relevance, the technologies including, and the cost effectiveness of our portfolio.
Okay, so you haven't ever conducted a market potential study just for Kentucky?
I believe there was one done a long time ago.
Okay,
But
couldn't say when that was?
I don't know the year off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Ballpark, how long ago?
It was probably over 10 years.
Over 10 years ago, okay. And you don't have any plans to conduct a further market potential study for Kentucky?
Again, if we feel like our portfolio is failing to attract participation, no longer cost effective, or for some reason based off of the other information we're gleaning from our other jurisdictions or industry groups that we operate in, then we would consider it. But as I said, it really is something that adds a significant cost to customers without any direct value. We try and have the program costs really be tied to incentives that are going to customers to promote efficiency and demand response.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to talk about cost effectiveness for just a second, actually, since you just mentioned it. At a high level, the cost effectiveness test for a demand side management program assesses benefits versus the costs of implementing those programs, right?
Correct. There are a number of different cost effectiveness screens. Kentucky has chosen to use the total resource cost test as its primary screen, although we do evaluations under the other 3 major tests.
Okay, answered my next question for me, thank you. And at a more detailed level, there are a number of different, aside from the different tests, there are a number of different inputs into those cost effectiveness tests, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Some are on a kilowatt hour basis as far as the savings, right?
Yes, there's benefits associated with avoided energy, which would be based off of kilowatt hours.
Okay. And then there are some that are based off total demand, right? So avoided
capacity.
Kilowatt, yeah, so avoided capacity, generation capacity costs. And these would be included inputs into your cost effectiveness testing for DSM programs in Kentucky. So, returning to your reply comments, on page 2, the last sentence begins, the 2024 IRP reflects.
Page
Give you just a second to find that sentence.
you said the last sentence on
The-
page 2?
Yes.
I see additionally, the 2024 IRP includes,
I'm sorry, the sentence before that.
okay.
Could you
Yeah.
read that out for us?
The 2024 IRP reflects updated fuel and load forecasts as well as updated new generation capital costs reflecting dynamic macroeconomic and inflationary environment impacting supply chain and resource costs.
So the IRP includes updated costs for capacity and energy. Where in the IRP are those included for the demand side management cost effectiveness testing?
So the demand side management cost effectiveness tests, those inputs are informed by kind of, they're updated regularly in those annual rider filings. So we used, I believe for the IRP, we would have used the rider filing from 2023 because the 2024 filing had not been made yet. And those inputs are based off of a point in time of the value of capacity and energy in the regional market where we're located. And then on top of that, we apply an inflationary adjustment. So because energy efficiency programs and demand response programs in a forecast are gonna have a future value, so we assume that those cost values go up by a basic inflationary pressure on both energy and capacity.
Okay, so the, say, capacity costs and energy costs that the IRP used for the updated fuel and load forecasts in the IRP are not the same ones that were used for the DSM effectiveness that was the basis?
I don't know if they would be the same, because they're different values. You're looking at an avoided capacity cost, which is based off of a peaker methodology for capacity. For energy, you're looking at kind of a market price at a point in time. So we take those values and use those and, like I said, escalate them. And then cost effectiveness NPVs them back to the point in time in which the program implementation is occurring.
Okay. Would you have updated those avoided costs as part of the more recent filing that you just mentioned? The more recent DSM filing?
They would have been, we update them, I believe, every year, every other year, in terms of in the rider filings.
Okay.
So I can't tell you if they were, I don't think they would likely be consistent with what we just filed in the rider filing, because we're projecting, in the rider filing, it reconciles the previous fiscal year and then projects the following fiscal year, which would run from June of '25 through July of '25 through June of '26. So we're kind of looking out ahead of time. So that's why it's gonna be a disconnect in the time values that you're looking at.
Okay, so what's in the most recent program modification filing would be that 25-26 projection?
It would have been the same values. The modifications are showing you what the modifications will do to the existing portfolio. The November filing, I think it's 24-352 is the docket. That docket is the rider filing, which has that projection, and then the reconciliation of the prior fiscal period, which would have been the fiscal period ending June of '24. But the cost effectiveness is a forward look, not a backward look.
Okay. So the cost effectiveness would be part of that program modification filing then, right?
Yes, we evaluate the impact that the modifications will have
Okay.
on cost effectiveness.
And that would use that forward-looking projection of avoided
Yeah, it would
costs?
use, yes.
Okay. And those avoided costs were not the basis for the DSM choices made in the IRP?
No, because it's just the difference in the timing of the filings.
Okay. And I assume you don't have those?
I don't
with you
have
right
those,
now.
sorry.
I think, Your Honor, I
And
can
they're
just speed it up and just,
They're
okay.
they're confidential. in
Okay,
nature.
I'd speed it up then and just ask if we can ask for that in a post-hearing data request. Thank you very much, that's all I have, I think.
Staff?
Yeah, just a few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duff.
Good afternoon.
So I just wanted to ask, did Duke evaluate any DSM programs that it did not end up adopting for this IRP?
So it did not include any programs that it did not know about. And that's kind of something we look at from a resource planning standpoint, because when you are looking at programs, both EE and DSM, you're looking at not only is the technology gonna be cost effective in the future if it's not now, but also will customers adopt it at a certain level? And so to assume that something's gonna be cost effective and then customers are gonna adopt it at a certain level when it isn't cost effective today would potentially overstate those resources, which is a problem in resource planning.
Okay. So, but were there DSM programs that like, or is there like or would you be able to provide a list of any DSM programs considered but not included?
Yeah, I could list technologies that we've looked at. Again, we're monitoring a number of programs. We have different structures, different cost effectiveness tests in different jurisdictions. So we've seen some technologies that are cost effective in some jurisdictions that we're monitoring to see if, as they get more mature, the cost comes down, and then they would be cost effective potentially in Kentucky.
Did any of those involve like EV charging, electric vehicle charging, any of those?
So I don't believe there were any EV charging related. We're still struggling with managed charging in general as being a proven technology that works.
Okay. Are there any DSM programs that Duke has used in other states that are not used in some form in Kentucky?
So just recently this year, we added a demand response program associated with battery storage in the Carolinas. Again, that program the technology is very new, and we are learning the capability. A lot of it has to do with adoption, in terms of, in order to have a program, you have to have enough customers that have storage in order to participate in the demand response, as well as it's a very expensive technology for customers to adopt. So it's one that we're monitoring how the program, which just launched in May for the first time in North Carolina, how that one does, but that would be a potential future demand response technology that could be leveraged.
Is that a community program where the customers subscribe to battery storage?
No, it's not.
Okay.
We basically are giving, just as we do with kind of a load control switch on an air conditioner, we're giving a customer an incentive for the ability to control or discharge the battery at times of system peak to help reduce the demands on the overall system.
Thank you, that's all we have.
So no new DSM programs were considered. I know at least one of the interveners commented on what they felt was the unacceptability of no new DSM programs being
So maybe that's an overstatement that they weren't considered.
not included.
Not included, again, and a lot of it has to do, we're considering, and Duke really appreciates the opportunity to use the 2 filings a year to bring in new programs, and we work with our collaborative to make sure they're aware, so we're getting stakeholder feedback on any modifications and new programs that we're adding to the EEDSM portfolio. But I guess what I should say is, we didn't include any programs that we weren't comfortable were gonna be there and know the scale and the cost of those programs. Because when you get into resource planning, now it's really important the scale and the cost that you're putting in, because again, it's a resource that's going to be potentially displacing other supply side resources.
Right, and so while it's not included in the IRP necessarily anything new, that doesn't mean you're not considering it in other potential filings.
No, that's correct. We are considering programs, and I would point to the 2023 modification filing that we made, and I forget the docket number, I apologize. But the company added smart thermostats as a control medium for demand response. And so there's a great example of using new technologies instead of load control switches. We believe we have the opportunity to potentially get more customers to participate, or get customers that didn't like load control switches to go from the switches to smart thermostats, so that we can continue to maintain and grow that demand response resource.
And while I know there are multiple types of cases we could consider DSM programs, I think that in an IRP, as we're looking at load growth, I would like to see future IRPs include decreasing demand with demand side management, to the extent that that's feasible and predictable. All right. Recross, or sorry, redirect?
No, redirect, Your Honor.
All right, anyone else? All right, any reason this witness can be excused? Have a good day, sir. Excused. All right, counsel, next witness?
Your Honor, if nobody objects, we'd like to call our witness number 11 ahead of our witness number 10. Witness number 11 just has an earlier flight, if that's all right. Does anybody have any concerns about us calling Miss Kimberly Hughes next? All right, thank you. Duke Energy Kentucky would like to call Miss Kimberly Hughes.
Aye. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Kimberly Hughes. I am employed at 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hughes, could you please state your title for the record?
I am the Director of Coal Origination.
Thank you. And could you briefly describe your responsibilities as Director of Coal Origination and specifically how they relate to the preparation of the IRP in this proceeding?
I oversee the coal and reagent procurement team for all 5 regulated jurisdictions with Duke Energy. And in response to the IRP, or directly related to the IRP, I assisted with data responses, or sponsored data responses as a result of the IRP.
Thank you. And that was my next question. Did you cause, Ms. Hughes, responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any corrections to any of those responses today?
I do not.
And if you received those same questions, those same data requests today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And is it your intent that your responses to data requests be adopted as your testimony for the purpose of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
No questions.
Sierra Club?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hughes.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tony Mendoza, and I represent Sierra Club in this matter. Could you please turn to a data response that the Kentucky Solar Energy Society submitted? It's KSES Set 1, Question 55, Attachment 1 of 1. And this is a document, I'll wait till you get there.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Would you agree with me that this shows East Bend's current coal supply contracts?
These were the coal contracts that were in place as of the 8/27/24.
Okay, so current as of fairly
Yes.
recently?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to just ask you about the state or the mine. Well, first of all, is the name of the mine confidential?
Yes.
Okay. How about?
Well, I believe in the data request it wasn't asked in there, but
I was going to ask you what the name of each of these mines is, but if is that information confidential?
I would think yes. Yes.
Well, I know that, yeah, I think in our contracts.
Oh, yeah, they're published, so no, I'm sorry,
Do the
they are
contracts
not.
state the mine? I don't recall. I know I don't recall if the contracts state the exact mine, do they?
Yes, I apologize, the confirmations are made public, so no, they are not confidential.
Okay, so I just want to go through each of these 7 lines really quickly,
Okay.
or as quick as we can, I suppose. So the first one, which has a contract number of Duke Energy Kentucky 35746. What is the name of that, if you remember the name of that mine in the state?
I do not recall which particular mine these refer to, these PO numbers.
Okay, well, how about we approach this in a different way?
Okay.
Is it true that the majority of the coal, of the tons supplied to East Bend come from out-of-state mines?
Yes, that's true,
And
currently.
would you say the majority comes from mines in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Illinois?
That is correct, yes.
And is it true that all of these, as you go down to the bottom, you have the larger volume contracts, all of those are out of state, isn't that right?
At this time, yes.
That is that's my only question, Your Honor, thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
No, sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, no problem. Seth?
No questions.
Commissioner?
No.
Commissioner? Any reason, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness can't be excused? Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
Next witness, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Duke Energy Kentucky would like to call Mr. Matthew Ruscio to stand.
Mr. Lucio, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
Name is Matt Ruscio. Business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ruscio, could you please state your position with the company for the record?
Director of Renewables Development.
Thank you. And could you briefly describe your responsibilities as Director of Renewables Development with respect to the preparation of the IRP in this proceeding?
Yes, my team is responsible for the origination, development, and/or acquisition of solar plus storage, and wind generating assets, specifically utility scale transmission tied projects, with the intent to be owned and operated by our regulated utilities. And I sponsored responses to data requests.
Thank you. Did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any corrections to any of those responses today?
No.
And if you received the same data request this afternoon, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And is it your intent that your responses to data requests be adopted as your testimony for purposes of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ruscio. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Attorney General's office.
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Show for Mr. Mendoza.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. And since we've switched counsel, I'm joining Vendors probably has questions.
I'm not, actually, no questions.
All right, yeah. I'll accept that as an answer, an acceptable this late hour for sure. All right, staff.
No questions.
Commissioner.
No.
Any reason why this would, well, no, I had a question, sorry. It's about supper time.
Yeah.
I'm getting hangry. So I had a question earlier about the extent to which tax credits were considered in deciding what was affordable and what type of generation to pursue in this IRP. And someone tossed that question to you. Just give me a general idea of how Duke, Kentucky considered tax credits in making the decisions in this IRP.
So I can speak to it as it relates to renewables. The Inflation Reduction Act provides for tax credits across multiple generation technologies. In the IRP, our assumption was production tax credits applied to the renewable assets that were modeled. That production tax credit, it assumes prevailing wage and apprenticeship. I do not believe, to the extent that we added any additional bonuses, that would have been reflected from domestic content, so purchasing of domestic content equipment, or location of a asset in an energy community, which would have added another bonus.
Is that consideration changing or subject to change with a new administration in Washington?
I think yet to be seen. Right now, we are modeling what is current law. So those tax credits do have a phase out 2032. And we want to model them because they're a benefit to customers. It's a direct pass-through. You know, reduces our revenue requirement because we're getting revenue by the transferability of these tax credits. So we want to consider them to the best of our ability. And to the extent that that changes, you know, I think we'll have to reevaluate.
So at what point are they earned or claimed? When new generation is built, or when it's funded or approved, or?
So the production tax credit is gonna be earned based on the megawatt hours produced. And I believe the way that we try to model and simplify them is that they are obtained by the project at the end of the generating year. And then we have the ability to transfer or sell those tax credits if we do not have a tax appetite to utilize them. Now, the investment tax credit, which is also applicable, would be garnered at placed in service of these assets based on the capital investment.
Okay. And I'm sure you're familiar, in Kentucky, there's a legislative requirement that tax credits can't be considered in retirement of generation facility decisions. Is your company cognizant of that?
I'm sure we are.
Does that trigger a redirect? Did I trigger anyone?
Yeah, don't redirect, Your Honor, thank you.
No, please.
Sorry to be triggered. Just real briefly, on either of these, on the production tax credit or the investment tax credit, what is your understanding, sir, of what it would take from the next administration to change either of those?
I don't know if I'd necessarily speak on the policy related to it. I will say, you know, the tax credits, again, are a pass-through to customers, so they are a tremendous benefit to ratepayers for these assets. To the extent that they do are removed in any way, shape, or form, I don't know that it would necessarily move the needle on a PVRR basis related to the overall portfolio. But that's something I don't know, you know, today.
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm not expecting you to be an attorney, but just the person who's here trying to talk about the possibility that the PTC or the ITC goes away. You do not, is your opinion informed by any knowledge of what the executive authority is to change the letter of the law passed by Congress in the Inflation Reduction Act?
So as a team, we do have obviously governmental affairs groups that will inform, you know, our direction and our assumptions and modeling. I think we're still trying to learn what that is going to be over the course of the next couple of years. I personally remain optimistic it stands, but we'll continue to see.
So right now, the folks who are looking at it are of the opinion that Duke should be continuing to model the PTC and the ITC in its planning?
I don't know that we've reached that conclusion today.
You don't know if you've reached the conclusion that you should continue to model the availability of the production tax credit?
I'm sorry.
Objection, asked and answered.
If I may,
I think he was changing his answer.
Yeah, I don't want to give him an opportunity for.
If you understand the question.
Yeah, I guess I'll take a step back. So in the IRP, right, we're modeling what is current law. I can't project what we would assume going forward.
Right, but you'd model current law, and current law is Congress has passed PTC and ITC available through 2032, correct?
Yeah, I think I've stated that, and that is what is assumed in the IRP.
And you're not aware, as you are lining up projects for Duke Energy Kentucky or any other affiliate, are you continuing to assume that you would seek production tax or investment tax credits associated with those renewable projects?
We're gonna be prudent in our evaluation of projects, and assume, yes, current law today, but spend on those projects doesn't occur, without firm answers on those tax credits.
Okay, so just to simplify that, the answer to my question was yes. When you are considering contracting for a renewable resource today, you do consider the PTC and the ITC.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further? Redirect?
No further redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right. Counsel, please call your next witness. Your excuse.
Your Honor, Duke Energy Kentucky would like to call Ms. Sarah Lawler.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
Sarah Lawler, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45201.
Thank you, Ms. Cinema.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lawler, could you please state your position with the company for the record?
Vice President, Rates and Regulatory Strategy for Ohio, Kentucky.
Thank you. And could you briefly describe your responsibilities as Vice President of Rates and Regulatory Strategy for Kentucky and Ohio as it relates to this proceeding?
My team that I oversee is responsible for all of the rate filings that impact Kentucky and Ohio customers. And I've answered data requests in this proceeding.
Thank you, Ms. Lawler. So you have caused responses to be filed to data requests in this proceeding?
I have, yes.
And are you adopting any responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
And which are those?
Bruce Sailors?
You're adopting the responses to data requests of Bruce Sailors?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you have any corrections either to your responses or to the responses you are adopting?
I do not.
And if you received those same data requests today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, it would.
And do you adopt both your own sponsored data responses to data requests as well as Mr. Saylor's response as your testimony for purposes of this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is ready for cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Cook?
No questions, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Schoaf or Mendoza?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Gary or Ms. McCrae?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm sorry if I made anyone feel like I didn't want you to ask questions, please.
This will be very, very brief, Ms. Lawler. In your role as VP of Rates and Regulatory Strategy, I'm just wondering if you could give us any kind of ballpark notion for Duke Energy Kentucky, the portion of, say, the energy charge for residential customers that's taking care of distribution and transmission expenses.
The portion of the energy charge?
Yeah, something that some utilities report through EIA. Not sure that Duke does that.
It just relates to T&D. I don't think that we separate that out. You know, our rates in Kentucky are not unbundled, so the rate's not calculated that way.
Is it ascertainable if you were to look at the cost of service study, say, to sort of functionalize costs as either generation, transmission, or distribution?
I mean, we do cost of service studies that do functionalize costs, but we don't then develop a separate rate for transmission or distribution costs.
But if we were to ask in a post-hearing data request, though, could you help us just with this ballpark number of if you were to disaggregate? It's maybe, and I'm just throwing out numbers here, say, 30%.
I don't think,
Objection, Your Honor, that the request calls for new analysis that has not been performed.
If you don't know the answer,
yeah, I don't think we've done the analysis, and it would be an extensive analysis to perform.
And do you object to performing the analysis?
Yes, we object.
So cannot tell me anything today about the portion of costs customers are paying related to transmission and distribution investments.
I don't think that, again, we don't calculate the rate that way. We don't have unbundled rates in Kentucky. It's one rate for generation, transmission, and distribution.
I understand that customers pay one rate.
We don't calculate the rate separately. I don't know the answer.
Thank you. Nothing further.
and again, no one's prohibited from asking post-hearing data requests if you want to formulate one.
Thank you.
Okay. Staff.
No questions.
I'm not holding it up.
All right, redirect at this point. Send it.
No redirect, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? You're excused, ma'am.
Thank
We had, just one witness that we hadn't excused so far. And that was Mr. Columba. Does anyone at this time desire to recall Mr. Columba? All right. You're also excused, sir. Thank you for sticking around all day. There was at least one exhibit. Had that already been marked in the record, or do we need to mark it?
You're demonstrative.
It was demonstrative, but did you intend to?
Yeah, we probably need to mark it and enter that.
Okay. And has it been provided electronically?
Yes.
Not to you? Okay.
I'll forward it to Candace.
Okay.
I have it.
Thank you, Bob. You know the procedure, Mr. Gary? Okay, we'll make sure we get that, and it'll be, joint interveners one? Sorry, Sierra Club.
Sierra Club.
Sorry.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Oh, you're welcome. So we'll have that one marked. Any objection to admission?
Your Honor, I would object. Mr. Gears, on the ground that there was no foundation laid, Mr. Gears said that it was not something he prepared, it was not something he relied upon, it was not something he used in the preparation of his testimony. He also talked about how he disagreed with how the information was calculated and the methodology that was used by the EPA, and he found it faulty. So to that extent, it would unnecessarily confuse the record, and we do object to it being admitted.
This is the one that was the EPA information? Your response?
May I respond briefly?
Mhm.
I think that slightly mischaracterizes the witness testimony. He said he wasn't familiar with it. He didn't necessarily say that he disputed the EPA's numbers. He just hadn't studied them. I agree with counsel for the company that Duke's own estimates are going to be more probative, and we'll ask for that in a post-hearing data response. But I think the commission can give it the appropriate weight. EPA looked at it and thought there would be a certain amount of money that it would cost to comply with these rules. Duke's own estimates are going to be more probative, but I still think there's some probative value of having it in the record. And it's a government document that is generally trusted to be, the real document that EPA created as they were creating the ELG update rule.
We have some issues with the foundation. However, I think it will be more toward weight than admissibility. Yeah, I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There's one outstanding motion that will get ruled upon. That was the incorporation of another file into this record. Any other outstanding motions or new motions at this time?
We just have one inquiry about a post-hearing comment deadline. Does the commission intend to establish one? And if so, do we know a date, or
Yes.
what are you thinking about that?
We will do a post-hearing procedural schedule. I'm sorry? No. Let's see. The staff will issue a written summary by December 13th. And how long would the parties need to respond. Would January 3rd be adequate?
Your Honor, I think the Sierra Club would like maybe an additional 10 days from there.
So, is that okay? So 13th of January? Okay. I don't think we're up against a deadline in an IRP case. Yeah. Does anybody object to January 13th for responses?
No, Your Honor, and
All right.
we'd welcome even more time, honestly.
Okay. Well, I mean, is that a request?
If parties don't object, not an extra week there, just so
The
parties
20th?
aren't working over the holidays on it.
I think there's something going on in the nation on January 20th.
Yeah.
Ask a clarifying question first. Just the post-hearing data requests, when those are due and responses, I think that might dictate when we're fully prepared to respond to the staff's report too.
My understanding is that we're just issuing a post-hearing procedural schedule, but, and that schedule would set deadlines, but we can talk
Okay.
about them now, and I certainly would welcome staff's input.
I would say staff would like at least 60 days after the post-hearing data requests for issuing staff report, and then comment deadline 2 weeks after that.
If I may, Your Honor. Just so I'm understanding, are we also gonna do, an additional post-hearing comment from interveners before staff issues its report?
So,
Yeah, sorry, I'm just thinking that like in the past we've done like.
as you may know, I'm fairly new at this.
Yeah.
The information I had was that we'd issue a written summary of the request by December 13th.
I can't remember if there's 3 rounds of comments or 2.
All right. I'm going to take all of today's requests, and especially for the additional time, and I'm going to issue a procedural schedule, and I will entertain objections. All right. I'm not going to try to be a dictatorial on day one or any other day. In regard to the schedule, I want to make it accommodating to everyone. We are not in a big hurry to get this out, and I'll issue a procedural schedule, and you guys can let me know if there's an issue with it, okay? How's
Thank
that?
you, Your Honor.
That's as nice as I can be. All right. Anything further? If not, we're adjourned.